here from Chester Street under cloudy skies. It is time for the third and final one-day international between England's women and India. The series level at 1 apiece after England levelled things up at Lord's on a rainy Saturday over the course of the weekend. Happily at the moment, things are dry. We're going to start on time, and it's the final game of the summer for England's women, which seems remarkable as they build up towards the World Cup, which starts in September, so not too long to go, right at the back end of September, but nonetheless the build-up very much underway, and this a crucial match in the course of that build-up. So series level at 1-1 across the entirety of this tour. India had not won a toss until around about 15 minutes or so ago. I spoke to the India captain Harmanpreet Kaur, and she explained why they were going to have a bat first.
It's an important game, and second thing, we're going with the 4 spinners, so I think second inning will be really good for them to bowl.
What have you got from this tour as a captain? What have you learnt about your side? Big building blocks towards the World Cup.
Yeah, it was a very good preparation series for us, and we tried to give opportunity to each of us, and good to see that everybody in the team contributing and giving their best.
Any changes today?
Yes, we do have one change. Arundhati is not playing, Radha is playing.
And what would it mean to your side if you were able to win this series and make it 2 wins from 2?
Yeah, that will be very big achievement for us as a team, because when we came here we only talk about winning and winning the series, and that will be big achievement for all of us.
Many thanks for your time. Good luck today. And Nat Sivabrunt, the England captain, joins me. You finally lost a toss during this tour. What would you have done?
I was going to bowl, so yeah, happy days.
What was the thinking behind that? Because obviously there's a little bit of weather around.
Yeah, exactly. A little bit that, and I guess the pitch has been under covers for a couple of days as well with the weather that's been around in the last few days. So yeah, hopefully if there's a bit of moisture in there we can use it first up. But we're being told on good authority that the pitch probably gets better if anything. So yeah, we're excited to chase.
In terms of this series and the significance of winning the series, how big would that be?
It'll be massive. I guess for this group to have been put under pressure, like obviously at the start of the series, having played the West Indies beforehand, we hadn't quite felt that, but yeah, I think the way that the group has responded to that right at the start of the Indian series has been brilliant, and so to I guess get a deciding match right at the end of it is really exciting, and hopefully everyone can stand up today.
And what's your team news today?
We've got 2 changes. Lauren Filer and Alice Davison-Richards comes in for Emma Maybushia.
No Kate Cross. I mean, what can we read into that in terms of her place in the pecking order?
Yeah, I guess the other 3 seamers, I suppose, have given us a little bit more to do at the death. That's probably where we see that situation, I suppose, but I don't think we can read too much into that for the future, I suppose.
Home summer comes to an end today, internationally. It's strange.
Yeah, it's early, isn't it? Yeah, obviously a lot of cricket still to go through into September, so yeah, obviously the end of the international series, but we're excited to, I guess, get into the next phase of the summer.
Go well today.
Thank you.
Well, there we go. That is the news from the middle. India winning the toss and electing to have a bat first. I found that a little bit surprising, I have to say, under these cloudy skies. England say they would have had a bowl, so that is the thinking from the 2 skippers alongside me. Very pleased to say a couple of World Cup winners in Alex Hartley, World Cup winner in 2017. And I'm very also pleased to say, first time we've seen you all summer, Danny Hazel. How lovely to see you.
Lovely, yeah. Good to be up north. Looking forward to a good day out in the cricket. Should be it's always good to get England up the northeast. Obviously the year that we've had so far. So yeah, looking forward to having a good game.
She's happy. She's at home. She's got a hospitality band on. She's ready to go for the day.
Well, I know it's it's the luxury of being the coach around here. You see, that's the thing. Alex. Toss decision from Harmanpreet Kaur. I was a little bit surprised.
Yeah, I don't know if she said the wrong thing by accident, to be honest with you. I mean, Dan will obviously know more about this pitch than I will, because being head coach here and whatnot, but it just seems like one of those grounds, one of those places, one of those days where you would bowl first, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it feels like that to me as well. And so we'll wait and see how it plays out, but an intriguing one, no question about that from 2 sides. Then let me go through the England lineup. Tammy Beaumont, Amy Jones, Nat Sivabrunt, Emma Lamb, Sophia Dunkley, Alice Davidson Richards comes into the side in place of Maya Bouchier. Then we've got Charlie Dean, Sophie Eccleston, Lindsay Smith, Lauren Filer and Lauren Bell. So Em Arlott out, Lauren Filer in. What do we make of that England team? She was a little bit cryptic about the Kate Cross conundrum. She's only played one ODI in this series, Danny. To me, I don't know. It felt like almost she was the first seamer on the team sheet at the start of the summer in my mind, and all of a sudden doesn't seem to be really in the reckoning quite the same way.
Yeah, and I think generally Durham's would suit a kind of Kate Cross bowler. I think it's generally nibbles round a little bit early, so maybe a surprise, but again an opportunity for the rest of the bowlers to put their hand up ready heading into the World Cup, which again will be very different conditions when we head over there.
Al, thoughts on, obviously you know Kate very, very well. It's one of those. I know it's quite difficult for you to answer because you.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah. It's weird, isn't it? I mean, she has been first on the team sheet for such a long time, but you've got to look at the numbers and the performances. And we were just trying to crunch some numbers. She's not probably taken the wickets as she normally would, and maybe not held an end up as well as she normally would either. So if you're not doing one, you've probably got to do another. Whether England are looking for the future, I don't know, or looking to see the balance of their team heading into the 50 over World Cup. I mean, now's the time to be doing it. However, it's also a series on the line here against India.
Well, it is, and that's rather exciting, isn't it? Because it's taken us to the final game of the summer for England's women. It feels like there really is something on it, and beyond just World Cup places. It feels, if England were to lose this series, having lost the T20 series, Danny, it would feel like a real narrative, wouldn't it? But if they could come back and win this series, again, people sort of change things a little bit in terms of the voicing and how it all feels.
Yeah, definitely. I think India side travelling over to England, generally England are in the ascent, but I think India have come here and played some really good cricket. But again, to come up here in the final game, these are the moments that England want. These are pressure games. You go to World Cups and you end up in pressure games. This is exactly what they're going to get today, and you're going to see how people are going to react under that pressure. And
that's the thing, isn't it? England want pressure.
Yeah,
they need it.
They need it. They absolutely need it, and this is brilliant. I mean, if India bat like they did at Lords, then there's going to be no pressure, because that was a real weird innings from India. They never put their bowlers under the pump. They never looked to take the game on. So I'm hoping they had a bit of a telling off after that game, to be completely honest, because India, for me, are a better side than that, and it was almost old school India playing at Lords.
It was a funny one, wasn't it? Because 143 for 8 off those 29 overs.
I thought they'd get like 250.
Yeah, you were saying that, and it didn't feel unreasonable as well, because 29 overs is quite a long time in the modern game, and with the way that India had played prior to that. And you look at Dipti Sharma's performance, 30 not out of 34, felt more how teams, and players should have been playing. It just all felt a little bit stodgy from India, so I wonder if they have had a little bit of a telling off.
Yeah, it felt like they just kind of got themselves in positions to go and then never went, and equally, kept losing wickets, and that's what stalled it. But I suppose it's a strange game. It's a 29 overs. You either put your foot down, you lose a few quick ones, or you get away. But I think it's hopefully today we've got a full 50 over game, and then over that time the best team and the best teams that can hold their skills for long enough will come out on top.
Well, we'll be keeping a close eye on how that top order for India approached things, because it did feel a little bit stodgy, and it felt a little bit as if they weren't sure whether they were coming or going.
Yeah, there was one thing I can guarantee: if they'd have gone harder, and they'd have been bowled out for the same score. So it would have been a strange innings anyway. But yeah, look, as we say, 50 overs. I don't look at the forecast. I look out the window, and it's not raining now, and I can see a tiny bit of blue sky. Probably for the first time this summer in Durham, actually.
Not now. Not according to the taxi driver I spoke to earlier. Big Sunderland fan, season ticket holder. He said it's been 30 degrees and sunny for about the last 6 weeks until the last.
And I say that because it's absolutely hammering it down in Manchester when I set off this morning.
Yeah.
And there's a test match tomorrow, and it's going to rain, so I'm allowed to just take the mick out of the weather a little bit.
You are from that side of the Pennines where it does fall quite consistently. So we're not far from the players coming out to the middle. What about this India team? Smriti Mandhana at the top of the order, Pratika Rao, Harleen Deal, Harmanpreet Kaur is the skipper, Jemima Rodriguez, Harisha Ghosh keeps wicket, Deepti Sharma, who's had a really good tour, her final action in England this summer. Indeed, there's no India players playing this year in the 100. Sneh Rana, Rada Yadav, Shrey Charani and Kranti Gaur. So one change sees Yadav coming in for Arundhati Reddy. So it is a spin-heavy attack for England to try and deal with. We know the numbers. England has struggled against spin in recent times. You two as spin bowlers have been watching on thinking, well, what's gone on here and why is this happening?
They lost two good bowlers in the nets, that's why.
That's the thing, isn't it, right? So it's a funny one, isn't it? But again, it's a good test this for England.
Yeah, and I think, you know, this year there hasn't been a huge amount of spin out there. You know, the ball's kind of slid on really nicely here this year. So I think as a batter, I think it's, you know, it's looking to hit strong down the ground. That's your better options here generally. So it's going to be interesting. You get towards that back end, again, it's pressure, and it's pressure against spin, which is maybe what England have struggled with historically over the last few years, really.
I think for me it's just the adapting to different surfaces and taking the game on, the not being able to adapt to different grounds, different venues, different countries, and spin bowling has then become a real issue. You know, you look at Alana King for Australia, took so many wickets during the Women's Ashes against England, and then you face another left arm spinner and same thing again. England face world-class bowlers in the nets all the time. They've got Sophie Ecclestone, Charlie Dean, Sarah Glenn, Lindsay Smith. There's so many spin bowlers now in the country. Even when you go back to your county, there's decent spin bowlers. So yeah, look, India, I think they've done the right thing playing an extra spinner, because England have struggled against spin over the last 2 years or so, but we shall see.
Yeah, be interesting to see how it all plays out. And both sides happy, because England wanted to have a bowl. India have won the toss and have elected to have a bat first. So that is the state of play. Let me tell you how you can get in touch with us today, because we want your contributions as we move through the course of the match, and it'll be the same ways to get in touch with us tomorrow for the test match that gets underway at Old Trafford. 10:25 our coverage begins on 5 Sports Extra. BBC Sounds highlights today at the test as well every evening from 7 p.m. But if you want to join the conversation, use the hashtag BBC Cricket on social media. You can email tms@bbc.co.uk, or you can WhatsApp us on 0330 123 1826 0330 123 1826. Just to add us to your contacts and keep firing in the messages, or if in the UK and you want to text, you can do that on 81111, charged at your standard message rate. So there you go. Join the conversation. Let us know what you're up to, what you've made of England women this summer. And as they head out to the middle to field in the blue of their one-day international uniforms, we are not far away from the start of play. England against India, third and final one-day international, with the series level at 1-1, set up beautifully. Smiles on the faces of those in England colours, and smiles on the faces as well of the India opening duo, Smriti Mandana, Pratika Raul, and we've got a team of superstars for you here in the commentary box in terms of expertise. I'm sadly, Phil Long, I'm removing you and I from the list of superstars, but you know, I think that is perhaps understandable given the company we keep today.
We're used to that, Henry. We know our place.
Right. We know our place. Right, because moving in alongside me is somebody that's hit the winning runs in the 100, plays her domestic cricket at Durham these days. Emily Windsor, lovely to see you. And also multiple Ashes and World Cup winner Catherine Siever-Brunt moves in for the opening overs as well. So you two, take it away. See what you can bring over the course of the next few overs. Emily, over to you.
Tell you what, Henry, that's a hell of a build up there, but we've got a series decider here on the line at Durham in the ODIs. World Cup coming up later in the year, and Catherine Siever-Brunt alongside me. You've not been here with us in the commentary box for the first two ODIs. What have you made of this series so far? What are we expecting today from England?
It's been a bit, unexciting for me. I think because of the rain around. The rain was meant to be around for most of this day. That changed. I feel like Nat had about 6 meetings over the last 24 hours about what team they would play, because obviously reduced overs sometimes equals different players. You might bring a Danny Wyatt in, you might bring a Maya Boucher in over a more traditional 50 over player like an ADR or a Emma Lamb. So Yeah, it's been, I think, somewhat stressful for Natalie.
Does that mean stressful for you as well?
Yes, as well. It means me looking after Theo more because there's more to talk about, more meetings, etc. But yeah, it's not been my most favourite, I don't think. But
We could change that today, though, Catherine, couldn't we?
Yeah, we can. It's good old Durham. Anything can happen here.
So we got Lauren Bell, as we'd expect in this lineup, with the new ball. Slip in play, offside ring, and 2 fielders outside the circle. Third and fine leg. As we have the countdown of a nice crowd as we look to our left in the commentary position. Overcast conditions. Can we see some movement with this new ball? That's a full toss to start, but only hit to backward a point at Lindsay Smith. She got away with that one, Catherine.
Something in you says, oh, did she do that on purpose? You remember Emily Arlett got her out the other day with that, what I called an accidental Yorker. Probably still have to have it out with Arlett, see if it was or not, but either that was another attempt or her just trying to bowl it full and allowing the ball to swing. I would say the second.
So Raoul is facing up to Bell, and this time it is a length delivery, but played nicely down to third. Lauren Filer does the field, and she's back into the side today. Probably who we expect to take the new ball from the other end, Catherine.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a bit of a headache, I think, for the girls. Seamers wise, obviously Catherine Cross not in the team today, and she's a bit of a banker really for England. So I remember the last time we were here commentating, Mahika Gore was in. She bowled a really lovely spell, swinging it quite a lot actually. So obviously your opening bowler is normally a swing bowler, so they've got this side right anyway.
Berlin, and that's played nicely by Mandana off her pads. Out to deep backward a square. Will just be a single. She's off the mark, 2 without loss.
And then at the other end, that's the headache, I think, because Catherine Cross is not your traditional swing bowler. She's a seam bowler, so she's not necessarily the opener, but she was made to open at, where were we? Where was the first game? Bristol, was it? Southampton, thanks very much for that. And so I think she did something she wasn't really keen on doing. Myself and Amy Jones would see her more as that first change bowler.
Bell it in again, and that's defended to mid-wicket again. Good running. And they're going to come through for a quick single. There's no one backing up, but Mandana ran way past the stumps. That's a single. 3 without loss, India. Good intent so far between the wickets.
Yeah, so I think we at the minute, if we're going with this lineup, it's definitely a Filer situation, but obviously the matchup with Smriti Mandana and off spin is very good, but it's like, do we waste that new ball when it's might potentially have a bit more hardness in it, there'll be more bounce in it for Filer.
Bell in again, and that's driven nicely, but fielded off her own bowling. She's timing it nicely so far, Mandana.
So it's a bit of a headache, I'm not going to lie. Obviously only having 2 out, bowling spin against the best batter in the world is a bit of a risk. But it is equally a really good matchup. So it's like, how do you do that? How you go about that? I think with the overcast conditions, they'll go obviously with Filer, but
we'll find out in one ball's time. Could be wrong. Yes. 3 without loss then, India. Bell in, and that's defended. So a nice tidy over to start from Lauren Bell. Bit of shape into the left-hander, away from the right-hander. But both teams will be relatively happy with this start, and it will be Lauren Filer. We will see with the new ball. Phil?
Yeah, Harmanpreet Kaur won the toss, decided to have a bat today. Probably not looked at the last 2 games that England have played here in 23 and 2024. 2023 they beat Sri Lanka by 7 wickets with 192 balls to spare, and last year they beat New Zealand by 9 wickets with 172 balls to spare. So if history repeats itself, we might get an early finish.
Where are you going with your early finish then, Phil? That's what I want to know. He's prompting that early doors.
Not me, I'm looking around. I know people have got places to go to tonight, so
how have the Durham women gone on here the last couple, I'd say the last 2 games?
To be honest, they've been pretty good pitches here at Durham this year as Filer's in, and that's an appeal for LBW. Maybe 2 noises.
Yeah.
Bit of bat.
Also a bit high maybe.
But we haven't, ODI cricket obviously we played at the start of the year, but
Is Nat going to review?
Oh, please no. Filer's trying to convince Natalie Amy should be intercepting here and saying, yes, correct decision.
Good interception from Amy.
It's always a worry. When the bowler, not myself, I'd like to say I was right quite a lot of the time.
Snip back that, hasn't it? Gone back into the right-hander.
And this is what we've not seen from Phil, Big Phil, is that better length, that 6 metre length and nipping it back and away.
Shin again, right arm, quick short into the pitch. She's on the deck, half stopped by Lindsay Smith. She finds herself on the floor, Lauren Filer, and she looks in a little bit of discomfort, or she's laughing.
I think embarrassment. There's one thing I do not miss about Big Phil when I see it do it, is just the sprawl out on the floor after she's released.
Hurt, Catherine.
Yeah, I mean, I've been there before when you. Sometimes, as a bowler, obviously, if you took 1,000 pictures while you're delivering the ball, that there's a bit where both feet are off the floor, and you call it bowling yourself off your feet. With Phil, it's more of a mistake than actually trying to bowl gas. It's
just looking at the replay of that LBW, and it's missing leg stump.
It's interesting they didn't look though for an inside edge on that. Straight to it.
So we're going to see Lauren Filer's extra pace against Mandana, and that's left alone outside the off stump, not carried through to Amy Jones there. Picks it up on a bounce.
There's so much when I look at Filer, there's so much when she collapses her back leg. There's so much sink into the ground. It makes me feel like all my energy's just gone out.
I'll tell you what though, Catherine, I faced her in the indoor nets here at Winter, and I didn't enjoy that one bit.
I feel like no one should face anyone in the indoor nets.
She was bowling off 19 yards at me as well, because she couldn't get a run up in one of those. I'm lucky to still be here, I think, because the Filer's in again, and that's defended to mid-wicket. Good line, good length.
Not the quickest wicket I've seen, and that one, the way Mandana played that, looked a bit stoppy, if anything. Lack of pace, not down on pace, because she's bowling 74, but just looked a little bit stoppy, a little bit tennis ball. It wouldn't be surprising if she's doubting that shot of hers where she picks it up on the pull and anywhere on the leg side. She's so good at picking length for Mandana, but might not be fancying it now.
Yeah, a bit of weather around the past few days here in Durham. It's Filer that's guided by Mandana. Down to Lauren Bow at third. Be a single. She's on to 2-4 without loss, India.
It was a better length, wasn't it? So in between length, that's what they need, and that's what so funny the other day. Lauren Bell she was like, gave her a few 4 balls, and it was like, what is going on? And then all of a sudden, perfect line of length snicked off, and she just didn't expect it.
Filer in again, driven. That's a misfield by England. Sophia Dunkley at cover, that should have been stopped. And they get a couple for it. Raoul will pick up 2. She'll move to 5-7 without loss, but fielding's in the spotlight, isn't it, for this England team? But that is one as a fast bowler, Catherine. I'll tell you what, if you were bowling and I misfielded that, I wouldn't look at you.
You wouldn't misfield that.
I might.
Maybe our fast bowlers need to be a bit more scary and start fielding the ball better.
You don't need to be more scary.
Definitely not.
Not on that field, Catherine.
Well, it's just, if it's a lot of people look at the outfield and they're like, oh, it's a bit bobbly, it's a bit difficult, but that doesn't come into it because you just wear it. Obviously there'll be the odd one where you've dived full length and it's popped over your hand, that's fair dues, but if you know it's a bit bobbly and you're on the square, you've just got to wear it.
2 overs gone then, 7 without loss, India. Bell bowls to Mandana, beautifully driven through the offside on the up, and that'll be our first boundary we see here. Mandana's the one to get it. She's in fine form at the moment. She moves to 6.
I don't hate that. I think that's a bit of a false shot from Mandana. I think she meant to hit that straighter, and I think she got more of a thick edge and got it just in front of point. Lindsay Smith at point. Obviously she got quite a lot of it, but I don't mind it. It's a good length. It is moving away from the bat, and I think she got thick outside of the bat. So I think if she can just tighten it up slightly.
11 without loss as Bell in again, and this time cut, same result. This was off the back foot from Mandana, a little bit of width, and she's not going to miss out. She's on to 10.
Yeah, and that's the difference. That was a I try not to be too harsh, but that was a terrible ball. It was a nothing ball. It was back of a length.
all the pace, all the sting taken out of the ball. It was easy pickings for Mandana with that cover region wide open. Without people listening, we've got an extra cover who's in quite straight and tight, and then Lindsay at point, so we've actually got quite a big space between point and extra cover, and obviously no one out on the boundary there. So
where is my extra fielder here, Catherine? Because we haven't got slip in play.
Good question. We've got a mid-wicket obviously in.
Got a deep square.
Deep square.
We've almost got a gully, haven't we? That Charlie Dean.
Yeah, and
there.
I think that's a plan, isn't it? Obviously with Mandana.
There's Ballin again. That's driven again. This time in front of square. Fuller. And a beautiful stroke from Mandana. She's on to 14, 19 without loss, India.
Yeah, I can imagine how frustrating this will be for Nat actually, because she's left that cover region open, but you absolutely have to bowl to your field, and you cannot bowl width to someone like Smriti. It was just easy.
It's her strength, isn't it?
It's easy pickings all day when there's not much pace in the pitch and not much movement. There's barely any swing. There's no seam movement at this end, and yeah, she's got to absolutely tighten that up.
Gully's out now, and there is a cover in play. There's Ballin, and she bowls that straight line this time to Nat Sivabrant at mid-wicket.
That's a classic, isn't it? You change the field, and she bowls the ball she was supposed to bowl.
Do you think as a bowler though, I think as a young bowler, not your experienced Catherine Sivabrant, when you have that gap in the field, is that in your mind? Can
it's
it
like
change
when your mum says,
mentality?
don't do that, and then all you can think about is doing that. Exactly that. And our spinners are like that too. So as soon as you leave cover open.
Ballin again, that beautiful straight line. Defended by Mandana.
But this is what gets me right, because that never used to affect me. I would ask for cover open. I wouldn't wait for the captain to do it for me. I would be the one to do it, because I wanted to be confident that, and it was then with me at the top of my mark. I feel like I'm in a fight. I'm having a fight with this person. They don't know it yet, but the batter, it will be like, I'll be dead if you hit me through cover.
Yeah,
I'll be watching you, and I'll definitely not give you the ball to hit it. It would be like the worst thing ever.
Bell round the wicket to Mandana, driven, and Sophia Dunkley stops it well. Extra cover, doesn't pick it up cleanly. Well, that's a dot ball to finish the over. 3 overs gone, 19 without loss, and a very expensive one for England and Lauren Bell this over. It's too much width. And a player of Mandana's class is going to punish it. Phil?
We were chatting earlier about Kate Cross and her omission from this side for the last couple of games. Quite interesting to look at Kate Cross and Lauren Bell's figures in ODIs this summer. This is Bell's 5th game, so they both played 4 games before today. Both taken 3 wickets. Cross 3 wickets at 50.66. Bell 3 wickets at 55. Economy's very similar. Strike rate's very similar. So feels like Bell's had the better summer, but actually the numbers don't back that up.
Yeah, and do you know what? I feel like I would have known that at the top of my head. It's more that I think they see Bell more as being able to bowl at the death, have more death bowling. She's got obviously a better slow ball, bouncer.
Filer in full and driven by Rawal to mid-on, will be no run.
So I think that comes into it a little bit, and also the fact that they need a swing bowler of some variety within they feel like, obviously that's why there's been so many meetings, like the conditions just kept changing, and so what suits who where more. Yeah, and even though there's not a lot, there's some, and I think we struggle with that without Mahika around. Obviously myself and Anne used to do it quite a lot. It must be a dying breed.
Want to bowl quick now. There's Filer's in, that's hit Rawal, and that'll be no run.
Yeah, this should be a bit of a tactic from England. I feel like Lauren Filer has to bowl 2 bounces per over against a side like this, a side that's renowned for not liking the short ball. Not so much against Smriti, but everybody else. Yeah, it just feels like a waste when she doesn't produce it. I don't know what you think.
No, I agree. And I think as well, though, it's having that bowl one, she's got it, and then having that one up the sleeve as well, just to try and stop the batters getting forward.
Yeah.
So that's driven nicely. Nat Sivabrant comes round at mid-off to keep it to a single. Rawal will move to 6, 20 without loss, India.
These various meetings that Nat's been to, has there been much chat about the makeup of the World Cup squad and the World Cup 11? Or is this solely looking to win this series?
Well, I mean, I don't get the ins and outs. It's more I've just got to go for a selection meeting or whatever. So, but I imagine they're talking about it
I mean,
constantly.
they played 3 spinners here today, of which, like, I guess some of in your back of mind have got to be looking at the World Cup as Filer's in that short ball, pulled beautifully by Mandana. Square legs inside the circle. Tammy Bowman was at deep fine, but she's not stopping that.
Yeah, remember I said a minute ago that short ball to be reserved for everybody but Smriti. So if we could just listen, that'd be nice.
Didn't get up though, interestingly, Catherine. Like you said earlier, you feel like the pitch is a little bit slow. That suggests that.
But it shouldn't even be on her mind. I don't even think a genuine bouncer at Smriti's head is going to challenge her at this rate. I don't know what you're seeing, but I'm seeing a very flat pitch, and I'm hoping it won't get too slow along the day and be hard to bat on later.
Filer in again, and that's driven. Sophie Eccleston at mid-off comes round. She will move to 19 or 14 deliveries, Mandana, so she's starting. She means to go on India 25 without loss. I'll tell you what, I love watching Mandana bat though. It just looks like she has so much time, always.
Yeah, she's so confident. She plays with, she just looks in control. She never looks tense. She always looks fluid, and
she looks effortless.
Yeah, effortless is but she's not afraid to go to her shots.
Filer in, and that's on the floor again, and that's played to extra cover. Sophia Dunkley does the fielding.
Yeah, she knows her strengths, and she just sticks to them. She doesn't get bored. She doesn't let people make her play different shots.
25 without loss then. 4 overs gone. So looking at this World Cup squad then, obviously Kate Cross not playing here today. Obviously they can take 15 in a squad. Is Kate Cross someone that, I'm asking your opinion, not necessarily related to that, is she someone that you'd have on that plane, on that group, or is there other players you think potentially could make that 15?
Yeah, I would. I think where Crossy misses out is because the other 2 seamers are not doing their jobs 100%.
Bell round the wicket to Mandana, driven up to Alice Davidson Richards at mid-on.
So it is
with Nat potentially bowling as well.
Yeah, if Nat's in, it's a different. There's so many different makeups, right, that you can have, but I feel like not one seamer at the minute is firing. They're not firing, and it's control. We have a lack of control. It's like stringing 6 balls together seems to be very difficult, and also the nous in which ball to bowl.
That's defended again by Mandana. Good line so far this from Bell, this over.
For instance, that previous over where she went for 12 or 13 or whatever it was against Smriti, with just not bowling to the field, that's just proving the lack of control within the ball that she's bowling with the field that she's set. So it's who do you trust, and that is kind of what Catherine Cross is. She has a lot of control, so at least that's the one thing you can obviously rely on with Catherine, is a lot of control. Especially that's why I say first change, because she could really steal a lot of dot balls in that middle phase.
Berlin again driven, finds Charlie Dean at cover. It'll be a dot ball.
Yeah, and if you pair that with someone like a Sophie, where they're like, oh, we've got Sophie at this end, let's try and take Crossy.
Yep.
But then Crossy's holding the stumps and
building
on a good
pressure.
length, building pressure. You absolutely need that, and that's what you can get out of Catherine. At the minute with Bell and Filer, it's hard. It's like, have they got control? Can they bowl the bouncer on demand, and are they setting them up correctly? We don't know.
That's down the leg side, and that will be signalled wide. 26 without loss, India in the 5th over. And I guess, not the frustrating thing, but both Bell and Filer on their day, when they've got that control, when they're disciplined, they're both fantastic bowlers, aren't they?
And that's why they're playing in this game, because this is the decider. This is to win the series, and they've gone with them because of that, because of what they can do. But by the World Cup, we need to know what you actually can do.
Bell in, defended by Mandana. Good line, good length. She's going to respect it.
And that's what she'll need to do on a pitch where you quickly realise there's nothing in this for me. I've got to make something happen. You've got to be able to hold that line and length, and Catherine can do that. And in India, that is so important. Every time I've gone there, if you can't hold the stumps in play, you're struggling. You're
but
on the back
something Nat
foot.
can do as well, wasn't it? When she bowls, obviously she does swing the ball early on. She often takes the new ball under Heather, as that's played to mid-wicket to Nat Siverbrunt at mid-wicket. But she does hold the stump well, doesn't she? And can build pressure as a seamer as well through the middle. So having her in the side and the balance of the side can then change when she's bowling.
Well, she just tried. She was meant to go back to bowling at the beginning of this series. So training was meant to be building up. She built up to then she got injured, and that was cost of bowling. It was through a fielding, a dive in fielding, but the stiffness and soreness was come off the back of her first bowling session.
Ball in, and that's driven uppishly, fielded in the ring by Alice Davidson. Richards Mandana takes a single. She moves to 20. That's the end of the over. 5 overs gone, 27 without loss. So are you a bowling fan for that or not?
Well, I actually wish I could coach her, to be fair. I don't like some of the stuff they've done to her, or some alterations, and it's based on her elbow injury, but I'm not sure it was affecting her that much. But yeah, I'd love to interfere, but I definitely cannot. But maybe one day. I don't know.
One day.
But whether she makes it or not for the World Cup as an all-rounder, we don't know.
Yeah.
Because she wants to, and she's trying to. It's what they're aiming for. Whether she does, we'll see.
So I'll hand over to Rakesh. He'll join us, and Catherine Sibberbrunt will be with you.
Thank you very much. Just a gust of wind, with the wind behind her, and pushed away on the onside, not for a run. Catherine, absolute delight to finally be on air with you.
And yourself.
It's it feels really great, because we've seen you perform, play, all of that, and to be able to now sit and see you in the flesh and actually chat with you is brilliant.
Well, I'm glad that's a positive thing.
27 without loss.
I'm nice, really.
Filer is in again. Bowls to Mandana, who defends. Oh, hope she's not hurt herself. This is what, the third time?
I think she's done it about 1,000 times this summer. I thought she might just lay down for a minute then and just contemplate life, but she looks very fed up. It's definitely a rhythm thing, as a bowler. Rhythm is key, isn't it, to everything? The way you run in, your mechanics, even just letting go of the ball a fraction early or late causes a bit of a difference in the line and length that you bowl. But yeah, it's definitely, for me, there's a lot going on when she bounds that makes things different.
Bowls again, slightly fuller, jammed into the ground to backward point, no run.
I don't know if you've known any bowlers that when they get obsessed with the footholes where your feet land. I used to, and it used to distract me from actually the job I was doing. And you wouldn't trust your feet, and then you'd let go of it too soon or too late, and yeah, it can really affect, because it's such small margins when delivering the ball.
Oh, absolutely. Here she is again, those 3 steps. She walks in, comes in, bowls, slightly fuller, driven square, but straight to the fielder. Mandana's off to a good start, but she's found the field the last 2 or 3 strokes.
It's definitely got in her head, hasn't it, Filer? Those last 2 balls, low full tosses, both of them. She's got away with murder a little bit, one to point, one to cover. Hit hard, but straight to the fielder. Mandana will be very frustrated.
Yes, and she does have this tendency, particularly when she's playing on the offside, that if she gets a couple of deliveries that she thinks she's missed out, she might just try something different. This one's on the leg stump, worked away on the onside, and again a little bit of a misfield. You would have thought that might have been brought in, racing to the boundary. Dunkley's after it. They've taken 2, and are they going to take the throw on? No, and rightly so. 29 now without loss.
Yeah, I think on a pitch like this today, where it's quite quick outfield and the bowlers are not giving much in terms of swing and seam, that fielding's got to be key, I think. Yeah,
that's been a challenge, hasn't it?
I mean, I can't promise to keep an exact record throughout this innings, but that's 3 misfields already.
Yeah, fielding's been one of the areas that both these teams would like to improve. This one's just a little bit quicker, defended on the onside.
Yeah, she stayed on her feet. Good signs.
Absolutely. Tell me, I haven't seen a cricket ground with, I counted, 24 strips across.
Sorry, the oval.
Would it have 24?
How many is there? Well, it goes from the boundary to the boundary.
Oh, well, then it must have more.
That'd be a good stat, Phil.
Well, I asked Phil at about 0900. He still hasn't come up with it.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's good, though, because it means you get value off the shots.
Yes.
Obviously, it'll just keep going and going and going. But
so hit any of those spots, it's going to race away.
Yeah. And also, fielding's nice. You get to bounce it, one bounce in. scuffs up the ball nicely.
Yep, certainly does. Bell to continue. So none for 17 of her 3. She is in now. No one catching in the cordon. She's in bowls, and Pratika has worked it away nicely off her pads down towards fine leg, and it'll beat the effort from the fielder running around. So that's 4 more runs. A little bit offline there, tucked away.
Tammy Beaumont running as fast as she possibly could, put the dive in, but it seemed like he was going for 4 straight away, didn't it? At first I didn't know if it was a 5 pad or a bat, but yeah, she's taking advantage of that and showing just how quick this outfield is actually.
Yeah, and that adds a fair few runs to a total that you want to defend. Here's Bell again with 4 fielders, I should say, on the offside. Pushed away, thickish inside part of the bat, squirts away to Dunkley at straightish mid-wicket, no run. 33 now. India without loss, having won the toss. There were lots of people here feeling that it was a bit of a surprise when Harman decided to bat. You feel that way too?
I think it's a decider. You know, when you could treat this as a final, and I think runs on the board is really a good mental thing to put against the opposition when you're chasing.
Bell in again, short and width and put away. Might just be cut off inside the boundary there. Yes, good effort, and that'll limit the scoring to 2. But there was width on offer there, so 1 down the leg side. A little bit of width on this one. You were making the point earlier, weren't you, about holding a line and keeping it tight?
Yeah, you absolutely have to. When you're faced with a flat wicket, you've sort of got a couple of options. Will a slower ball do well on here? We'll find out. Bouncers, you've got to really smack them in. You've really got to hit the pitch and get them up head height. And then you just cannot leave the stumps because anything an inch off of it is width.
This one's in the air. That could have gone to hand had it just been a few yards to the right or left, but it races away to the cover boundary there. Rahul playing a little bit early there, and could have been trouble, but fortunately she gets away with it.
Yeah, Lauren Bell just offering that bit of width again, just teasing again, and then she just played a little bit early, a little bit uppish, and fed that perfectly between extra cover and cover and point. So got away with it slightly there, but it just showing the lack of pace in this wicket.
Yeah, you just got to wait just that fraction longer, one feels. Here's Bell again, and this time defended by Rahul. A little bit strange, bat sort of coming in almost like an afterthought in front of the pad, round her front pad, but no damage.
It seems England have kind of found one thing but not the other. They find either a good length ball or a good line, but not marrying the both together, which is probably very frustrating for Natalie at this point, for the captain.
Yes, you wouldn't want a captain to...
You can't set a field to it, can you? Nightmare.
Very, very difficult, and frustrating is the right word. Here's Bell again into Rahul. Rahul drives, gets a hand on his does Bell. There's no run.
A rare line and length to finish the over. 39 for none. 7 down. Will they stay on a few more? Natalie just gave Lauren Bell a high five, which suggests she's having a blow there maybe, but we're going to continue with Filer from the other end. So yeah, I think this is going to be a long day for England if they can't make a breakthrough soon, because we too many games relying on the likes of Sophie Eccleston, Charlie Dean to take that first wicket, and then obviously the platform's already been set.
Sets you back, doesn't it? Yes, absolutely. India's women cricketers certainly showing the improvement that was expected with the WPL. You just feel they're more agile in the field, they're moving around quicker, more nimble on their feet. And now Smriti Mandhana is ready to face Filer again, who's bowled 3 overs, none for 12. The tidier of the two comes in bowls, and Mandhana is playing it square off the back foot, not for runs.
Yeah, she's not fazed by Lauren Filer at all. Quite happy to have that pace actually. I imagine on this wicket where there's a lack of pace, the quicker bowler is probably the person you'd prefer. So yeah, as long as Filer's not moving it sideways, she's quite happy to just lean on it and hopefully get it through the infield, because once it is, it absolutely races away.
There's Filer in again past the umpire. Bowls, and this time it's pulled powerfully in the gap on the onside, races away to mid-wicket for 4. That was an authentic shot from Smriti Mandhana, rocked back and dispatched it through the gap. 43 without loss.
Yeah, Smriti's just saying thank you very much there. Once again, it's only getting up stomach high, and that's the second one we've seen from Lauren. But it's the lack of, it's not the same wickets that you've been bowling on, and we saw that quite early on in this game. The first over we saw that, so she should have made that adjustment by now. If you're going to bowl a short ball, it's got to be head high.
Filer in again, and this time Mandana of the back foot. Good stop on the diving away to her left there at point.
I feel like Mandana feels like she's missed out on another boundary there. That cover region, that extra cover, is still quite big, and with how it goes off the bat against this pace, yes, easy pickings. She bowled it again, stomach high width. Yeah, it's England have got to be on it here in the field. There's plenty of shot stopping to be done.
Filer in again to bowl to Smriti Mandana. Bowls, and Mandana drives up the ground. She'll probably just take one. Sophie Eccleston diving away, slides, stops, no run beyond the single. 43 now without loss in the 8th over. It's a steady start without being electric, but could so easily have been that, because there have been balls to hit. Smriti Mandana is looking good. Pratika Rawal, her young opening partner, is settling in. Change alongside me. Hi, Danny. Is shot pulled away, and this wasn't well timed. It might trickle away, might just get pulled inside the boundary. It will be, and they're content with 2. Someone else might have run 3 here.
Yeah, it's a big hit out there today. I think we've had a lot of weather over here for the last 72 hours, so I think the
slightly heavy.
Yeah, the boundaries, it's a little bit on the slower side than normal, but yeah, it's been a pretty good start from India.
Yes, it's been a good start. So Rawal settles again over her bat. She's a multi-sport specialist now. Of course, I think cricket's everything for her. Goes, and Rawal plays it out to short mid-wicket, no run. Represented her district in basketball, played the national games. She's also someone who's part of the railways, the Indian Railways. She's employed with them, and so gets an opportunity to participate in different games as well. Now, of course, now that she's in India colours, I think it's all cricket. But a very athletic young lady from Haryana, close to Delhi.
She's had a really good start to her career, hasn't she? She's played really well so far today. It's looked like, the pitch has been pretty good.
A little bit on the slower side, you reckon?
Yeah, generally up at Durham it is generally on the slower side, but I think the weather over the last 72 hours maybe it's been undercover quite a lot. But it's I've obviously been here all year, and there's been really good wickets throughout. So I think putting a good score on the board today and be it's chaseable. Scores are chaseable here, but if it's making sure that you're not chasing too many, which is cricket in general.
Yes, it is. Change in bowling. Charlie Dean into the attack. She's in round the wicket to the left-handed Mandana, who turns it round the corner but won't get a run.
Yeah, Charlie Dean on to bowl for England. In the first ODI, she came on in the 11th over at Lords. The other day she came on in the 9th, and today she's coming on in the 9th over inside the power play.
Yes, and I think the difference is, of course, that they've probably got a few more runs here. Is that no ball signalled? This is television technology obviously coming in, because wasn't spotted straight up. Let's watch it here.
Oh no, cardinal sin. It's cardinal sin, isn't it, as a spinner?
Absolutely. And it's strange. It wasn't a straight no ball. It's almost like her foot went at a slight angle as she looked to pivot. And is it the foothold that's bothering her? Is it her approach to the crease? Because she's gone up there and tried. And now the umpire's signalling that it wasn't a no ball. What exactly has happened there?
That's a good question.
Well, I guess we'll find out in a bit. It stays 46 without loss. She bowls, and it's defended on the onside with the full face of the bat.
I think she's a good option in the power play, isn't she, Charlie Dean? Oh, here we go.
Bowling it well behind the popping crease, and that's one of the oldest tricks in the game, maybe not used as often as it should be. Here she is again. Dean in bowls, Mandana waits and rocks back, drives with the back foot powerfully, but straight to the fielder at cover. That's
That would have been the first no ball of the ODI series for either team, but I've quickly scribbled it out and it wasn't.
So the no ball that wasn't has happened already. Here's Charlie Dean again round the wicket, short straight run up, tossed up, and it's driven up the field towards wideish mid-off. They'll take a single.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be too much spin out there early on. Generally this year the spinners have slid on. I think if you can hold line, hold length, spinners have tend to be in that kind of economy role. And it's been a little bit more in it for the seamers. So I think for spinners' job here has generally been can you build pressure, can you keep stumps in play for as long as you can.
Deep mid-wicket and deep square leg have gone out for the right-hander as Charlie Dean bowls, and Raval turns it away off her pad. She'll pick up a run down towards the fielder coming off the boundary, and that'll take the total up to 48 without loss. All eyes really on the build-up to the Women's 50-over World Cup in India, in conditions which will be very different.
I think, very different from Durham.
Quicker, flatter, and pushed away. A little bit of a slip, but comfortably fielded by Dunkley in the end. And that's 9 overs bowled. It's 48 without loss. Mandana on 28, Raval on 19.
But I think it's been a really good series. It's good that it's gone down to the final game, the ODIs. And these are the moments that teams want to be in, the pressure moments where you need to win a game to win a series. And if you could, put a scenario where you're heading towards the World Cup, the more scenarios like this you put into the better. This could be, could be a World Cup semi-final, could be a World Cup final, and the more you've kind of experienced these moments, the better, really.
Absolutely. And here's now the introduction of Sophie Eccleston, who's been such a remarkable performer for England, and indeed in this series as well. So this will be the phase really where India will want to make sure that if they can, they don't give her an early wicket, whereas England would want Eccleston to provide that breakthrough as early as possible. 48 without loss. Here's Eccleston in, right from behind the umpire. Nice easy run up to the wicket, comes in, tosses this one up. Raval stretches forward. No run.
Yeah, Sophie Eccleston made her return to the England side in the first T20 against India. Her 3 overs went for 43. So there are 2 ODIs in this series. She comes in.
Tosses this one up again, this time played away nicely on the onside, down towards the mid-wicket area. They'll pick up one.
Sorry, Prakash, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 34, 6 overs, no maidens, 3 for 27 at Lords. I think it's safe to say she's refound her form.
Getting better and better, and that's the way it should be, shouldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. She's a world-class bowler, isn't she? I think it's, you have a little bit of time away and you're finding your feet again, but she's a massive player for England.
45 just dropping back the edge of the circle, bowls to Mandana. Mandana plays it wristily out towards mid-wicket. They'll take 1, and that'll bring up the 50 for India in the 10th over. So without being electric, it's been a steady power play so far.
Yeah, I think you would probably just about sit on India's side of it. I think India, if we've got a couple of wickets, would have been pretty even, but all in all, I think they've set a pretty good platform.
Here's Eccleston in again, bowls to Raval. Raval gets an inside edge, it'll squirt away. There'll be a bit of a chase for the fielder running in, and a dive from Raval to get back into the crease. She did well there. Running hard, such an important part of batsmanship. And she did that really well. Got back in, put a price on your wicket. Yeah, she didn't know much about that one. Came in with the arm, didn't it?
Yeah, I think it's a relatively big playing area today, so I think the running's going to play a massive part in this game, and again with the outfield being a touch slower than normal as well.
Eccleston into Raval. Raval forward, no runs. 52 without loss. Pratika Raval 22, Smriti Mandana 29. Eccleston bowling her first over. Is up again, bowls, driven nicely, but straight to that. I think it's Tammy Beaumont in the covers, and there will be no run. So that's the end of 10 overs. Oh, in fact, just one ball short, was it? Come on, Phil. This is your big moment.
I'm happy with that.
Yeah,
I'm happy with that.
Well, that's a smart move. And on that smart note, it's time for me to hand over to the smartest man around. Henry Moran after a word from Danny.
Yeah, I think it's been a pretty good start from India. You know, there've been quite a few boundaries, but I think all in all a pretty even start with India maybe just ahead. But again, England's spinners now coming into the game. That just should be kind of a guide of where the rest of the game is going, really.
Well, intriguingly poised. Hello to you again, Danny Hazel. Here comes Charlie Dean round the wicket with her off spin. That's angled away into the offside from the bat of Smriti Mandana, who moves easily and comfortably her personal tally on to 30. Has the scoreboard frozen? Something feels like it might have frozen. No, she gets back for 2. 31 to her name. 54 without loss is the score. Lovely noise around the ground. It's quite a muggy day. It's quite warm. Always is nice around here though, isn't it?
Sun always shines in the northeast.
Dean a little bit quicker this time. Angled into the offside from Mandana. She moves to 32. 55 without loss.
Just going to ask Danny, the previous ball, can I mark that down as a misfield?
I think you're probably going to have to, yes. Yeah, a little bit sloppy out on the boundary. I think it's we filled out there probably most days it is as flat as anything, so there's not much excuse from the ground, I don't think.
Charlie Dean once more over the wicket, this time to the right-handed Rowell, who plays the ball towards Beaumont at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Spin has been the way to win it at Durham previously. I've got some stats for you, because I come armed with stats, you see. In comes Dean. That's nicely pushed away through the offside. Beats the dive of the fielder Emma Lamb. It's going to dribble towards the deep third boundary. It won't get there in front of that building that looks rather like a 1990s supermarket. And the score moves to 57 without loss. Do you know what I mean? There's something of the 90s leisure centre to it.
Well, yeah, it's probably about then, I suppose.
It sort of is a 1990s leisure centre, so
It is.
If it looks like a duck, etc. In comes Dean, whipped into the leg side, out towards Dunkley at deep mid-wicket for 1. India, at the moment, finding it quite straightforward. And Dean has just been sort of pushed around the ground in the over, really. 58 without loss as Alice Davidson-Richards runs towards us to have a conversation with Em Arlott on the boundary edge. Mandana waits. And that's nicely punched away through backward point. Probably a couple more. And a good tumbling save, actually, on the boundary from Lauren Bell. Will get just the 2. And she did and does tend to rather fall in stages, such is the nature of... taller athletes always do look a little bit when they dive. It's a bit like when Peter Crouch would be felled in the penalty area. There'd be something sort of slightly slow motion about it. End of the over, 11 gone, 60 without loss. So the previous couple of ODIs here in Durham, the average for pace bowlers, 28.44 and 35 balls per wicket, and the average for spin, 16.71, 22 balls per wicket. And India obviously picking the 4 spinners, England with 3 spinners, so spin to win. And it rather felt if seam was going to have any say, it would be during the first 10 overs.
Yeah, and I think that's generally what we've felt here this year. It's been early on, if you can keep the ball in the business area for as long as you can, you get your reward with that. But then generally the pitches have got very good. There's been not as much for spinners this year, I wouldn't say, on them stats. It's kind of been a little bit of a war of attrition. But if you're disciplined in your line, you're disciplined in your length, you're kind of rewarded that way. But equally, fielding's been really important here this year. I think that's a huge way of building pressure.
Sophie Eccleston from the far end of the ground, and nicely tickled off the pads, is it, or is it just wide? Signalled wide by umpire Jacqueline Williams. It's going to head down towards the boundary. It's slowing up a touch, and Filer will haul it in, but it is going to be runs to the total, and a rather helpful start to the over for India, who moved to 63 without loss. It's looked pretty comfortable, I have to say, so far. There's not been many moments where you've thought, oh, really, England dominating. And they're building a good platform.
No, not yet.
In comes Eccleston, forward, lunging in defence is Rowell, who's going along nicely at 25 off 28 deliveries.
I feel like there's going to be some long chases to the boundary as well today. The ball just not quite kicking on with a little bit of weather around.
In comes Eccleston in the sunglasses, entirely unnecessary on a day like this. It's pushed back towards her. Big sunglasses as well, the sort of... sort of ski goggles. Do you know what I mean?
She's getting ready for the World Cup.
Here's Eccleston. This is a little bit of width offered, and a good tumbling stop that from Lauren Filer, whose dangly earrings rather catch the light as she dives to her right at short third. 63 without loss. 3 dot balls now from Eccleston, who emerges from behind umpire Williams and is in now round the wicket, defended. This has been good from Eccleston after the wide.
I feel like when you bowled a little bit slower, it's just turned a little bit. I wouldn't say it's violent turn, but it's just done a little bit when you're a little bit slower. But you've got to be brave in how you do that.
Here comes the next delivery from Eccleston. That's pushed away through the offside. That's a good stop. Really good dive from Beaumont. There will be a single in the covers, but only a single. And that's nicely saved by Beaumont. 64 without loss. I've got a good question for you from John in Aylesbury on the WhatsApp at the end of the over. And the score standing at 64 without loss with a ball left of the 12th. Eccleston waiting and wants to come over the wicket to bowl to Mandana, the India left-handed. And that's a good ball. Beats the edge of the bat, and Amy Jones quickly whips the bails off, and the over comes to an end. So just the 3 wides at the start of the over, and then a single. 64 without loss after 12 is the India total. So on the WhatsApp number, which is 0330 123 1826. You can text 81111 from the UK. Normal network rates apply. But that is how John has got in touch. He says, can you ask your experts, is it easy to improve an individual or a team's fielding? And now you as a coach, I mean, you spoke about how important it is here, Danny Hazel. You coach here for the Durham side. I mean, how easy is it?
Yeah, you can. But I think, like for me, fielding's an attitude. That's how you...
Charlie Dean is in. Oh, is that a wicket? Could be. England like it for a caught behind shout, but umpire Rob White not interested. Will England review this? Jones was reasonably enthusiastic. Dean was rather encouraged into the enthusiasm, and now they've got to do a bit more encouragement. In that Siva Brunt, they are going to go upstairs to Sue Redfern to check it. So, what's your instinct here?
The way Jonesy went up, I think, must be something there.
There was a noise.
Yeah, I feel like there's something there, the way she's gone up.
I don't think it can be anything but bad.
No.
It was outside the off stump. It was close.
Yeah, ball is passing close to the bat, so I need to check with Ultra Edge, please.
If it is, it's a great catch.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ultra Edge coming up.
Yep. There's the tickle.
Please. Yeah, clear spike as the ball is crossing the bat. So back to Rob on field, please. Ask you to change your decision to out. Signal now, thanks.
He raises his left arm, points towards the batter, who has to head on her way. And 64 for 1. England get the first wicket. It comes from the spin of Charlie Dean. And so Raul has to depart. It was a good take, that, from Amy Jones.
Yeah,
little bit of extra bounce.
I think the spinners have built pressure, haven't they? They've probably earned that. Again, Jonesy's right next to her. She's got to hear that, and I think it's also it's a great catch, and good for England to get one on the board now.
So 26 off 33, the India score 64 for 1, and there's a lovely replay of Amy Jones there as the technology was about to show whether it was out or not. You can see her mouthing, please, 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 please.
Yeah, when you're the one who says, I think we should review it, you think, no, I hope this is out, and I will look like a bit of a fool. But no, it's a good piece of bowling. Both Eccles and Dino have built pressure there, and England probably deserved that.
So back to our previous conversation, if fielding is an attitude, what does that say about England and why they've been rubbish in the field? Well, not rubbish, that's too hard.
I wouldn't think it's a lack of trying, is it? When things can fielding, they spiral, don't they? One thing goes wrong, then another, they keep catching up with, but yeah, of course it's technical, but it is also, you want to get out there, you want to enjoy your fielding, and you spend most of your game doing it, so you might as well enjoy it.
Charlie Dean bowling to Harleen Dewell, and that one does bounce a little bit more, hits the bat sticker and drops into the offside. 64 for 1. And I know what you're saying, you know, you want to enjoy it, and if you feel things aren't going right, then everyone stops enjoying it, don't they? And it becomes harder. That's a poor ball down the leg side, and Deal misses out rather on hammering it through towards the fine leg boundary, but wide will be signalled. In comes Dean once more. And Deal looking for her first run will only find Tammy Beaumont at short mid-wicket, so there'll be no runs there.
Yeah, they do seem to board a little bit slower, and the ball's suddenly doing a little bit more. Suddenly, you know, a little bit of bounce. That's what's done that wicket. Just a little bit of bounce to Jonesy behind the sticks.
Dean bowling and Deal angling the ball away towards short third, where there's a good tumbling stop from Emma Lamb of Lancashire in England. You want some more stats, don't you?
Yeah, come on.
I thought I knew it. I could just sense it. 66 for 1. Eccleston the pick of the bowlers at Lords, but it was her length being far more disciplined, which made the big difference. It's rather something you were talking about just a moment ago. In comes Dean. That's nicely punched off the back foot by Mandana, who moves to 35 with a single out towards Lauren Bell at deep backward point. 66 for 1 becomes 67 for 1. And just 8% of her deliveries were over-pitched compared to the 27% at the Aegeus Bowl for Sophie Eccleston. So it was that real discipline, giving the ball more chance. And Dean this time bowling to Harleen Dewell, who won't find a run there. Tap towards mid-wicket. And the end of a first successful over for England. 13 gone. Of the 50, India winning the toss, electing to have a bat, and it is 67 for 1. So there we go. Phil Long, what have you got?
We've spoken a lot about the makeup of England's World Cup squad. There was a slight issue or slight conversation about the Indian openers, with Shafali Verma having a great T20 series out here. In the 14 innings that Rahul and Mandana have opened together, they've passed 50 10 times once again today. So I think they've maybe put that to bed.
Yeah, that's pretty good going, isn't it? And in fact, in the history of women's ODI cricket, there is a pretty remarkable stat about these two. As Eccleston is in, Mandana down the track, gets the ball aerial, it clears the infield. Does it have the legs to reach the boundary? It hops, it skips, but it won't get there because Alice Davis and Richards, in conjunction with Lauren Bell, will grab it from the distant boundary, and 2 runs are taken. Mandana to 37.
That's very good. Another factor today as this outfield starts to dry out, it's going to become faster. So, you know, batting in the second innings is going to be, that ball maybe is running on for 4, so that's another thing to take into consideration, I would say.
Nicely pushed into the offside by Mandana. She'll get a single. She's to 38. India 70 for 1. So the history of women's ODI cricket, 14 opening pairs have managed over 1,000 runs between them. We mentioned that. Phil mentioned that last game. Of the 14, Smriti Mandana and Pratika Rao's average partnership is the highest of all of them at 78. And they're the only pair to do so at better than a run a ball. So, yeah, I think that that is a fairly conclusive argument for those two keeping their position at the top of the order. Harleen Dewell at 3 for India, gets a quicker ball from Eccleston, which she plays back towards the tall Lancastrian.
I've got a nice little Harleen Dewell stat, which I'll give you at the end of the over.
Stats
Eccleston gets her balls quickly,
Eccleston, in her 3rd over, wheels those arms around. Dewell will defend. Into the offside it goes, and England's spinners are building pressure. They're doing a really good job. You got that sense from Mandana trying to go downtown that things were just getting a little more challenging. Eccleston again. Round the wicket, Dewell defends again.
And I would say, if you were in India's shoes, if you put pressure on England's spinners, it forces them to go back to seamers. So you're thinking a little bit of tactics on their side if they can even get one of the spinners out the attack.
Here is Eccleston, and Dewell will work the ball into the onside, can't find the gap, and the over comes to an end. 14 gone, 70 for 1 is the score. Phil, go on, you've given it the big build-up.
Harleen Dewell, 1 not out of 8 balls, but it's the 26th time she's batted in women's ODIs. She's never been out for a duck in her ODI career, which means there's only 3 players now ahead of her in terms of having no ducks within a career. Sue Metcalf of England with 28, Tasmin Britt of South Africa 37, top of the list, Denise Annex of Australia with 39. Harleen Dole now on to 26.
Did Alex? Well, Alex was only out once, but she was out when she was bowled by Hector Bish so memorably at the Wankhede Stadium, a wicket that Hector Bish still talks about. In comes Charlie Dean to Mandana, looking to find a run into the offside, which she will do. 71 for 1 out.
I used to hear about that a lot.
Yeah.
She went on about that for a long time.
Who, Alex or
Yeah.
Hector Bish? Alex. I think she must have been out for a duck. That's why she should be on that list, because she batted an amazing record of never being out, being cruelly left short of her maiden international 100 by teammates letting her down time and again. Here is Dean bowling to Deal, who skews that away into the offside. Lamb fumbles that, and that's poor. That'll go down in Phil's notebook. And that is 5 fumbles or misfields. That was just a lack of concentration. 72 for 1.
Yeah, you don't have any. There's no excuse for that, really. I think it's just making sure that you switched on every ball. There's no demons on the outfield, that's for sure.
Dean again. The long sleeves will bowl to Mandana, who nicely punches the ball into the offside. And will get a single, might turn it into 2 as well. And they will push for that second run. There's some good fielding out there in the deep from Lauren Bell, who's been kept busy in front of that great big stand with its blue seats.
Danny was asked earlier about how you might make fielders better. I think we can all agree Lauren Bell's fielding this summer has been a great improvement.
Yeah, I think we played against Belly when she played for Hampshire as well. She took a screamer against us, I thought. So yeah, I think and that's what it is, isn't it? It's yes, there's technical things, but it's also a want to get better at it. Because again, you spend half your time doing it. So.
And also, let's not forget, you're looking at a sort of World Cup selection as Charlie Dean bowls, and once again out towards Lauren Bell from the bat of Mandana, who moves to 42, 75 for 1. You're looking at a World Cup selection that could be determined by a coach thinking, well, who's potentially the more effective fielder, who's likely to make less mistakes, fewer mistakes.
Yeah, games of fine margins, and if it comes down to can you save 10 in the field, that might be the difference.
Dean bowls a loopy delivery, which is edged by Deal. A rather controlled edge through deep third, and Lamb will be hot in pursuit to pick up with 2 runs taken, 77 for 1. Just seen a replay, by the way, of a Sophie Eccleston ball from the final at the previous over, and she didn't react at all. It was defended, to our eyes, straight back towards her.
Yeah.
However, Ultra Edge has revealed it was pad first and going on to hit. In comes Charlie Dean. Deal looking for the angle into the onside, won't find it, no run there. And the over comes to an end. She takes her cap from the umpire, and the India score stands at 77 for 1. So, having them reviewed it, it would have been out.
Yeah, fine margin, isn't it? I think we didn't react, did we? So I think
no.
This kind of took us by surprise. But they're the small moments, aren't they? The small moments that can change a game. Interesting where England go now. I think these two have really grabbed hold of the game. It's whether they go to Lindsay Smith or whether they go to maybe Alison Davis-Richards from either end. But I think England have grabbed hold of it, but India's probably looking to throw a punch.
It feels like it's bubbling up here. Maybe just a rising of the tension. Long on is out, as is deep mid-wicket and deep backward square leg. Sophie Eccleston over the wicket to bowl to Mandana, who defends. 6 wickets, by the way, taken by Sophie Eccleston, Lindsay Smith and Charlie Dean at Lords. The most for England's women's spin attack against India since 2018. When? Hold on. This is driven back towards Sophie Eccleston, who took 4 in 2018. Alex Hartley took 1. The other 4 that were taken that day at Nagpur, a certain D. Hazel.
Oh, this was a good day, wasn't it?
Worked into the onside by Mandana, out towards the deep. And 1 run will be taken, 78 for 1. I can't remember who you bowled with, an absolute beauty.
Oh, I can.
Thought you might.
No. This is the only one I ever remember. Mitali Raj.
Was it?
So she came in, I bowled a full toss outside off stump, got smacked for 4. I could feel Mark Robinson in the back of my head burning.
Yep.
And I thought I better pitch this next one. It's the only one I've turned in my whole career.
This is pushed down the ground, but straight to the hands of mid-on, mid-off, who's up inside the circle. I think that's harsh. It's not the only one.
It's not far off,
but it did turn.
It did.
It really turned. I remember it. It's an absolute beauty. Thank you, Hypercourse, for that stat. Attempted sweep ends up going straight back towards the bowler from Harleen Deal. It's not a looking shot. 78 for 1. Final ball of the 16th over upcoming. And it's going to be Sophie Eccleston who marches in to conclude what is her 4th over. None for 12 for her so far. Loopy delivery defended very correctly by Deal. And the over comes to an end. 78 for 1 after 16. We're going to have a double change here in the commentary box as Danny Hazel, former England international World Cup winner, departs. And replacing Danny is going to be Alex Hartley in just a moment. And as drinks are taken and everyone grabs their seats alongside me, let me just give you all the details of things to look out for in the coming days from BBC Cricket, because there's lots of them. Well, what I will suggest is that you watch the highlights of today's match tonight from 11 p.m. on the Red Button and iPlayer as and when you want to catch up on it. And there's live text commentary of this game, the in-play clips and the highlights. You can follow that on the BBC Sport website and app. And tomorrow, the 4th Test match between England and India's men getting underway at Old Trafford at 11. TMS on air from 10:25. And BBC Sounds, you'll be able to join the coverage from 10:25 in the morning. Emily Windsor, Alex Hartley with the India score at 78 for 1. After 16 overs, it's over to you.
Thank you, Henry. Our players taking a nice refreshment. What have you made so far of this game, Alex? And the pitch, the conditions, the winning the toss and choosing to bat?
Yeah, look, I think India pretty much in control of the game at the minute, to be completely fair. England have bowled all right. I'm not sure Lauren Bell quite bowled to her best of her ability up top. There was no pressure from Bell or Filer, but again, it's the spin of Sophie Eccleston that's really slowed things down and put an extra bit of pressure. Obviously, Charlie Dean also going at 5 runs and over. So Eccleston, for me, has been the only one that's added a bit of pressure. There was that weird no ball from Charlie Dean that got reversed, and I didn't have a clue what was going on there. Yeah, but while Mandana's at the crease, I mean, India, for me, are on top.
Do you think, at the moment, when someone's in form, there's a better batter to watch than Mandana?
No, because she's left-handed for a start, which makes everything else just look so much sexier, doesn't it? Like, you could put a cover drive, I don't know, a Nat Siver-Brunt cover drive against a Mandana cover drive. Nat Siver-Brunt's will probably race to the boundary a lot quicker than Mandana's, but Mandy's will just look better.
Do you know what? It's one of those things, isn't it? Do you know people have concentration faces? Like, I'm just visualising when you say that, like, Nat Siver-Brunt's got like her tongue out, straining for that cover drive. Mandana's just like smiling. And it just looks pretty.
She's just like, yeah, I'm so good.
But she seriously isn't. She's the wicket England need to get. Otherwise, if they're still here, it's going to be a big total on what looks a relatively flat deck. It's a bit slow. There wasn't much movement early on, a little bit of swing, but nothing drastic.
It's just not a threatening surface, is it? But as Danny Hazel says, the wicket does get better as the game goes along. So it might even flatten out a little bit more, which will help England in the second innings.
Slightly overcast, breeze and some ominous clouds, to be honest, if I'm looking to our left. But hopefully they'll miss us today. It was 16 overs in. India 78 for 1. They'll be the happy of the side. We haven't seen Lindsay Smith into action yet. The third spinner England having this 11. Do you reckon all 3 will play in the World Cup in India?
Yeah, it's a strange one, isn't it? I think it's either an extra seamer or a spinner. And I know that sounds so obvious, but it's the age-old thing, isn't it? But it just depends on the surfaces, because everyone thinks about India and thinks about the surfaces turning sideways. I've played on a lot of flat pitches in India.
In the IPL and WPL, exactly. So we've seen some huge scores, haven't we?
So I think that when you look forward to a World Cup, actually you want high scoring games, so maybe the pitches will be flatter. I think the more we go through the tournament, more spinners will take part, because the wickets will become tired. You know, they'll have had games on them in the past. So yeah, I think if it's a new surface, you go the extra seamer and not the extra spinner.
Charlie Dean will continue
after this drinks break. She'll be bowling to the left-handed Mandana. 2 points in play. It's her area of strength with the ball turning away, and she beats deep extra cover. Lauren Bell at deep cover wears it, and they might think about 2. They don't, but not picked up cleanly. Mandana to 44, 79 for 1.
Tell you what, throughout this series I've been making notes of fielding mistakes. I've been doing a tally. I've lost count today. There's been so many. They've been so poor in the field. You got 7, Phil.
I've got 6 so far.
6.
6 so far.
Why didn't you just go for one of these, Phil? You should have gone for a umpire's 6.
That might look like 11.
Dean over the wicket, and that's played to Tammy Beaumont at mid-wicket for no run.
I tell you what, that's less than I thought there would have been.
And they've not been huge mistakes, have they? But they just
Little
add
fumbles.
up over the innings, don't they?
And are they 6 costly mistakes, Phil? As that's driven to Nat Sivabrunt at extra cover.
The one just there didn't cost a run. The first 5 all cost runs, yeah.
Yeah, I just think it's a tidiness. When I look at a team and I watch a team, if they're slick in the field, they've got energy, you pick the ball up, you fizz it into the keeper, it brings an energy without anything else happening, doesn't it? And I think it's just those clean pickups England haven't been able to do, as that's played up to long on by Dill. Alice Davidson-Richards does the fielding. 81 for 1, India.
And I don't know where that's come from, because England have always been a really good fielding side and always managed to put loads of pressure on. But it's almost since that World Cup game against the West Indies.
Dean in quicker, flatter, played to backward a point. Top ball for Charlie Dean.
Where there was a shed loads of drop catches and misfields, and it feels like England have really lost their confidence with their fielding since then.
Round the wicket, Dean, and that's played out to deep cover for a single. 3 runs off the over. Score 81 for 1, India. Mandana's there on 45. Dewell's joined her. She's on 5 off 17, so a bit of pressure building on her.
I would just like to clarify, I wasn't laughing at England's fielding mistakes in that World Cup or the pressure. I was laughing at our engineer nearly tripping over his own feet.
Were you catching him out?
No. I love it when people fall over. I think it's hilarious.
Well, should I give you that sympathy then? Because we've got a very hobbly Alex Hartley in the commentary box.
Do you know what?
I don't know if you've witnessed it, Phil, the old
hop along
to our left.
Yeah, I'm struggling, Winnie. Really struggling.
Do you know any good physios?
I've got one sat to my right. I'm hoping you'll have a poke and a prod in a bit.
Of the calf, let's clarify where I'm poking and prodding, as Eccleston into Mandana and defended.
So it's that thing, isn't it? You retire from professional sport, you get fat, you get unfit, you start exercising, but because you're fat and unfit, you pop a calf.
I'd like to clarify, I don't know how fit you are, but you're not fat, Alex Hartley. As Eccleston in, hit to mid-wicket, taken by Sophia Dunkley. Hit hard, head height, but that's the big wicket of Mandana. She goes for 45. Sophie Eccleston picks up her first wicket today, 81 for 2, India.
Well, she deserves that, Sophie Eccleston. She's bowled nicely this one, just outside the off stump, back of her length, but it's not short enough to pull. Mandana on the back foot, crunches it to mid-wicket. Sophia Dunkley takes a catch right in front of her face. It was just not quite short enough for the pull shot. Mandana tries to go back. She's almost cramped herself, and she's falling backwards as he plays that shot, but a huge wicket for England, and Eccleston gets the one that she deserves.
Yeah, Mandana are getting applause from this Durham crowd. Remember, you can watch the in-play clips and highlights on the app and on the website if you want to look back at that wicket. But a big wicket for England, and Eccleston rightly so deserve that one. I'll tell you what, if you're struggling with catching, that's a good ball to be hit at you, because you can't. It was hit so hard that she just didn't have to react. Hands in front of face, saved her face, and crucially for England, Mandana's back in the pavilion. In comes Harmanpreet Kaur in a hat. You're not allowed to do that if you're an England player.
No, you're not.
That's Eccleston in, and that's defended. There will be no run.
I stated in the last game that I had a feeling Sophie Eccleston always got Harmanpreet out, to which I was proved very wrong. She did get her out in the last game though, so half right.
Left arm round the wicket, and that's driven again to Charlie Dean at extra cover. Another dot ball.
But yeah, I don't like a batter in a hat and not a helmet, because what if you play a sweep shot, top edge, cracks you on the end of the schnoz? Like a paddle that you get wrong, hits you on the chin.
She's never getting it wrong, apparently. So that's defended to mid-wicket. Do you know what? Danny Hazel, actually, who you'll hear from later, is part of our commentary team today. The other day I was having throwdowns. You know when you have throwdowns into the net? Yeah. I put my helmet on when I'd played the pull shot, and she took the mickey out of me for it. But I was like, knowing me, I will hit myself in the face, as that's played at extra cover. Again, no run by Eccleston. Hand on head. Good over from her. Wicket maiden. She's built pressure here for England. 5 overs so far and just gone for the 12 runs.
Yeah, but if you're playing a pull shot with a helmet on in a game,
exactly.
So surely the weight and everything changes.
I don't know if I'd know the vision. I think
the vision,
would.
yeah. So everything. Surely you want to practice how you play.
And I also just don't want to risk top edging it, getting hit in the face, and then I'll be out for like.
No, because you've already spent half the season out.
Just sat on the bench.
How is the hip?
Yeah, it's groovy.
Back playing now, I see.
Yeah, back sooner than I should probably. But
honestly, when you told me that you were going to be back before the 100, I thought, yeah, whatever.
I'm back more than before the 100 has been in. That's driven nicely through cover. They're all inside the circle. Lindsay Smith's quick, so they're going to come back for a couple. Deal will move to 7. And they score 83 for 2. I'm bored of sat on the bench, Alex.
Yeah, you're not very good at sitting still, are you?
Not at all. So good to be back out then. Obviously being at a new club as well, coming up to the northeast. Just wanted to get out there with the girls. Dean in again over the wicket, defended. This is one thing England have, I guess, the luxury of. Dean, Eccleston bring control in the spin department.
Yeah, you've got Lindsay Smith as well, who is an exceptional bowler. Probably not got the numbers against India as she would like.
Again bowled, floated up, but fielded by Beaumont at extra cover. Another dot ball.
But now Mandana's out, you can almost bring Lindsay Smith into the attack and try and get a few wickets, get her to bowl nice and straight, as she does all the time. But they've got a luxury of spinners, which makes me question.
And again, driven, that's beautifully played. Slightly over pitched by Dean. Splits, extra cover and cover. Lindsay Smith's chasing after that, but just can't get there and goes into the advertising balls. But that's 4 runs to deal. She'll move to 11, 87 for 2 India.
Which makes me question, when you look at Eccleston, Dean, Smith, Sarah Glenn, there's probably more that I'm forgetting. There's so many spinners, a wealth of them. Why England struggle facing spin? Because they have the world's best spinners at them in the nets all the time.
That's a very good point, Alex.
Not just a hat rack.
I've got nothing to say to that.
Or a pretty face.
Dean in again off the back foot this time. Just prods at that. A little bit of turn there from Dean. Deal into 11. Fielder's out on the leg side, but that offside, the cover's still inside the circle, and that's defended. Again back to Dean, 6 runs off the over. 19 overs gone. India 87 for 2.
The only difference I can see between the spinners is the leg spinners. So Sarah Glenn and somebody like Alana King. Alana King's not a massive turner of the ball. Sorry, Sarah Glenn's not a massive turner of the ball, whereas Alana King will get the ball to grip and rip. So that's one area where I would say there's a difference. But when it comes to the other bowlers, Sophie Eccleston, the best left arm spinner in the world, Charlie Dean, the quickest woman to 50 ODI wickets, like, they've got genuine bowlers. So it's interesting to see how the numbers match up when you see England play.
But there's also some good spinners, isn't there? Even if we look on a domestic circuit, you've got Kirsty Gordon as Eccleston bowls again and defended into the offside. Charlie Dean, good energy at extra cover. You've got Kirsty Gordon, you've got young Tilly Courtine-Coleman. I'm just listing left arm spinners here, but you go around the circuit and quite often there's threat in the spin departments domestically. So it is a good point. As Eccleston in and again defended. I was going to say, is it the pitch, the conditions, but they still struggle in English conditions against overseas international spinners.
Yeah, I'd love to have my little magic hat and know the answer to that.
Head coach Alex Hartley coming right up as Eccleston in. And again, pushed into the offside. They think about a quick single. Harmon yet to get off the mark.
I'm not sure I've got a head coach role in me. I quite like just being spin bowling coach, but maybe an assistant, because you can sort of be like, oh, I'm really sorry not playing wasn't my choice. It's exactly what I do in the PSL. Oh, sorry mate, wasn't involved in selection.
Eccleston in, and that's fired quickly, but again a
Even
dot
if
ball.
I am.
And you could also say, look, I'd have picked you, wouldn't I?
Yeah, I'd have picked you. You're my favourite spinner is what I always say. You know you're my favourite spinner. Don't go telling anyone else though, because that's the
And you
line
say
I've
that
just
to
told you,
all
mate.
4 of them, yeah. Good. Round the wicket, into the onside half cry of LBW. A bit of pressure here on Harmon. She hasn't got off the mark yet. She's faced 9 deliveries. Eccleston just building pressure. She's sort of prodding at it, isn't she?
Yeah, I think she's playing Eccleston with caution, and Eccleston has everybody up bar deep mid wicket, so there isn't any singles on offer.
And again, quicker, flatter, another dot ball. A maiden over from Eccleston.
Yeah, back-to-back maidens for Sophie Eccleston. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 12. You mentioned Harmanpreet Kaur. She's under a bit of pressure. Although her score at Lord's 7 was her first single-figure score in 16 ODI innings, she's not made a 50 in 19 international innings for India. Not what you need from your number 4 coming into a World Cup.
Yeah. Wouldn't surprise me if it was Harman's last World Cup, that one.
Okay.
Yeah, it's 36 years old now. Home World Cup.
A lot of exciting young cricketers, isn't there?
So
in
I'm
India?
not saying she's not good enough anymore, because her numbers have dropped, yes. But what a perfect time to go. Like, it doesn't really get much better than that, does it? Like, you're playing at home. You waited for such a long period of time. For the first time in a while, they've got a genuine chance of winning. I think it's the perfect time to go, thank you, next.
Leaving on a high.
Yeah.
Lindsay Smith then, left arm spinner, coming to the attack.
Told you she'd come in now. Mandy's out.
See,
Mandana.
you're not even going to be a head coach, assistant coach, captain. It's quick and flat that from Lindsay Smith down the leg side. Well taken by Amy Jones, but will be signalled a wide. That was quick.
It was quick.
Alex.
It was. Accidentally quick, maybe.
The nervous quickness. We're just... What are we waiting for here? The umpire stood in front of Lindsay Smith.
Don't know, but it can't be another fake no ball.
A fake no ball. Oh, it is?
Oh, it. No, I want to see that on the replay. Lindsay Smith doesn't bowl no balls, neither does Charlie Dean. Charlie Dean got called a no ball earlier, and it wasn't. This one.
Oh,
That's not a no ball.
The angle of that camera, that replay as well. Free hit, and Smith in, and that's hit over the offside. Will it plug? Will it race away? It has plugged. There's 2 fielders after it. Charlie Dean cannot get there. And that's 4 runs to Dual. Freebie being a free hit. She's on to 15, 92 for 2.
I feel for Lindsay Smith there. Obviously, the angle of the camera wasn't ideal. And look, it's a no ball, but it's not how you want to start your spell. And she strikes me as somebody that needs a little bit of confidence at the minute with her bowling as well.
Good shot that though by Deal over the offside. Used her feet. And you can do that when it's a free hit, but Smith under a bit of pressure bowls, and that's driven, fielded well by Charlie Dean. It's almost shot her in the chest at extra cover. That'll be a bruise later.
I saw Charlie Dean's little bit of content on the ECB social channels this morning of her trying her hand at commentating. Not her strong point.
Smith round the wicket, played back to her, a dot ball.
I actually messaged her to say this is outstanding content, and I've never laughed so much in my life.
Was she being serious though?
She's commentating with Heather Knight and doesn't say a word, like not a word, like not a word at all. She's under pressure.
Smith to Deal again, driven to Charlie Dean, that's bobbled over her, but a great bit of work from Sophie Eccleston coming round at mid-off. So pick up a single. There wasn't a lot Charlie Dean could do there other than get out the way. And Deal on to 16, 93 for 2.
And Heather Knight's like, Darcy Brown coming into bowl, and that's crunched through the covers for 4. What a shot, isn't that? Right, Charlie Dean. She just goes, yep.
Is she doing that on purpose? Like, you know,
She is
Charlie
funny.
Dean has a sense of humour.
So I messaged her and said, "Oh, mate, great content." And she said, "Heather put me off." And I was looking back, I'd not messaged her since 2023. What a bad mate.
So Smith's not got a run up here. She approached and didn't bowl it. Dead ball called. 6 runs so far off this over. Harmanpreet caught on strike. She's yet to get off the mark. As Smith in, and that's driven beautifully through the covers. That's a way to get off the mark. Overpitched by Smith and punished by Harmanpreet. 97 for 2.
Shot. Brilliant shot from Harmanpreet. She's had to wait a while, hasn't she, to get that ball, but it was in the slot. Full outside the off stump, covers up. No, the cover goes back now to give Smith a little bit extra protection, but brilliant way to get off the mark. And as I was saying, Lindsay Smith just strikes me as a confidence bowler that's lacking a little bit at the minute.
Smith to core again, quicker, flatter, and that's Amy Jones, and then hit back into the stumps, but that's a dot ball to finish the over. 21 overs gone. India 97 for 2. A few more thoughts from Alex Hartley, and it'll be over to Prakash.
Well, I was actually just thinking how nice it is to see Prakash with his headset on, because he's been at all of these games. He's been at all of them watching, probably dying to be on the air.
Homework.
Yeah, and now I'm glad you're here.
Well, thank you. It is always wonderful to get the opportunities, and it doesn't matter where, doesn't matter what, and it doesn't get bigger than this. Women's ODIs decider came to this ground, Alex, I think 12 or 13 years ago, and there was very little of what we see around now. I think we were sat in a little tent, a temporary sort of structure, as Eccleston, who's been the pick of the bowling, is into bowl again, starts a fresh over, and she's kept Harmanpreet quiet for a while. Now it's Harleen Deol on strike, who defends the first one on the offside.
India have scored just one off Sophie Eccleston's last 19 deliveries.
No surprise.
Wow.
She's just bowling a perfect line, telling the batters to go and get the run. He has driven on the offside to the fielder. They scampered through for a single. Harleen, probably one of the quicker players in the squad, gets through quickly.
Well, I think for me with Eccleston, she's got it on a piece of string today, hasn't she? She's the flight, the bounce, the drift, everything is just working perfectly for her. Her action looks so smooth.
In again, bowls, tosses it up, and Harman is defending full stretch. I think the ability that she can just get that ball to drift in and maybe hold its line occasionally, maybe a bit of turn. I haven't seen much, have we?
There's no turn, but because she's so tall as well, the bounce is then hard to play, so she can't really sweep her either.
Now she's in the middle of a terrific spell. Tosses this one up again. And Harman turns it away. A bit of hesitation at the bowler's end. Could have been tight if she'd gone the other end. Harleen, as I said, quick through the 22 yards. Puts the dive in. The umpire will check.
The only way this isn't out is if she didn't ground her
Third
bat
umpire
at all.
to director. We
We've
have
seen
an
that
umpire
before.
review
Well,
for
it's
run
true.
out at the striker's end.
Haven't we?
Can we go with your first side angle, please?
While we're waiting now, it's 98 for 2.
Okay, side angle coming up.
She's good.
I think she's all right.
Can you play that back for me, please? I just need to see.
The
bells
Indian
lighting
diving
up.
has been
Thank you,
fantastic,
Director.
hasn't it, since
That
Harleen
is-
Deol's run out.
So take it back for me. I just want to confirm that bat is grounded beyond the popping crease. Take that back for me. Yeah. And play forward from there, please, Director. Yeah, bat is grounded. Keep playing all the way through now for me. Continual forward movement from the batter. Continual forward movement. Yeah. Ready to make my decision, thank you.
So not out should come up on the screen opposite us.
Say that in the blast recently, there was an umpire pressing the wrong buttons through out and not out.
Tossed up again, and Harleen defends the full face of the bat. I think the Indian batters must have just decided, given how well Eccleston's bowling, to say, look, we just have to play her out. Let's not try anything too fancy. Smriti Mandana paid the price. Driven, but not for runs. Straight back to the bowler. Another terrific over from Eccleston. Was that one off that? Two runs off that.
Expensive.
Well, when you compare it to 2 consecutive maidens, yeah, terrible over. 2 full runs off it. 99 for 2 then. 22 overs gone. You just feel that India, yes, we know Eccleston's been holding an end really, really tight. But India just need to look at, because it seems that with the open spaces on this playing arena, Alex, and with the wicket really not doing much at all.
Yeah, I honestly think Eccleston will probably come out of the attack now or the next over. She's not going to bowl 10 overs through.
No.
It was so much easier against the seamers. So Harmanpreet Kaur, she'll know that as well, and she'll be passing that message on.
Smith in, flat and quick, punched off the back foot. Oh my goodness, she wanted a run which absolutely did not exist. There were shades of Jadeja there, playing the ball and getting off the mark, as it were, and rightfully sent back by Harleen Deol. Bit of gardening for the Indian captain, who's short of runs, as Phil just told us a moment ago. She hasn't really played a defining innings in a long time now. As Smith bowls to Harman, who waits and cuts but won't beat backward point. No run.
Now, there's one thing I need to do today before we leave and go back to Manchester, and that is to go and see Harman. Apparently she's been asking, where's Alex? Why has she not come to say
Is
hi?
that right?
I'm like, I just stay up in the commentary box.
And this time she's gone for a heave, got enough on it and away from any infielder, down to Dunkley for a single at mid-wicket, and that'll bring up the 100 as well.
Yeah, we played together for a long time, me and Harman at Lancashire. When she first came over as an overseas, I'd like to think I made her feel comfortable, but probably in many ways uncomfortable at the same time. She fell asleep on the team bus. I drew all over her face and her feet. The classic.
Smith bowls and nicely played away into the covers for a single by Harleen. 101 for 2. So it must be a very sound sleeper for you.
She must be, yeah.
I mean, think about it.
It wasn't even with like a felt tip, it was with a biro.
Really?
Yeah.
Well,
but she had just landed. Blame the jet lag.
Blame it on the jet lag, yes. Here's Smith into Harmanpreet, who waits and cuts this time. Precision, placing the ball well to the left of the fielder coming around from cover. That's Tammy Beaumont. They'll comfortably go back for the second. That's 103 now for 2, and Harman is up to 8 of 18.
And that was back in the days before, players got flew business class, in women's cricket. So she'll have flown over economy. She'll have been tired.
Yeah. She's a tall girl too.
Yeah.
Yeah, those days. Here's Smith bowls, defended, no run. And my mind goes back to the early days when Indian women's cricket was really not even a thing. And the greats of yesteryear, Shanta Rangaswamy, Shubhangi Kulkarni, Dinah Edelji, these ladies, what their contributions to the growth of cricket, women's cricket in India, I don't think can ever be fully documented even, because I remember there were times when people would call to say, we need a practice ground.
Yeah.
Just get us a ground where we can practice.
Yeah.
It was so difficult.
Me and Kate Cross speak to Mandana actually this week on No Balls Cricket Podcast, which will come out, I don't know, tomorrow, the day after, I don't know, whenever me and Crossy decide to finish the episode. But she speaks really well about playing. She's gone through that transitional period of, when she made her debut in 2013 to today, how much is that has changed. She's only 16, 17 years old when she made her debut, and now she's earning so much money. I wouldn't even want to say so much money. No. She's famous. She's actually said she can't go out in India without being recognised.
No.
She can't leave the house, so she loves coming to England and Australia, where she can go out and actually be a normal human being. Whereas, that's changed so much in the last 5 or 6 years.
No, there's no question about that. It's been sort of I think in business terms, it's called a hockey stick curve. It's been that kind of a lift in every facet of the game. And in Smriti Mandana, I think India and world cricket has a very, very, very good, perfect almost ambassador for the game. She's calm, she's composed, she carries herself with a lot of dignity, speaks well, thoughtful, and of course
doesn't feel pressure.
No. Or if she does, then she certainly doesn't show it. Right then, there was a little interruption as a drink came out, and we have a change in bowling as Alex had predicted. Lauren Flyer into the attack and driven on the offside to cover, extra cover by Harleen Deol. No run. 103 for 2 in the 24th. It stayed overcast, but the cloud is still high, isn't it, Alex?
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it's going to rain at the minute.
Yeah, it's the last thing you want, really. You want a proper 100-over game, and may the best side win. India having chosen to bat first, probably surprising a few people here, including Alex alongside me. Here's a flyer in to bowl to Deol, and Deol flicks it away on the onside. She'll get runs, probably just a single. Oh, a little slip there on the boundary, allowing the second run to be taken. Who's that?
It was Lindsay Smith. However, she is probably the best fielder in this team, or one of the best fielders in this team, so it's just a little slip in the outfield there. She very rarely makes mistakes. When she's playing for England, and you can noticeably see the difference in the field.
105 for 2. Here's a flyer again in short bouncer. It's a run down towards third. They'll take 1, and the total will inch up to 106. 105, I beg your pardon. Oh, no, it is 106.
No, 106,
It's a bit like
yeah,
the no ball that wasn't, that was.
That was strange. I literally said I've never seen Charlie Dean bowl a no ball in my life. She still hasn't, in my mind. She might have done.
You haven't accepted.
I've never seen it.
As Harmanpreet settles over a bat, waits for this one from Flyer. Worked away nicely off her toes. She'll take 1. Will she go back for the second? Yes, she will, and she'll make that run quite comfortably. Takes the total up to 108 now. Deol is on 21, Harman on 10.
So instantly the runs are easier to score against the seamer, aren't they? You know,
Yep.
I know Eccleston at the other end only gone for 2 and over. Lindsay Smith leaking a few runs from this end, and now if you can just get 4 and over off the seamers as well, that run rate will be better and better. That change of wind.
She's bowling with the wind behind her, one would think. Nicely played away to the right of point on one of the several practice pitches, or not even practice pitches actually. Bit of rough there. Did well to get her body behind the ball and ensure that the run that was being looked at didn't materialize. 108 for 2 it is. Flyer again in. It's a critical phase one feels in the game. She's in, she bowls, and it's pushed out towards mid-on by Harmanpreet. A very slow start by her standard. She's on 10 of 22. And that's 24 overs bowled, so nearing the halfway mark. India 108 for 2. The 2 batters out, the 2 openers. Pratika Rawal the first to go. Caught behind of the bowling, caught by Dunkley of the bowling of Eccleston, the breakthrough. And then Smriti Mandana was caught playing the pull straight to Dunkley at short mid wicket. Yes, Phil.
Harmanpreet Kaur currently 10 not out of 22. That now makes it 69 innings in a row in women's ODIs that she's not been out without scoring. So in terms of innings without a duck, she's gone past Belinda Clark today. So there's only 4 batters ahead of her who've had more innings without a duck. Sophie Devine, Chloe Tryon, Mitali Raj, Karen Rolton. The last 104 innings she played, she wasn't dismissed without scoring.
Wasn't dismissed without scoring. I was holding my breath there.
Yeah, I've got Karen Rolton in my pocket. Proud of that one. She was a good cricketer. I think she was the first one that you saw smash it everywhere.
Smith starts a fresh over. Down the wicket comes Harleen, drives, but won't beat the fielder. At extra cover, so remains 108 for 2. Where do you see this game now, Catherine? Halfway stage, almost 108.
Yep. Well, I'm seeing all the batters that have been in or have come in below a strike rate of 100.
Smith bowls, and she waits to Harleen on the front foot, opens the face, won't get a run.
So, yeah, not that quickly from India, to be honest. Based on the no wicket and only 2 down as well at half time, I think there could be more risks taken.
Smith bowls, and
Like
Harleen
that.
does come down the wicket, and she heard you, and she's 1 bounce over mid-off for 4. Struck that well, she did.
Yeah, that's exactly the sort of thing I'm talking about. I think both facing over 20 balls now, you sort of give yourself, in a T20 you might give yourself 2 or 3 balls. In a one day these days you give yourself 10 balls to get in, and then you start playing some shots and being more aggressive. And so I just think the
batswomen are taking a little bit more time than usual.
Smith again to Harleen Bowles, tossed up, played square of the wicket nicely. She'll get runs, a couple probably, as it's mopped up on that boundary. Return comes in, 2 more to the total. Yeah, intent, I think, is the operative word nowadays.
Yeah, and that comes from confidence, doesn't it? And India should have that in abundance with the way they've gone about the series. There's no need to be playing inward or in the shells. Harman obviously might be feeling a bit of pressure from lack of real runs from her. I mean, she's still scoring, but not massively, so she's wanting to get in.
Smith bowls down the wicket, sees her coming, does Smith, maybe pulls it back a bit, and Harleen can do no more than just defend.
It's better from Lindsay. I know the last game's potential concussion in there, so it's interesting to see her bowling today, not that great.
Tosses this one up, and it's sort of patted away on the offside. They'll take 1 to deep point, that's all they'll get. 115 for 2.
Yeah, not the best start from Lindsay Smith. That 3 overs for 21 is not where she would want to be in this game. It's hard to see where she's at mentally, because obviously with a head injury, you're not really sure. It's one of those you don't really know how to treat it, especially if you've not had a concussion before. So yeah, hopefully she gets more into her stride the more overs she bowls, but not the best start from her. A bit wayward, pace looks really up and down as well. And the Indian batters actually using their feet to her more than the other two, so feeling a bit more at ease with Smith than Eccleston and Dean.
It's understandable too, especially Eccleston. I think she has been absolutely brilliant with the ball. Right then, Filer to continue, and bowls to the Indian skipper, who will turn this round the corner, and they'll take 1 to backward of square.
I wonder what the feedback will be at half-time when we talk to somebody who's got some runs on there, potentially a 50 or 100, and say what were the struggles. And I can imagine one would be the lack of pace in the wicket, I think. And yeah, once figuring that out, losing your wicket and letting someone else come in, I think we used to get told it's a career ender if you get out in the 30s or the 40s.
Filer in, and it's nudged away on the offside. They'll take a run.
I don't think you'd take Mandana's career away from her with the 40, would you?
It'll take a few more innings. We were just chatting with Alex before you came in about Mandana and how she's progressed through her career, starting off fairly early, small town in Maharashtra, very conservative family, and to be able to come out and do what she's done, absolutely magnificent.
She's so quiet and reserved.
She's a great role model.
Yeah, definitely.
There's Filer in to Harleen. Harleen drives, won't get a run.
Good cricket. That's not good cricket.
You spoke too soon, Catherine.
I was just about to say that complete ball. Lovely line and length from Filer. Nice strike on the up from Diol. Nice fielding from, was it Sophia Dunkley? Or was it Nat, maybe? I'll give you. And then the throw back into the keeper was shocking. Round the ankles, and they've stolen a run from nowhere. It was Alice Davidson Richards, and she did say sorry, and she's very embarrassed.
Cameras. Here's Filer in. Bowls to Harman. Harman cuts nicely, places it beautifully, times it exquisitely, and it just races away for 4 runs to backward point. Lovely shot that.
Yeah, I think if there were any headaches with selection at the minute, this Lauren Filer's not really helping the cause. You should be able, obviously bowling in a power play, you know that you've got no room for error. You've only got 2 out, and if you're not a natural swinger of the ball, you're relying on quite so much your line and length. So to come out of the power play and still be wayward with 4 out is not the best reaction, especially if you're trying to get in the squad for the World Cup.
Filer in again, bowls, and this time better line, defended on the onside, not for runs. Yeah, the change from seeing how runs have flowed since Eccleston's gone out of the attack, just very, very evident.
Phil, is that your stat come up on the screen? It's not. It's a slightly different one. Most
but
runs.
It has many of the same names, though.
Yes, I was just thinking that they're all the same names. We'll give people an insight in just a second.
Yes, nicely worked away This one from Filer on the pads, worked away for a single, 123 now for 2.
So what was that? It was a stat that just came up on the screen.
I think
Most
most
countries,
runs on a
in visiting countries, most runs, yeah.
1,000 runs in England for Harmanpreet Kaur, including that amazing innings, or 2 of those amazing innings. 171 in the World Cup against Australia on English soil, and 143 not out in Canterbury.
There we are. Harmanpreet would do anything and give anything to try and get one of those similar innings. But as players just move around and get back to their positions, time for me to hand over. Word from Catherine Brunt, and then it is going to be my friend showing me his name. You don't need to do that, Henry. Henry Moran to come in for commentary.
Oh, Henry, it's not easy when they don't remember your name. Well, you're joking.
I was about to read out a nice email about you, Prakash, from Mark as well. He said, is he the nicest man in cricket? He's brilliant. No, he's rubbish. Here is Lindsay Smith bowling to Harmanpreet Kaur, driving crisply out towards deep cover for a single. So, Catherine, what do you make of this situation at around about the halfway stage?
I think we can... the plan, obviously, it would be to keep landing the pressure on after a Dean and Eccleston combination. We need to keep that going. It's not happening really.
Nicely punched away off the back foot by Deal, who's played nicely here. She's on to 31, gets a single out towards Beaumont, who cuts a distinctive figure with that mass of bushy hair that pokes out of the back of the baseball cap.
So the problem is they're now free flowing and finding it easy to rotate the strike and score and get themselves in. So the threat's almost gone now.
Harmanpreet slashes the ball behind square on the offside, out towards the deep. It's going to be more runs. This is going to be 4 runs. This time Beaumont can't stop it. That was a little bit loose from Lindsay Smith, I have to say. It was a bit easy for India's captain to find the boundary. And 129 for 2.
Yeah, she's really struggling, Lindsay. I'm not really sure what's going on, but she's really is just bowling into that short, wide area and getting hit out to deep cover and deep point a lot. And I think, when you just got to admit defeat, that you can't quite find your line and adjust your field to it. But no, they're staying strong. That deep point has not gone out, so sticking with it, but hopefully she can adjust her line.
Smith again drops it a little bit short, and it's easily played off the back foot down the ground from Harmanpreet Kaur, who moves to 22 towards Sophie Eccleston, who has been outstanding today, I have to say, and the stats back it up too. 58% of her deliveries across the 7 overs would have gone on to hit the stumps, the 3rd highest of any ODI of her career to date. The 9th most economical performance, apparently. In comes Lindsay Smith, punch towards short extra cover, and there'll be no run. Charlie Dean fields.
Sometimes wonder whether, I know Sophie and Eccles bowling, Eccles and Dean bowling in tandem is great, but it just leaves the next pair quite open.
Hit off the outside edge, looking to go downtown. It goes skewing towards short third. Unusual looking shot that, and Filer will field. End of the over, 27 gone. It is 131 for 2. So what you're saying is you'd split them up as a partnership, maybe?
Potentially, with a lot of the team lacking control right, it's just a bit of a worry. Where if the batters know that Eccles and Dean come on at that particular time, and you got to maybe drop the anchor a bit and see those two their little spell off, but really cash in then when you're in either side of it. It's a bit too, known. Like there's no. I feel like that obviously the best thing about bowling, you've got to build pressure. Even if you don't get a wicket, as long as you've gone at a low economy, you've just helped the next pair.
Yeah.
So there's always got to be a build-on effect. It can't be on off on off on off. So it just worries me a little bit where that will come from.
Filer running in and bowling for the far end of the ground. It's punched off the back foot easily enough out towards short cover for 1 nicely taken run. India 132 for 2 under the grey skies of Durham. And I say that as the County Durham. I know we're in Chester Street, and I'm going to be boring again and say I do know that, because I know it's very important to people listening, that this is Chester Street as a venue. And you go through the rather gloriously named village of Pity Me on your way from Durham to here. In comes Filer and gets a Harmonpreet in a
dear.
bit of a tangle, and that is one of the most ludicrous LBW shouts I've ever seen, I think. Even
Yeah.
from our suboptimal angle, you
And
could
she's
see that.
asking Nat if she should refer.
I mean, that was going
No.
over.
I mean, it's going down as well. This is.
No, they won't, will they? No.
She didn't let her look at the other one either, with good reason. It was missing leg and probably.
I
an
get the
inside
impression
edge.
Filer's not trusted on the old
No, but
review
neither
front.
is Sophie. I'd like to know Sophie's stat on how many we've referred for her and how many were actually out.
Because you were immaculate, obviously.
I actually was 100% record if you'd like to check my stats.
Well, hold on a minute.
I've actually been conned out of 100 wickets.
This is banged in short and hit away firmly. Into the leg side it goes. Out towards Lindsay Smith on the boundary at square leg. 1 run taken. Well,
You know, Henry, if I'd have had DRS for the first 10 years of my career, maybe 15, I'd had at least 400 more.
I think at least.
Maybe 1,000.
I think
So many more.
I think that goes without saying.
They were very tight back in the day. Very.
Dill on 33. Waits for Lauren Filer, who's into her 7th over, none for 34 so far. And she runs in past the umpire. Well, that is too short, I would fancy. And is signalled wide by the square leg umpire. It goes ballooning over the head of Harleen Duell. It was sort of delivery that, had it been a foot or so fuller, it might have been threatening, but as it was, it went sailing on over. Right, oh my goodness me.
That's no way is that not going out. It's pitched halfway down.
They have
I don't blame Jackie for that one. That's a first.
pushed into the offside. Be nice. Out towards deep cover point for a single. Why we are reacting like that is ball tracking says on that LBW shout, both of us said
3
was
reds.
ludicrous.
Shocking.
It would have been out.
Yeah.
So they say.
So, just to let everyone know, it did pitch very short. Filer is 6 foot, and supposedly that's hitting the top of leg stump.
Well.
And that is very out. If we look side on, it's hitting her thigh.
It's hitting the
thigh pad, but she
above
is
it.
deep in the crease, which we didn't notice. To be honest, she was quite deep in her crease, so that would obviously take out a little bit of the height.
1 taken into the leg side. Another 1 for the notepad. I mean, it would have been out, but I don't blame
No.
England not reviewing that.
No. I mean, yeah, and based on, I don't know. Honestly, I'm very confused. Yeah.
Had a shocker there.
But then everybody else's has a shocker. Amy's had a shocker, Nat's had a shocker, Jackie's had a shocker. We've all had a shocker.
Not having it. Next delivery is defended by Harleen Duell. It's one of those ones I've looked at. I think I'm not sure.
To be fair, we're the only 2 that are allowed to have had a shocker then.
28 overs gone, 136 for 2 as that's pushed into the offside. Goodness me. So England twice now could have had Harleen Duell out LBW. They didn't review one that was pad first from a Sophie Eccleston delivery, and now I mean it's you've got to say it's
You'd be fuming as well, because I
You
can
would.
tell you, within about 6 balls of that happening, you get told, yeah, and so she'll be stewing.
well she will be, but I think it was one of those where, to all intents and purposes, from every angle,
Yeah.
it looked like it shouldn't be out.
Yeah.
And the ball tracking says, Phil, you didn't contribute at this point, and now you're sitting there being like, well, I could have told you that was out. Don't give me that nonsense.
You didn't just say you didn't think it was out. Your words, it's an absolute shocker. It's a
Shocker,
howler.
yeah.
I don't know, but one
Well,
of the worst appeals you've ever seen.
I know, and then we banged on about how many more wickets you would have had.
I'd just like everyone to know at the time we were at deep 3rd man, so obviously we shouldn't really be comment. But from like the actual height of it, we were like, no way.
It looked at
It didn't it?
It looked ridiculous.
And we've seen enough of these, you know, Phil, from deep 3rd man to know which ones are and which ones aren't. But
Well, also, the reaction from the England fielders, only Filer was interested. We're going to see Lauren Bell into the attack. She's bowled 4 overs, none for 27. Phil, you were telling us earlier her stats haven't been that stellar, actually, of late.
No, when you have a quick look at the ODIs over this summer, very, very similar to Kate Cross across kind of all the metrics that you'd look at in terms of their stats.
This is a full delivery, worked behind square, into the leg side it goes. 1 run taken. Harmonpreet Kaur moves to 25. It's 137 for 2.
Yeah, before today, they'd both Cross and Bell had played 4 games. taken 3 wickets. Cross at 50 apiece, Bell at 55 apiece, both with an economy in the 5s. Cross with a strike rate of 54, Bell with a strike rate of 62. So, yeah.
Well, there you go. Harleen Dill waits on 34. Here comes Lauren Bell, and forward in defence comes the India number 3. We're in the 29th over already, and I say that because the amount of spin we've seen means we have rattled on through. Highlights of this match available at 11 p.m, so you can watch the Lionesses.
Oh yeah.
Follow that action.
Yeah, we need to get this game needs to roll on so we can get to that.
Well, closer play scheduled to be 10 to 8, so we should be just about in time. And then you can also watch the highlights of this at your leisure if you don't want to stay up until 11 p.m. Driven down the ground, but straight to the hands of short cover in the form of Charlie Dean. And iPlayer, the place to follow today at the test during the men's test match as well. 7 p.m. live on BBC television, but you can just watch it all back. It's a fabulous service, and we'll be on air tomorrow morning from Old Trafford at 10:25 for that men's test match.
Fantastic. How good has the test cricket been?
It's been ace.
I've been absolutely loving it. Everybody's getting their money's worth. I love that as well. 5 days of juicy cricket.
Lauren Bell running it in, banging it in short, and there won't be a run there. This has been a good over from Bell. Just the 1 run from it so far, 137 for 2.
You wouldn't have minded some of that time wasted in the final overs, would you, Catherine?
No. Do you know what? Do you remember? I don't know if you guys were covering that, but the test match we had at the Manuka Oval against the Aussies, the little wide tactic when we needed 12. Was it? No, they were bowling to dunks, short and wide down the leg side.
I remember it. In comes Lauren Bell.
Catch that.
Hammered into the leg side. Lovely looking shot. And there's work to do for Sophia Dunkley. She dives for all she's worth and can't stop it. That's a good shot from Deal to release a little bit of pressure that was building. She moves to 38. It's a 14th 4 of the innings for an India side who started to take a few more chances. 141 for 2.
Maybe Harleen thought that a ball coming has her name on it with those 2 LBWs, just deciding to really hack across the line there. Not a terrible ball from Lauren Bell at all. Probably going on to hit top of middle stump. So yeah, definitely taking a little bit of a risk.
In comes Lauren Bell. Final ball of the 29th over is again a little bit shorter. Nicely just punched towards Charlie Dean in the covers for 1 run. Deal will keep the strike. She's played really nicely so far. 39 off 55, 142 for 2. And of course in test matches, wides aren't called with quite the vociferousness of white ball cricket, and so I can see why that would have frustrated you, Catherine.
Yeah, well, at the beginning we just thought, oh, she's a bit tired, she's bowling a lot of wides now, and then next minute we thought, no, in fact she's really not, and then it got a little bit sour and a little bit rubbish, because it was, you just don't see that kind of cricket anymore, do you know what I mean? You're actually trying to get them out.
So explain what the benefit was from Australia's point of view, because you were chasing a small target to win the game.
Sophia Dunkley was well and truly in. She was hitting the ball aggressively and was going to continue to do so. And then, when you cannot make something happen in a test match, when something's not happening in a test match, i.e. you can't get them out, and you implement something. So most of the time it's the short ball game, isn't it? Or you put everybody out, you try and entice the one and get the number 10, 11 on strike. And we had this situation, and then instead of them trying to get Sophia out or get her off strike, they just decided to try and bowl dots in the form of wides that weren't given wides. So
slowed England up. The game was into its final day.
But it worked because it frustrated Dunks, and also they did it by doing it via short balls, and she doesn't like the short ball, and it actually got out to a short ball.
Here's Sophie Eccleston into her 8th over. 1 for 14 so far, so going at 2s, which is outstanding. And the first ball that she bowls to Harleen Dill from round the wicket to the right hander is clipped towards Siva Brunt at mid wicket. And there is no run. 142 for 2.
It's quite clear she needs a wicket, isn't it? Nat bringing her wicket taker back in, trying to encourage, while Harleen Dill's looking aggressive.
Next ball is pushed up towards mid-off and bobbles and bounces towards Alice Davidson-Richards, who collects cleanly. And we've got fielders on the leg side boundary. England just trying to build a little bit of pressure, mid-on and mid-off up, encouraging the shot down the ground.
I don't know if I've seen any spill. Spin? Has there been any spin, Phil?
In comes Eccleston. This is swept hard out towards the deep. On the leg side it goes. And it'll go trickling towards Lindsay Smith, who fields out there in front of the pavilion. And 1 run is taken. Deal moves to 40. 143 for 2, midway through the 30th.
Yeah, they normally come up with those degrees of spin, don't they? They compare it.
We'll see what we can find from...
I'd say this would be not much at all, if anything, going on with the arm.
Here is next delivery from Eccleston, nudged into the onside. 1 run taken. Is it? No, not quite. So, we've been talking about it on air, and we're going to get some DRS success rates stats for you.
No!
Wow, yeah, well, you've made a big call now, haven't you? Eccleston tosses it up.
Yes.
It's driven towards Dunkley at short cover. No run. So
The only bit that you won't know, though, is who referred it. Because, like you say, only the captain can, but actually, that's not the case if you're in the conversation on the pitch.
Next delivery, in comes Eccleston, drilled away through the offside. That's a lovely shot.
Yes.
Harmanpreet Kaur crashes it through cover and picks up a boundary to conclude the 30th over with the India total standing at 147 for 2. Really lovely shot, that one.
That is a beautiful cover drive. No chance of anybody stopping that. Great position, great timing. Head down, wait for the ball to come to her, full stride, easy as you like, out the middle of the bat. Sophie Eccleston, thank you very much.
Well, Sophie Eccleston in ODIs has a success rate on reviews of 14%. Catherine Sibberbrunt, 20%, which is approximately 80% lower than the suggested figure from her earlier on, where she had reviews available, obviously a far lower sample size. And 79% of the time, Eccleston loses a review when she asks for one off her bowling.
Correct.
So there you go.
That is incorrect, I'm just saying.
But Catherine, you had 100% before DRS, didn't you? That's when your 100% was.
In comes Lauren Bell. Nicely worked into the offside, out towards backward point. There'll be no run. Thank you to Rufus Buller, who's looking after our stats. And deep dives into those longer term things that we can get stuck into. It's good fun.
You've got to let me defend myself. So I am 100%. I know it because I lived and breathed all those referrals, and it was either umpire's call, which gives me it back, or Heather referred it, not me.
This is a short delivery which has been spooned up in the air out rather extraordinarily out towards deep third, where Lauren Filer has a sit down before the ball arrives. I'm not quite sure how that happened, and then the throw comes into Amy Jones. I think she lost her footing.
No, I'll tell you what happened. She came in, and as you know, have you ever heard anybody shout spin when the ball goes up? So the ball went up quite a lot. It was always going to go to her left, and she went to the right of it and had to stop very abruptly, but did, like you said, have a 1-2 second sit down while she thought about what she'd done.
I loved it.
And they took 2 in the process.
149 for 2. In comes Lauren Bell. Very straight approach, runs in. It's played off the back foot nicely out towards deep cover for a single. Deal moves to 43.
I'm not sure I'd have been as impressed as Lauren Bell was if she'd sat down whilst they were running 2 off my bowling.
Well, this is the other point in this whole review thing, Catherine, is...
Yeah, let me just tell you that the whole thing with Heather referring, so it'd be like, we've got 2 left and it's the last 2 overs of the game, let's just refer it. And I'm telling you, it's not out. I don't want to refer it. And she's like, no, let's just do it anyway. That's where my record's gone.
150 for 2. Here is Lauren Bell. Work down the leg side, and she missed out rather there, Harmanpreet Kaur, as it just comes off a little thin part of the bat and through to the gloves of Amy Jones on the bounce. However, I don't, because I know that these days you're a very quiet, demure, peaceful individual.
Mother,
it's changed you entirely. On the field, if it was me and you said, I want to review, I think I would say yes, Catherine. Would you like both of them?
That would be very smart of you.
It worked away into the offside, off the back foot, out towards Beaumont, who fields out there on the offside. 152 2 for 2 is 151 for 2, forgive me, is the score. Phil?
But Henry, what Catherine's asking us to believe, you and I, is that she wrapped someone on the pad late on in the innings and didn't want to review it.
Yeah, because I like I said, well, I don't want to waste no one's time. If I only do it when I'm right. I mean, when
This is short and wide and signalled as such, 152 for 2. What is with you and Hartley, who claims she's only ever been wrong 3 times in her life? She won't reveal what those times were, but I dread to think, bearing in mind some
in
of the...
life or
yeah,
in
in everything.
Oh, right.
Bearing in mind some of the examples of behaviour I've seen from Alex, I'm not entirely convinced
No
about
one needs
that.
to know. We're terrified. No, I'm telling you, I'm 100%. If it was out, I would ask for it. And if it weren't, I wouldn't.
Here is Lauren Bell bowling and pushed off the back foot towards Charlie Dean. There'll be no run. End of the over, 31 gone, 152 for 2. So what you're saying, Catherine, is if you thought it was out and Heather said, no, I don't think we're going to review this, you would have been very calm about it.
Oh no, I would be like, no, I'm telling you it's out. So you don't get, I don't get the final decision.
No.
But I can bring one that sticks out vividly in my memory.
Well, tell Emily Wins I'm getting out the way, and then you're going to be replaced by Danny Hazel.
Yep.
With the score at 152 for 2. I'm going to keep listening, however.
So I'll give you the story, right? West Indies series, Derby, Barbados, and I'm bowling to Chanel Henry. She's looking like she wants to hit it to the moon, so I give her the one out the back of the hand. Beautiful line and length, just
never in doubt.
Sort of like, wrong and back in. Definitely out. I've gone mental. Sue said not out.
Yep, classic Sue.
You've always got to question Sue. Anyway, Heather was like, oh no, I don't think so. Amy thinks it's going down. And I'm like, no, it's out. Guess what?
Out.
Obviously plumb.
That's driven by Harman.
But she wouldn't let me refer it. So this is all I'm trying to say. I'm telling you, my record is perfect.
I feel like we need to find some evidence of. There's got to be angry Catherine Sciver-Brunt wanting an appeal. So that's defended by Harmanpreet Kaur to mid-wicket. Will be no run. As we're joined by the face of Durham cricket, Danny Hazel.
Let's start well, Winnie. Come on.
As Eccleston into Harmanpreet, driven again to extra cover, no run, pressure from Eccleston. For the listeners that don't know, we're in an opposite position of power right now. Danny Hazel is my head coach at Durham, and obviously I'm a player myself, so we could go some interesting avenues here, as that's driven nicely, stopped well by Emma Lamb at cover. So again, another dot ball from Eccleston. It's your home ground, Danny. I'm going to start with a nice question.
Go on then.
India 152 for 2, 18.2 overs remain. What is going to be a good score here from India, and what is going to be chaseable for England? As defended again into the offside.
I would say if I was India, you'd want to be pushing to try and get beyond 300. I think that's a pretty good place to be, both for a mental point of view as well.
That's driven beautifully through the offside by Harmanpreet Kaur. No fielder out. Emma Lamb diving, can't stop that. She moves to 34, 156 for 2.
Yeah, and on that, I would say it's looked a pretty good pitch, to be fair. If anything, the outfield now is probably getting a little bit faster. It's obviously had quite a bit of rain over the last few days, so I think a little bit more speed in that outfield probably gives you another 20 runs, maybe. But I think anything over 300 is going to be a very, very challenging afternoon for England, especially with India playing I think it's the 4 spinners, so I think that's going to be a huge part of this game. They've probably been the standout bowlers for England. The 3, especially Sophie Eccleston and Charlie Dean, have been the standout 2 spinners. So yeah, I think that'll be where they'll be looking, probably in for a bit of an exciting last 18 overs.
And Eccleston, crucially as well, only has 1 remaining of her allotted 10, as Bell in short and pushed into the offside. Good running by Dill. She comes through for a quick single. She's on to 44, 157 for 2, India.
Yeah, these two are building quite a dangerous partnership now, and I think it's still obviously quite a bit of batting to come, so I think them fireworks are set up towards that back end to be a pretty exciting finish.
And I guess Nat Sciver-Brunt
bowling Eccleston her 9 overs so soon in this game. She's obviously hunting for a wicket. There's Bell in again. That's pushed over the offside. Big swing. Dunkley comes round at deep mid-wicket. Doesn't pick it up cleanly, so it allows them to come back for a couple.
Yeah, that's the danger. I think you obviously know Sophie Eccleston is the primary bowler, and you bring her back on to try and break a partnership, but equally then you leave yourself with now potentially 15-16 overs without her to bowl towards that back end. So, but they do. You've got Lindsay Smith's got plenty of overs, obviously more, played a lot of T20 cricket, and that probably them skills going to come in towards this back end.
Bell over the wicket, big swing again from Harman. Precourt, she's showing some intent this over against Lauren Bell.
I think the button might be getting pressed relatively soon. They've got a brilliant platform, haven't they? And if somebody like Harman gets going, it could be quite interesting.
Good crowd in here. They've blocked off one stand, so one side of the ground looks empty, but there's a hustle and bustle under the pavilion to our left. There's Bellin, shorter ball, played up and over the offside. Lindsay Smith reaching, but Tammy Beaumont quick off the boundary there at deep cover, does well to keep that to a single. Deal to 45, 161 for 2 India. Bell as well at this stage is looking at her death bowling, isn't she? Bowling into the pitch, using her bouncers.
Yeah, it's big square, isn't it? So if you can, take pace off the ball, get the ball into the middle of the pitch, you've got a chance of potentially getting yourself caught deep square leg if you can get a good bouncer in there.
Bell charging in again, slower ball into the wicket, laid behind square. Dunkley has the fielding out on the boundary rope, keeps it to a single again. Pace off there though, that didn't get up, did it? That didn't get through.
Yeah, pace off, and again a little bit slower into the outfield. I think it could turn out that twos are going to be majorly important in this game, and I think if England's learning from this first half is if we get the ball out into the outfield, we can run hard, we can put a lot of pressure on the fielders.
Bell again shorter, that's up in the air. This should be taken. 2 fielders under it. Nat Sivabrunt takes the catch.
And again, ball into the pitch. You set your field to do that. It's a well ball bouncer and it's created doubt in the batter, and hopefully England can now open and end up and create some dots or some pressure.
Yeah, wicket at a crucial time. India 162 for 3. Duel has to go for a well played 45. Just as that partnership was building, England have found a breakthrough, and with that we'll get drinks as well. The groundsmen running onto the field to do their jobs of sweeping the ends. I never understand this in the middle of a game, Danny. Remarking the lines. We don't have that in our cricket.
Can't keep them busy.
They said limelight on the camera.
Yeah. They're normally just sitting up in there, aren't they, waiting, hoping it doesn't rain. No, I think it's, I think India would probably take this position that they're currently in. They've got some powerhouse batting still to come, so. But I think that's maybe a lesson for England straight up. They're going to take pace off. It's going to be hard to hit the ball, out to big boundaries. India are going to have to want to get up and down and run twos. So I think that's probably a direction that they're going to go into the next, the next 10, 12 overs really.
And then I guess crucially when England look to come to bat, obviously India opting to play 4 spinners. Could be quite challenging to score. The skillful bowlers India have, big outfield, and it's been in the spotlight, isn't it, how England play slow bowling, how England play spin.
Yeah, and it's sort of looked at when the spinners have took a bit of pace off the ball. That's looked hard. It's going to has spun a little bit. But I think we talk about when here can we hold the stumps? Can you change pace? But as long as the ball's kind of hitting the stumps as much as you can, that's going to create doubt, and that creates the batter to potentially have to play across the line. If you can get the batters hitting in one area, you can control one area. So yeah, I don't think the pitch isn't going to change much. I think it's just going to be what learnings both the fielding side and the batting side can take from the first innings really.
I'm also going to put you under the pump. World Cup squad. Don't worry, it's not going to be about Durham. I'm not going to ask you to bat up the order. Who are you taking on that plane?
Well, these are probably your 3 primary spinners. Opportunity here for Lindsay Smith, who hasn't played as much 50 over cricket. She's probably building and learning 50 over cricket. Obviously got a very good record in T20s, so the more experience they can get into her, and your two other primary spinners, Eccleston's she's the best in the world on her day, and I think now we're starting to. The first few games when she came back, she's probably maybe a little bit rusty, but now you're seeing the best of her. She's carrying at 9 overs, 1 for 23, and Charlie Dean as well has had a really good last few years. So I think they're the primary ones. It's probably where they go with seamers, I would say. Seamers who can, like Lauren Bell there, can take pace off the ball, can get the ball to bounce, on arguably flatter wickets. If you can get somebody who can move the ball sideways, somebody who can get the ball bouncing, that's a huge advantage. So I think spin's gonna play a big part in it, but how they balance their seamers is probably more of the interesting question, I would say.
And not necessarily looking to this World Cup, but is there anyone, obviously you're on the domestic circuit a lot, that we're talking seamer primarily, that I guess excites you, that we think, or potentially you would look to have it in future England squads?
I'll stick local because I see a lot of her. We've had young Grace Thompson come into our group this year. She's just turned 18 years old. She's got a long way to learn. But if you're looking,
you're going to say long levers, because you're certainly that as well.
I think you're looking for certain attributes. Like on a flat wicket, can you get the ball to bounce? On a flat wicket, can you get the ball to move sideways? So when you're looking at young bowlers, that'll be what I'd be looking for. Can they create something out of arguably international weights, which are very flat?
Just players at back waiting. Sophie Eccleston has the ball in hand for a final over. She bowls round the wicket and played to mid-wicket. They think about a quick single, though it was a yes-no, but they come through comfortably in the end.
So this would be an over that as a batter you're thinking, I can lower my risk here. If we get out of this unscathed, we can then push on towards that back end. England, if they can get themselves a wicket, if they can open up, that obviously quiet down the next few. So quite an important 5 balls here.
New batter Jemima Rodrigues on strike as she pushes forward and defends into the offside. It's one of those as a head coach, you'd be sat there going, she's got 4 balls left. She's got 4 balls left. Don't do anything stupid.
Yeah, this is the ones you look at and think, you're looking at the context of the game. This is England throwing a punch, isn't it?
Eccleston in again, defended. Big stride from a small statured Jemima Rodrigues.
I'm counting down, it's another 3.
What camp are you in then?
I think there's a coach. I'm thinking, which way would I want to go here? I know I want a wicket, but I know I can't give a wicket away.
But just one fielder's out on the deep mid-wicket boundary as that's pushed into the offside again in defence. And that shows you how well Eccleston's bowled, isn't it? To only have one fielder out on the boundary at this stage of a game.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, she's at her best, she's a superstar, isn't she? She can create things out of nothing.
She then again floats it up, trying to tease him, but that's a good shot by Rodrigues. Just timed through the offside, just a push, and that races to the boundary for 4.
And that's that balance, isn't it? You're trying to create pressure, so you understand why she's kind of brought the field up. They know if they get one more wicket, they can really get into them. But you just, it's a great shot. I mean, that's missing leg stump. It's an unbelievable shot. And I think, yeah, you're right. It's just a fine balance. The game's just swaying at the minute, and I think we're not sure which way it's going to sway.
Eccleston in again and defends. So that's the end of her spell. India 167 for 3, and there's going to be a warm applause here from this Durham crowd.
Yeah, she's bowled really well. 10 overs, 1 for, I think it's 128, 20, I can't see that far, I've got bad eyes. She's bowled excellent, and she's the one that that leads this attack. And she's probably a little bit frustrated, a couple of towards the back end and over where she's got driven, but she's got driven because she's trying to create an opportunity for the team. And there's some, when sometimes you're trying to do that, you can leak a boundary, but the same ball gets nicked off and the game completely changes. So, but no, it's an excellent spell from her on a good pitch.
Yeah, but crucially for India, they've got 16 overs to navigate now without that threat of England's #1 bowler, Sophie Eccleston. Lauren Bell will continue. She's into her 8th over. She bowls, and that's pushed nicely. Traditional cricket shot through the offside for a single. Phil?
Let me tell you about Harmanpreet Kaur. She's reached 4,000 runs in Women's One Day International. She's the 17th batter to do so. We might see the 18th later on today. Nat Sivabrunt needs 6 more to reach 4,000. Harmanpreet, in terms of innings faced, second slowest to do so. After, only slower, Heather Knight. But don't tell her I said that.
Have you got her out in your time, Danny Harmanpreet? Fell in, that's pulled nicely. Shorter delivery.
I played with her at back in the KSL days, actually.
Did you?
Yeah, it was a good few years ago now.
Can't be that long, come on, Danny. How long have you not been playing for now?
When did I retire? 2018?
You're looking at me like,
I know, I'm looking at you like
should I know that?
Yeah. West Indies T20 World Cup, that was the last time I played for England. I think that was 2018.
Here we go, Phil will help us out. Berlin, and that's pulled, that splits mid-wicket and mid-on. That'll race away for 4. Harmanpreet Kaur on to 44. She's dangerous when she's still at the crease for India. 173 for 3.
I know at this point this is, we're getting into danger territory, but this is a good wicket. Like, if England can be disciplined at this back end and keep them to around a 280, that's not, that'll be par for me. So I think if you're really disciplined in this last kind of 15 overs.
Bell in again into the pitch, and that's played down to Emma Lamb at fine leg. Just be a single. She's on to 45. Score 174 for 3.
Yeah, November 2018. Where's that time gone?
Did I lose to Australia World Cup final again by any chance? Yeah, story of my life, that one.
Come on then, let's go. I want best international Danny Hazelwood. Surely you've got some wickets that stick out for you. They don't necessarily have to be against India, but if they are, even better, as that's played to fine leg for a single again.
Well, I think we mentioned my favourite one before. In Nagpur. I think, T20 cricket was probably a bit more of where I was, and what, I probably love the battle of T20 cricket. 50 over cricket, I didn't play as many games, but equally, my favourite place was probably bowling in Sri Lanka. It was great fun bowling out there. It always spun quite a lot.
Ball in again, and that's played to mid-wicket for a dot ball, crucial at this stage.
But again, quite a few tours of India. It was a great place to go and a great place to explore, and such a place that loves cricket. You can't knock that. Quite a few trips there, and some really enjoyable times and really enjoyable experiences, and that's what you remember. I don't necessarily remember many wickets or all of them, but it's just the experiences that you get going to all these countries, really.
Yeah, when Catherine Sivabrunt sits next to me, she can tell me every single one of her wickets, including how the line and length she bowled slower balls, and it should have been reviewed, and all of this, and you can't remember your wickets.
No, you don't get too much of that from me. You think it's No, I enjoyed the experiences of always, being on these tours and meeting all these different people, and there was obviously some good times and there's some challenging times, and some of these girls that are out there now playing, they're at such a young stage of their career, and the opportunities out there now are massive.
Jealous in any way?
No, I don't want to do it again. No.
You sure? I feel like we could tempt you to play one game in a Durham shirt, Danny. As Lindsay Smith into the attack, bowls, and that's paddled nicely by Rodrigues. Tammy Beaumont comes round at fine leg, and they come back for a couple.
I've told you, one of my biggest fears is we go to an away game and 2 or 3 people go down at once, and everybody's looking round, and I'm thinking it's me or the physio. So
I think we're up for you on the cricket point of view, Danny. I can't lie to you. 177 for 3. India. I still think you could do a job with the ball.
In the mind, yeah, not so much the body.
Smith round the wicket again, goes for the paddle, doesn't get hold of it.
Danny, you got one batter out 3 times in one-day internationals. Do you know who that was?
No.
That's not a bad one. Chamari Atapatu.
Oh yeah, left-hander. See,
in the back pocket.
Left-handers. I did enjoy vote left-hander, but that's every classic off-spinner, isn't it?
Lindsay Smith, left arm round the wicket with a slow left arm, played to mid-wicket again, no run. Eccleston does the fielding.
When everybody started sweeping on you, that was the time to get out. All these paddles and stuff, it's time to get out.
Smith tosses the ball from one hand to the other into her 5th over, and that's played back to mid-on. Will be no run.
She's bowled well in this bit here. She took a little bit of pace off it. Well, she's maybe a little bit quick in her first spell, but probably learnt from Soph and from Charlie Dean. Just a little bit of pace off, and it's a bit harder to hit.
Change of ends as well from Smith in this spell. Defended by Rodrigues. If you see a textbook full defence, it was that. I don't see too many of those these days. 1 ball remains. The 36th over. They're dropping a fielder back at long off. Smith in again, goes for the paddle. Rodrigues gets hold of it, but Beaumont's behind square, and they just keep it to a single. So Rodrigues will keep the strike. 178 for 3 India. 14 overs remain. Rodrigues there on 9, Harmanpreet on 45. It's been a pleasure, Danny. I'll leave you to the capable hands of Prakash.
She's still at Durham, everybody, don't worry about it.
Looks like you're trying to be persuaded into doing stuff that you may not necessarily want to do now, eh?
Oh, no. I'm quite comfortable on this side of the rope these days now.
178 for 3, 14 to go. What do you think is a kind of total on this surface that India would?
I think 300 is actually the dream number, but with maybe the outfield and just takes a little bit off that. So if India can add another 100 to this, I think they'd be very happy with where they are.
Run a ball a little more than that, then gets them to that. We'll wait and watch. Charlie Dean's back in the attack, and Rodrigues just defends quietly. Harmanpreet finally seems to be getting just a few runs. I hope I don't put the mockers on her, but she's 45. It's been a while since she got there, isn't it, Phil? Here's Dean again. Tosses this one up and it's swept. She really does sweep well. Gets very low and manages to roll her wrists over it as she does. 178 for 3.
Yeah, we mentioned it earlier. 19 innings in international cricket that Harmanpreet Kaur hasn't reached 50. So, as you say, let's hope you've not put the mockers on them, Prakash.
Well, we shall find out, won't we? Here's Charlie Dean to the Indian skipper, and she's launched this over the top of mid-on. 2, 3, 4 bounces into the boundary, and that'll take her to 49. And the total up to 183. And the big smile on Jimmy Rodrigues' face shows it. I think when the captain's in good form and striking it well, it just brings everyone together, doesn't it?
Yeah, she's built really nicely here, actually. Probably, quite a controlled start, but now she's got the measure of the pitch, and now probably looking to really kick on, and probably the key to India maybe getting towards that 300.
You'd think so. Dean bowls and it's turned away nicely, and that'll be her 50. I'll let Phil tell you all about it, but a very welcome 50 for the Indian captain as all the women's teams around the world prepare themselves for the 50 over World Cup.
Yeah, 50 from 54 balls for the Indian captain, included 7 fours.
So I would think that those last 40 odd runs came in real quick time, because she was 8 or 9 of 20 at one stage. Let you work that out as Rodrigues settles over a bat and waits for Dean, who's in past the umpire. Bowls slightly flatter, quicker, worked away square for a single.
Yeah, she had 10 off 22, so her last 40 runs have come off 30 balls.
That's more like the Harmanpreet of old.
Yeah. But I think I'd say that's a reflection of this pitch. If you give yourself an opportunity, then you can really cash in, but you've probably got to respect the pitch for 10 or 12 balls, and then it becomes, a lot easier to score.
Yeah, much easier. Pushed up towards long on for a single to end the over. 180 6 for 3. 37 now gone. But isn't that almost any surface? I mean, you always say, don't you, that you need a few balls. Sighters, yes, the number of balls may vary depending on the format and the situation.
Yeah, I think, there's some pitches you can turn up and it might take you 3 or 4 balls to feel actually this is really nice and it's coming on really nicely. This one's probably been undercover for a little bit, so you think it might be 9 to 10 balls, and you feel like you've got a little bit of a measure of the pitch. But she's definitely earned the right now to put herself and her team in a really good position, and again is probably the key to them putting a above par scorer.
Well, you would think that these two, and then with if needed Richa Ghosh and Deepthi to follow, there is some batting still to come. But yes, these two will probably be the centre of that innings. Here's Smith, who's certainly the first over she bowled from this end was much tighter, and she is now into her 6th. Bowls to Harman, who leans back and plays a nice looking shot on the back foot. Just feel that there's a flow and a rhythm to her batting now, which was a little bit scratchy through the last few months.
Yeah, I think sometimes maybe not as much game time sometimes
Possibly.
Can take a little bit of time to get going, but I'm sure this is putting her in good stead heading towards the World Cup.
Smith now to Rodriguez bowls, and she sweeps. This one's gone up in the air, but clear of the two fielders on the onside on the boundary. They'll thought about the second for a moment and then changed their mind, so it's 188 for 3.
Yeah, Jemmy's a whip, isn't she? She loves to get up and down. She's very fast between the wickets. She's a really good sweeper of the ball. They probably got opposite. Harman looks to hit down the wicket, looks strong shot. Jemmy's looks to sweep.
Smith again. How beautiful, delicate touch that will run down below us here. Don't think the fielder she might just be able to drag it in. Once again, the point that you made, Danny, about the heaviness of the outfield with all the rain that's been around, and they'll take 3.
Yeah, and I think going into the second innings, there's a lot of learnings that both teams can take. I think as a batter, it is going to dry out a little bit more. You got to hit pockets, you run 2s. Equally as a bowling unit, it's looked like when Pearce has come off the ball, it's been a lot harder to score. So I think there's both areas that teams can learn from.
Smith again now into Rodriguez, who with the back foot this time punches it deep to the covers. They'll take 1, inching over towards that 200 number in the 38th over. A couple of very pleasing drives, Harmanpreet today. And mind you, when she came in, Eccleston was right in the middle of that very miserly spell. I think 2 or 3 overs, she gave away 2 runs. This one's short, and it's punched off the back foot for another run into the covers. They'll take the single that's on offer.
I mean, we'll never really know the answer to, but how India played Eccleston. Is that how they were trying to maybe set the game up in terms of
possible?
If we can control Sophie Eccleston, we can control the rest of the game. But she did bowl very, very well.
Forward and defence dabbed away. There's smart running between the wickets, these two. Rodriguez is a very, very quick. She's small, but the power and the timing that she brings to her game is often misunderstood. Don't ever let size determine that. She's phenomenal between the wickets, times the ball well, and is a real fighter.
Yeah, I mean, we had Jemmy at the KSL and in the 100, and I was pleasantly surprised at how hard she hit the ball. And she's a great human. She loves wants to
music,
learn. She loved to was always wanting to help other people as well. So and then when you get people in them sorts of competitions, as a player as well and as a coach as well, you just want to listen to them. But she was really good at how she thinks about the game, how she sets up her own game.
Certainly, she's ready now to face Charlie Dean, who tosses this one up. She's sweeping, probably got her pad well outside the off stump, which she would have, and there is no run. But Dean taking her on, giving that one air above the eye line, saying go on. Chance of a mistake, well outside the line. He's got two fielders catching deep on the onside. Mid wicket and a square leg. This one's a better delivery. Defended. She was looking for it, was Rodriguez, but wasn't there. That's the only thing one can often say about her, that sometimes you appear that she's very premeditated on that lap or the sweep. There's Dean again to Rodrigues bowls, and she defends. It's good bowling, this. And a little bit of cat and mouse there from the skipper.
Yeah, well, a little bit of pressure here, and it's probably it's a big 2 or 3 balls now.
Yes, absolutely. Can the batter keep her cool, or will Dean have something up her sleeve? Bowls, and this time she sweeps and gets the run she was looking for. But it's been 3 dot balls before that, so this could be a good over if they can keep Harmanpreet quiet. 195 for 3, Harmanpreet 56, Rodrigues on 15. Yeah, talking about Jemmy, she's a Mumbai girl. Mumbai cricket and Mumbai cricketers, both men and women, are, I think, a slightly different breed because it's just so competitive out there. Dean bowls and Harman goes deep in her crease and taps it away around the corner for a single to shot backward square. We'll be happy with just a single.
Oh no, she was very competitive in our time when she was with us. She was you would never kind of think of all that, she likes to have fun off the field, and that's absolutely brilliant, but you put her in a competitive scenario and she was well up for it.
Yep, she very much is. 196 for 3. Here's Dean bowls, and Rodrigues works it away square and will get the run she wanted on this occasion. 197 for 3. Now 39 overs have been bowled. Jemimah Rodrigues is on 16, and Harmanpreet Kaur, the Indian captain, her first knock of 50 in 19 innings, is now on 57. So Alex, just a thought that she's probably been told that you're going to go see her sometime today.
Who?
Has got Harmanpreet to score the most number of runs she's got in 19 innings.
Well,
That's the effect you have on people, eh?
It's just that will she, won't she? She'll only come down if I score runs. I know what she's like.
There you go.
No, she's batted very, very sensibly, hasn't she?
She has, certainly. Here's Smith to Rodrigues, and she plays it square, no runs. So India, 197 for 3, 40th over in progress. I'd be disappointed if they don't get close to that 260, 280 kind of score. Comes forward, does Jemmy. This is good bowling. She dragged it back. It's a 2 dot balls. I was just saying to Danny, sometimes with Jimmy, you sense that it's all premeditated, and so you can maybe just hold it back and build some pressure. As Demi in off the back foot, punched away, and there will be no run. So 3 dots again.
Yeah, I often find with Jemmy is the fact that she's got all the shots. Sometimes she wants to play them all. 6 shots, 6 different balls. So you can quieten her down as well, but in T20 cricket in particular, she can be so destructive.
Yep, absolutely. Well, this is a big 2 or 3 balls coming up. She's gone for the sweep. She's probably got outside the line of the off stump again.
Yeah, way outside the line of the off stump.
But clearly, the pressure's just mounting. 4 dot balls.
If they review this is... No, yeah. Okay.
No, they're not.
There was a chat, and I thought, no. Don't be so ridiculous. Not only did she probably hit it, she couldn't be further outside the line if she tried, and it was missing the stumps. So other than that, it's got loads going for it.
Well, worth a review, eh?
Yeah.
Just to be sure that it was missing, but wasn't taken, and that's sensible. Here's Smith. She's built up some pressure now on Rodrigues. She's in, she bowls, and this time she does get the paddle. She's only going to get 1, I think. She wants the second. Harman's not interested, and just as well. Good return comes in. So just the 1 of the over so far. This has been some comeback by Smith. She was fairly expensive when she started off in her first spell. Proof of what he was saying on our monitors there. About 3/4 of Jemmy was outside the line of the off stump. Here's Smith bowls, and Harman off the back foot will not be able to beat extra cover. Dunkley fields, there's no run. It's a very, very good over indeed. So 7 overs now, none for 41. And those last 2 overs, Phil, have been very tidy, haven't they?
Yeah, first 4 overs went for 29, which means next 3, last 3 have gone for 12.
Yeah. Change of ends for as well.
Yes,
those 3 overs.
That might have helped. 198 for 3 now. 60 balls left. So there's conversation between Dunkley and the skipper, while the ball is now with Charlie Dean. She's got 2 overs left, and she's probably going to bowl out here, do you think?
Yeah, they've just got the 5 bowlers today, England, haven't they? So you would think she would bowl out, and then you finish off with the seamers, which is a brave call. Real brave
it has
call.
been easier getting runs off the seamers, clearly.
It's been so much easier off the seamers, and you can see Siva Brunt just putting her hat back on. Looks like she's thinking, but she'll have had this plan in her head for a while now. But they haven't got the luxury of a 6th bowler today, England.
Rodrigues on 17 of 29. She'll want to improve that strike rate if she can. Charlie Dean bowls and she sweeps powerfully. Umpire has to duck at square leg. Sharp reaction, but the fielder was right in the place, so just a single. And there's Demi.
Sorry to the umpire.
Always a good thing to do, I think.
Yeah, you always want to have a little flirt with the umpires. Or I did anyway.
199 for 3. As Dean to Harmanpreet, who's going to take a run. We'll wait for the umpire's signal. Probably leg byes. And it is indeed leg byes. The 200 comes up in the 40th over. Right, then everything's set. 58 balls. And how many can India get? That'll be the question.
Well, they need probably at least a run a ball, you would think, from here.
Well, I mean, like I said, I think if they get less than 275, they're going to be fairly disappointed. This is a very good shot indeed. 1 bounce over, wideish long on for Jemmy Rodrigues. When she launches one of those, she does come across as one of those pocket dynamos, isn't she? She's a relatively small person, but when she gets low and launches that, she stays hit.
Yeah, and what she does so well, like you said, Prakash, she stays low. She's obviously not a big human herself, but she stays low. She uses her power and she almost whips the ball over mid-on.
And that's pushed the fielder onto the boundary from mid-on. And this time she has placed it again very well. She went down on her knee and round the fielder at 45 to the boundary at deep backward square. So back-to-back boundaries, some momentum building for Rodrigues.
Well, this is just a bonus now for India. Absolute bonus. Spin has been quite hard to play today. It's been very economical as a whole. This time, Charlie Dean bowling one from further or closer to the stump, so a little bit further back in the crease.
Yeah, she's again bowls to Rodrigues, who's gone for the reverse sweep, and that might well be the 3rd boundary. Chase on for Filer. I don't think she'll get there. No, she doesn't. So there's 3 boundaries in the over on the trot. Big smile on Harmanpreet Kaur's face. And why not?
Well, it's a surprise to see Harmanpreet smiling, to be honest, isn't it? She's normally so stern out there in the middle. But Jemima Rodrigues has just decided that she's going to have some fun out there. She plays spin so well. It's one of her strengths.
So 212 now for 3. How is Dean going to respond? Last ball of her over. And she comes down the wicket and drives. It's a crowd catch. Section of the crowd thought it was might be something more than just a bump ball at the end of the over. So 41 gone, 212 now for 3. And this looks like it's getting set up for a big finish, unless England can grab a couple of quick wickets here.
You would think that it needs to be a big finish. I think India, the way they batted at Lords was questionable. I didn't like the way they went out, and they didn't look to take the game on. They're in such a good position to accelerate now. They've got the strength and the depth within their batting lineup that if they were to lose one of these 2 in the next 2 overs, it wouldn't be the end of the world. You know, no. They can play their shots, they can play freely now. In an ideal world, you want Jemmy to take the aggressive role, and you want her to take the game on and Harman to bat to the end. That's what I would suggest. As we just see a missed opportunity from Eccleston. Must have been later on in a spell. England have missed a few opportunities today when it comes to LBW decisions.
This must be a terrible feeling, isn't it, when that happens?
Well, there's at least 2 now.
Ooh.
1 each for Harman and Rodrigues as well.
Well, there we are. Here's start of a fresh over from Filer, worked away on the onside. This could have been tight if it had been a clean pickup. at mid-wicket. Who's that? The skipper there, Natsiva Brunt. It's been a problem, isn't it, through the series? I dare say on both teams, but England a few more than India.
Yeah, they've not been their best in the field, have they? They've been sloppy on occasion.
Rodrigues now, who's raced up to 30, that those 3 boundaries on the trot certainly got her strike rate back up where she'd be a lot more comfortable now. She waits for Filer. Third's just been moved a little bit finer, and here's Filer bowls, and it's flicked away nicely down towards mid-wicket, forward of square rather. They'll comfortably take the run on offer. 2-1-4 now for 3. This partnership, seeing on the partnership that Harleen Deol and Harmanpreet had, has given India the position that Alex was just describing, a position from where, if they choose to and if they can really launch towards a big total. Here's Filer into Harmanpreet, who's looking for the pull, doesn't connect. He had her eyes fixated in that region of backward square. And she now checks with the umpire if that's a wide for height. There is no signal, so it's not even the one for the over, which is quite interesting. As Filer turns and runs into bowl again to Harmanpreet. Passes the umpire, comes in bowls, and Harman launched this one. How high and how far has it gone? Way over the field, just one bounce and it trickles into the boundary. But that was a big shot, well timed, and that'll take her up to 62, into the 60s now.
But she just used the added pace of Lauren Filer there. The ball's gone as high as it did long. She's got so underneath it. She's almost a little bit early on it, to be honest with you. And she whips the ball over mid-on for 4. And if Harman's going to start playing shots like this, I'm strapping myself in, because it's going to be a great finish.
It could be. She certainly uses the bat the way classically it used to be. Bowled, shot, pulled, but controlled down towards square leg for a single. And that'll take the total now to 219 for 3, and Harmanpreet will go to 63.
Yeah, the boundaries are pretty big here at Durham, but you do feel when Harman gets going, nothing stops.
Yeah, classical grip, isn't it? High up on the handle, so the sort of leverage that she gets is fantastic. Harleen's a bit like that as well. In comes Filer now, last ball of her over bowls, and pushed away on the offside. They'll take a run, and she'll retain the strike, will Jamie Rodrigues. I am not. I'm going to hand over to Henry Moran, and after a word from Alex Hartley, India 220 for 3.
Yeah, it's getting to the stage of the game now where obviously England's spinners more or less bowled out. Charlie Dean's got 1 left, Lindsay Smith has got 3. England obviously going in with just the 5 bowlers today, so the seamers are going to have to be rotated in and amongst the spin bowlers. Charlie Dean is going to bowl her last one, but India, they're going to look to accelerate now. They've got a brilliant platform with 8 overs left, and you would think they need at least 7 and over from here.
Well, what do you think would be a good score? 220 for 3 is the score. If they went at 7 and over, where would that take them to from the remaining 8? 8 times 756. That's heading towards 280.
Yeah,
feel like it's a good total to me, I think.
Yeah, I think 285 for me, I'd take.
Here is Charlie Dean running in the sunshine. A full toss which is drilled through the offside. That's not a good ball to kick things off, and there's work to do for the England fielder in the deep, and work that will be unsuccessful. Tammy Beaumont ends up in a heap, and it is 4 to start the over. Just what India would have wanted. Phil Long.
Yeah, and if India were to reach the kind of figure you've just mentioned there, would kind of be in record territory in terms of a England chase to win a women's one-day international. So, as Alex said, strap in.
I'm strapped in.
Here is Dean into bowl to Rodrigues, who's sweeping hard out towards the deep, but England have protection on the leg side. Oh dear. Well, it's all well and good having protection on the boundary, but Emma Lamb has ended up diving past the ball. Little bit of spin on it, and it's a sort of one that looks horrible because everyone in the ground is calling spin, and she's not read it at all, and it turns.
Oh, it's done her dirty.
It does get away from her, but that said, you've got to stop them. I'm afraid experienced cricketers paid good money. You've got to stop those. 2-2-8 for 3. Back-to-back boundaries. Rodrigues moves to 40 off 38. If you want to get in touch, hashtag BBC Cricket. You can also get in touch on the WhatsApp.
I love this new thing.
It's good, isn't it?
WhatsApp, yeah.
0330 123 1826. Swept hard out towards deep mid-wicket. Now Sophia Dunkley keeps her eyes on that. It'll just be the one run. She fields it well. So if you want to join the conversation on WhatsApp, you can do that.
We've stolen said WhatsApp number for our podcast as well. For
Have you?
Yeah. Well, because people, I think, is it Gen Z? They don't email.
No, I think the email is.
It's a thing of the past.
Do you think? Dean bowling a ball that is swept hard down towards the boundary. Emma Lamb is chasing it. She won't stop it. And Harmanpreet Kaur is in the mood here, finishing her tour with a flourish. And the over has gone 4-4-1-4, 233 for 3 the total, and they are accelerating.
Well, I was just about to say, with the 4 off the first ball of the over, anything else is a bonus, because you rotate the strike, you're going to get your 9 from the over. But 4 balls in, India 3 boundaries and a single, they've got 13 already, with still 2 balls to go, so this is so good from these two out there.
H. Hatfield in Fulham says, I got really into the WPL this year, Women's Premier League in India. Here is Charlie Dean, nudged into the onside, 1 taken. It'll just be that single, 2-3-4 for 3 with a ball left to the 43rd. I wonder what Harmanpreet Kaur gleaned from Charlotte Edwards, captain and coach of Mumbai Indians, or Matt Siva-Brunt potentially about this England team. It's a good point, the sort of cross-pollination between the two parties. Rodrigues waits on 41. Dean bowling. It's driven into the offside. They want a quick single. Oh, it's another fumble from an England fielder. It'll not yield a boundary, but it's 2 extra runs. And Phil, how many are we up to now? And it's the captain, Siva-Brunt, who's missed it. 43 overs gone. 2-3-6 for 3, and that over 14 from it.
I think 1 to 11 now of varying degrees, yeah.
That was poor.
Well, it was.
Last ball of the over.
Oof.
I mean, she's attacking the ball, but I don't want to be like, okay, well, she's attacking it, that's a tick. She is, but she's got to be stopping that.
Well, you do, rather, and England will be annoyed about that. Well, the captain should be annoyed. So, in the sunshine, that was the most profitable over of the innings, and India will be looking at this and thinking, here is a massive opportunity to try and really push on with only 3 wickets down. 2-3-6 for 3, 2 set batters, and England's key spinners having bowled out. In comes Lauren Filer, full delivery down the leg side, wide signalled by umpire Williams, who has a very distinctive action when signalling the wide, raising the wings, stretching them out.
Well, I think you've got to be funky.
I agree with you.
Everyone does it the same way. I'd want to spice things up a little bit, you know.
Well, I'm with you. I think that, you know, it should be an opportunity for fun and revelry. 2-3-7 for 3. Filer again runs in over the wicket. This is flashed away through backward point and for 4. Short and wide, and Harmanpreet Kaur moves to 72 as Lauren Filer lies on the turf looking frustrated, having fallen over in her follow through again. She does tend to.
She's fallen over so much today.
2-4-1 for 3.
So much. It was flashed away from Harmanpreet, short wide outside the off stump. Filer gets up and hobbles to the top of the mark, but you always feel that she's gonna really hurt herself one day.
If you roll an ankle,
it's not even that, it's like a banging of a knee, like a dislocating of a kneecap if you bang it on that hard turf, or you know, I mean, she's gonna be battered and bruised, that's for sure.
And she seems to have sort of learned how to deal with the fall, almost a bit like you do when you're learning to field or
walk.
Here comes Filer, hit down the ground. What a good looking shot that is. Back over the bowler's head and for 4. Authoritative from India's captain. The sort of shot that will make England feel a little nervy about what might be to come in the remaining 6 and a bit overs.
And Harmanpreet here just showing that class is permanent. You know, she's been shy of runs hasn't scored a lot for a long period of time. But when she gets in, she's such a dangerous, destructive player. Hasn't really looked like getting out today. Yes, there's been an LBW shout that England missed, but other than that, she's been in total control.
What's her highest score against England, Phil? Do we know that?
The 143 she made at Canterbury, just to worry us slightly. India made 71 off the last 4 overs that day.
Huh? Pardon?
Filer running in, wind blowing, pace taken off it and quickly added back to it as it's hammered into the leg side towards Charlie Dean. One taken, she moves to 77. It's 2-4-6 for 3.
I remember it well because Lauren Bell had the most expensive bowling figures in an England shirt, and then Freya Kemp went and pipped her. Yeah, or the other way around, whichever way, it was the other way around.
Well, Miss Fields, we've given it 11. Another stats company have given it 9. Either way, you're round about a double figure total. Pulled away, into the leg side it goes, down to fine leg, 1 bounce, 2 bounces, 4 runs. The short ball tactic is not working for Lauren Filer, and now Rodrigues picks up a boundary to move to 47.
Yeah, well, we're going to really see how good England's death bowling is today, aren't we? India, obviously, only 3 down. They've got the licence to go. They've got the licence to play their shots, take the game on. They've built a wonderful platform. And we're just going to see how England cope at the death of an ODI when another team's on top.
Chris emails. Alex just said email was a thing of the past. I've only just got used to it. Why isn't Alice Davidson Richards bowling? That was a question. Rodrigues on 47. It's 250 for 3. Pulled into the onside. Out it goes towards the deep mid-wicket boundary. Work to do for an England fielder in the deep, who is Charlie Dean. 2 taken. And Rodrigues moves to 49. 252 for 3. Well, you can always email us. We always have the emails open. Don't worry about that. tms@bbc.co.uk.
I just can't do emails. Like, they're so 10 years ago.
No.
I much prefer it when, I don't know, when you like book a flight and a certain company, they'll send you a WhatsApp with your details rather than an email. It's just easier then, isn't it?
Depends who you are.
Well, true for me.
Rodrigues on 49, drops the ball in front of her, looking for that single, and in the end, Filer does well to pick up. And the over ends with a dot ball. She's bowled 9 overs, none for 61. And the score 252 for 3 with 6 overs left of the innings. How many runs have we seen from the last couple of overs, Phil? It feels like it's been motoring along.
He's got to add up first. He's got to finish his scoring.
He does. He's a left-handed, like me. Are we all left-handed?
We're all left-handed.
Oh my word, when's that ever happened? We've got stats for that, Phil.
We've not, no, but I'll look them up. 33 from the last 2 overs. They are motoring.
I wonder if there's ever been 3 left-handers all on air at the same time on Test Match Special.
Got to have been, surely.
Well, I think Simon Mann might be a left-hand.
So, well, therefore, every time I'm with Simon, there's definitely 2. But
Yeah.
Zoltz, what's he?
Well, I don't know.
I think he's right-handed. He strikes me as a right-handed bloke.
And it's funny, I can look at a person and think you look like you're probably right-handed.
Yeah.
It's funny, isn't it?
I look at you and think you're definitely left-handed.
Oh yeah, I do it.
Yeah, had to be. There's no other choice.
Funny, isn't it? Right, Lindsay Smith's going to have a bowl. She bowled 7 overs, none for 41. Eccleston, by far the pick of the bowlers, 10 overs, 1 for 28.
She's just a freak.
Yeah, amazing cricketer. Here is Lindsay Smith around the wicket, swept out towards the square leg boundary. It's going between the 2 fielders out there in the deep, but it's very well picked up by Emma Lamb, and 2 runs are taken. 2-5-4 for 3. The wind is blowing through the window into the commentary box.
And Charlie Dean's 1 for 69, her most expensive figures, when she's bowled 10 overs for England.
Right. That's worth keeping a little note on. Here at Chester Street, under a mixture of blue sky and clouds. Hit down the ground. There's a nice looking shot. It's going to be 4. Harmanpreet Kaur moves to 83, and India are 258 for 3. Just stood there, saw mid-on and mid-off up, and thought, well, if you're going to leave those great expanses of northeast grass for me to target, then I'm going to do it.
I don't like having mid-on. Oh no, mid-on was back anyway, sorry. I'm just seeing it on the screen. Mid-on was back, I think. She's definitely back now.
Davison Richards down below us, hands on hips.
She's hobbling, Harmanpreet here. Back. Got a thumb in her back. She's got a smile on her face.
Yeah.
Probably thirsty.
Physio running on.
We've seen a, you know. No, actually, it doesn't matter.
Andy Zoltz was left-handed. He's just texted me.
Yes.
There you go.
Yes. We've been on air with Andy before.
We
together. So it's not our first rodeo.
This is very interesting. Why are we all left-handed?
Andy, I can only apologise for presuming you were right-handed. That's really poor from me, actually. But it would make sense as to why you always sit in the corner on the left-hand side of the telly box of the what we calling this table. He's always on the left side, always.
He is.
Now you think about it.
Well, this is very interesting. There has to be something in this. Right, Harmanpreet is getting some medical attention. She's lying on the ground and stretching her right leg. So it's possible that she will finish this innings and not have to field, which might be the ultimate doubt, isn't it? 2.58 for 3 early on in the 45th.
I'm bowl left, bat right.
Me too.
Me too.
I think so.
Coincidences are amazing.
Well, you're meant to bat with your dominant hand, top hand.
I'm not sure I had a dominant hand, to be honest with you, Henry, but I'm not very good at batting.
Prakash, what hand do you write with? Your right hand. Right, there we go.
Ooh, get out.
Yeah.
We're a left-handed club only in here.
Oh, yeah.
Zoltz, what time can you get to Durham? Oh, we have got Harman's just having a little bit of a stretch.
2.58 for 3.
Just look at the power that India still have on the bench. They could get a monster total here.
Well, what would be a monster total? That's what I want to know.
320?
Well, that would feel massive, wouldn't it?
They could get 300 though, genuine. 10 and over, 5 overs, easy.
Well, they don't even need to go at that. They've got 5.4 overs to go, and they are only 42 shy of 300.
Well, they've got 61 off the last 30 balls. Will they carry on like that? How many will they get? My maths ain't good enough.
Well, they're flying at the moment. That is for sure. So, if you want to get in touch on the email, which we're still very much keen on, despite Alex saying it's a thing of the past, tms@bbc.co.uk. On the WhatsApp, if you do want to message us, then the way to do so is 0330 123 1826. That'll be the same number right across the summer. Alex is now looking at her email inbox.
Yeah,
don't give me I don't use email.
Yeah, but it's all, even my accountant that I'm ignoring because I don't want to pay the bill, or my agent with train tickets for the summer.
Okay, very nice.
I never reply to my accountant. If they'd WhatsApp me, I'd probably reply straight away.
You wouldn't.
But they've sent an email about 2 months ago asking for my number and I've not replied.
Right, okay. You're absolutely outrageous. Honestly.
Oh yeah.
2.58 for 3 is the score as the little pause in play comes to an end. Lindsay Smith early on in her 8th over has gone none for 47. Oh dear. Hashtag BBC Cricket on the socials as well. We're ready to go. Sun trying its best to break through here in Chester Street. Swept into the leg side it goes, out over the fielder inside the circle, and she looks like she's moving all right now, does Harmanpreet Kaur. She moves to 87, and I think we can start thinking about that 100 as the 100 partnership comes up from 69 balls, and India 2-6-2 for 3.
Yeah, it's been a brilliant knock so far, hasn't it? And just teasing with the field now. Steps right outside the off stump, sweeps the ball, gets right out in front of her front pad. Siva Brunt at square leg is the right fielder there because she's got good hands, but she's just manipulating the field so well.
Smith round the wicket. Swept again. This time it will be collected by Siva Brunt, falling to her knees to pick up.
Yeah, Henry, you mentioned the 100 partnership came off 69 balls. The 50 partnership came off 47, so that's second 50 off just 22 balls.
Do you know what? It's just really nice to see Harmanpreet play with a smile on her face today, you know. It's been a long time since I've seen that.
5 overs to come after this one. Lindsay Smith bowls, swept again, out over the fielder. Same sort of shot as the previous boundary. A little flick of the wrists. And England are going to have to do something about this. And indeed, they are sending a square leg out as Harmanpreet Kaur moves to 91. And it's 2-6-6 for 3 with a ball left to the 45th over.
Just never felt like the right field, to be completely honest with you. She's got the deep cover for that short wide one that she bowls outside the off stump. But you've got to trust yourself not to bowl that at this stage of the game. You've got to try and get the batters only hitting to one side of the ground.
Here is Lindsay Smith over the wicket. Change of angle. It's hit in the air. Oh, beats the dive of the fielder at cover. It'll go out towards the boundary. Here comes Charlie Dean, herring round to try and get there, and does very well indeed. They'll run through for a third, but the boundary is at least saved. That is a good bit of commitment from the England fielder. End of the over. We're going to have a double change here in the commentary box. 2:69 for 3 the score. 5 overs left during the interval. We will be discussing the men's test match, hearing from both captains, Ben Stokes and Shubman Gill, who has today accused England of not acting in the spirit of the game with their delaying tactics at Lord's. So plenty to get stuck into there. Coverage of that match tomorrow, by the way, from Old Trafford, will be live on BBC Sounds. And 5 Sports Extra from 10:25. Highlights today at the test every evening at 7, or an iPlayer and the red button. And highlights of this game, I should say, 11 p.m. tonight, iPlayer and red button. Right then, Catherine Sciver-Brunt is moving into the summariser's chair and taking up commentary. Emily Windsor, left-handed, Emily?
Sorry, I let you down. 2 righties have come into position to see us home.
The right ones are replacing the wrong ends.
Filer in bowls, and that's played to mid-wicket. Quick single by Harman Precourt. She's on to 95. She's looking good, isn't she? By Indian.
I feel like you jinxed her earlier, Phil.
Last time we were on, he brought up the stat that she hasn't scored a 50. Was it in 19 games?
Yep, 19 international wins.
Let's us jinx her now. She's definitely going to get 100. Watch this.
Oh no, if she doesn't,
not going to get out on 99. She's definitely
She's
not
not.
going to get out on 99. So, just joking. She looked brilliant. She played a cover drive earlier on. I can't remember who I was commentating with, but it was crisp. It was on the up, and it was just all timing, hands out the middle about it. You just thought she's on today.
Filer to Rodrigues, slower ball, and that's pulled into the onside, into the pitch, and that's Rodrigues. 50 has come off 44 deliveries. She's played beautifully and raises her bat to the crowd and her teammates. What a way to bring it up,
I know, it nearly bounced twice, didn't it? It was like a slow ball, short ball, and she had to wait what seemed an eternity to pull it awkwardly. It was funny.
Yeah, good innings from her. These two have built a pretty formidable partnership. As Filer into Harman. Pretty cool, and that's played to mid-wicket. They think about a quick single. Dunkley does well. 4.3 overs remain then. India are 271 for 3. 300 feels like it's definitely going to be on the cards with these two at the crease.
I would say 310 at this point. The way that these two are going, if one of them gets out, could be a little bit of a collapse, but the way they're going, it's definitely on.
Still got batters to come as well in that Indian dugout as Filer in full, and that's driven nicely out to Emma Lamb at deep cover. Will be a single. Harmanpreet Kaur moves to 96.
This partnership has been so key because it wasn't looking good at all. There's a lot of people playing within themselves, maybe going at 70 strike rate, and we were wondering where that impetus was going to come from, and now these two are well ahead, probably striking at 120. It's looking good.
Filer from the Lumley end, short ball taken by Amy Jones. She's gone for the pull shot down the leg side and bounced out. Rodrigues has to go with a hug from her teammate Bazali, and a breakthrough England needed. 272 for 4.
A good old strangle down the leg side, going for it. It must have been going over left shoulder, but have another little look, sort of angled it towards the body. Yeah, it was going to be a wide down the leg side. She's chasing after it. She just got a little maybe glove on that. Amy tied it up with a nice dive to her left, and Filer throws her head back in disgust, as if to say, why have I not done that 400 balls ago?
Yeah, bowling into the pitch, Filer with pace, but a great catch that from Amy Jones. I think, again, we often don't talk about how good she is behind the stumps, and that's because we don't notice it, because we just expect it now, don't we?
She makes it look easy.
She certainly does. Here, Richa Ghosh comes to the crease for India.
Yep. Clip. I don't know if she's been promoted or if this is a normal one, but either way, it's a good a good selection to make because she obviously is the biggest hitter in their team, and looking for to make most of these last 4 and a bit overs.
Filer, that's a low full toss that's defended. They're asking whether that's a no ball, but Square Umpire doesn't think so. That's not what you'd expect first up from you quick, is it?
And I mean, Risha's reaction just to pod it back speaks volumes that she wasn't expecting it, because obviously if that was Harman, it'd probably be 6 into the stand.
272 for 4 then, England picking up the crucial wicket of Rodriguez in a partnership that was building, but 4 overs remain. This Indian innings, Harmanpreet will have the strike on 96. From an England point of view, we're trying to jinx her.
Yeah, 99 I said. And also I said it absolutely desperate for a wicket there, for them not to go beyond 300. So, I mean, 300 and odd is still on for sure, but I mean, it's all about Harman. We know Risha can hit maximums if she wants to. It's just what mood is she in, you know?
Yeah, in the end, that partnership worth 110. Lauren Filer's bowled out 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 64. That's her most expensive bowling analysis in one-day internationals.
Is that suggestive, do you think, that the pitch is slower? Because someone of her pace, actually, when the quicker the pitch, the harder it is in a way for batters. But because it's almost probably coming on at quite a nice pace on this surface.
All the batters are lining up saying, we want to face Filer, because they want the ball to come onto the bat.
Smith to Harmanpreet, who defends past her extra cover and will be a single. She moves to 97.
So if her bounces off, and she's not bowling, she's only bowled 1 slow ball today, and she's not holding the stumps, then she's just absolute easy pickings. It's, you know, everybody will be lining up. There's not one person that would not want to face Filer, whereas, you know, we've seen previously before they've not fancied it at all. Risha Ghosh got smashed straight in the forehead at the Oval.
Smith to Ghosh, who plays off the back foot. She can't field it off her own bowling. Will be a single to get Harmanpreet Kaur back on strike. Dean throws to Amy Jones's end, but 274 for 4.
But it is a good learning for her, and she's going to need these come the World Cup, because India is a very tough place to bowl if you're a seamer. So the lesson will be that you can't just bowl the way you bowl on every wicket.
Smith in again, floated, and that's driven. Diving stop, gets a hand to it at extra cover. They're going to run a couple. So, as Catherine Sibber runs right, Harmanpreet Kaur is there on 99.
Here it comes. And if it's Lindsay Smith, right, what it's going to be...
Oh wow, we're going full prediction.
It's going to be a grubber. It's just going to roll. That's what will happen. Or a dodgy run out.
Okay.
A grubber, so a grubber's one that just keeps really low. There's nothing you can do about it. Or a run out because it's just 99, you're just trying to get one.
The leg side is free, no fielders inside the circle, and she defends, and that will be Harmanpreet Kaur's 100. She plays out to mid-off, and she's going to take her helmet off, a little fist pump, and raise to her teammates. It's been a fantastic innings from her. She looks to the sky, and she's 100 not out of 82 deliveries.
Yeah, it's been a 100 of pure class from Harmanpreet Kaur. She looked brilliant the moment she came in. She's definitely looked the best batter in this lineup today by a long way. So calm, reserved, playing some brilliant shots, especially off the seam bowling.
Smith to Ghosh bowls, and that's hit over the offside. That's a beautiful shot. Gives herself room, and that will race away to the boundary for 4. It's time to cash in if you're the Indian batters now. 281 for 4.
Yeah, this is a real time of danger right now. Anything goes, and there will be no holding back. All shots are going to be played, no matter the ball, no matter the field. So, yeah, England have really, really got to tighten up in this last little bit here.
3 fielders out on the leg side and a long off currently, so the offside's a wall. Ghosh finds her way over the top in again, and that's played into the onside. Lindsay Smith's charging at it to keep it to a single. So that's the end of the over, just a single from it. 282 for 4 India, 3 overs remain, 18 balls. Phil?
Yeah, that Harmanpreet Kaur 100, as you mentioned, it's 82 balls. There were 14 fourth, It's her 7th ODI 100 and a 3rd against England.
Yeah, she's played beautifully, hasn't she? I think England can learn a lot as well for how she's played on this pitch, but probably at times she scored, as we can see on the graphic, a lot of width given to her.
And she loves that. We know that. She loves to sweep against the spin, and she loves width. She loves the offside, so crisp cover drives, loves hitting down the ground. So not had to really, fabricate anything today. Everything was almost sort of given to her to start. It was like she got to see off Sophie quite quickly, and then she got into her work in that middle bit, and then as soon as she got in, she just looked so good. And on the pitch like this, it's flat. The timing that Harman possesses is what's got her through this innings, and yeah, that's a really classy 100 from her.
Series decider as well, so in the big moments, your captain stepped up, but she's got more work to do. These next 18 balls feel crucial. As Lauren Bell back into the attack. Bowls, and that's played into the onside. They're going to run hard. Should be 2. And they come back quite comfortably in the end.
Yeah, we've got 2 overs from Lauren Bell, haven't we now? And then 1 left from Lindsay Smith. And yeah, this is going to be a really good look into what death bowling is going to look like in the World Cup for these girls. Because at the minute, I don't think, would you be confident on who you thought you would bowl England at the death at the minute?
I think Lauren Bell, for me, is probably the best of the seamers, isn't she? As she's in, and that slower delivery played out to a deep extra cover, but she's timed that, and that races away for 4. Jinxed her there, 288 for 4 in England, but she has the skills, doesn't she, Lauren Bell? She's got the pace off delivery, she's got the bounces, but I guess some of it's the experience, isn't it? I think probably you and Anya towards the end of your careers know what to bowl when, what fields to set, what pitches, what conditions, whereas I think at times, like, Lauren Bell's been around for a little while right now. You forget how, I guess, young she is.
Yeah, the bit that I think they struggle with is thinking on their own feet, making their own decisions, but making the right ones for themselves. I think a lot of the time they need a lot of help, a lot of interference from the captain or senior players, and they've got to get to a point where they can do this by themselves, and I don't think that happens enough.
Bell to Gosh, wider, and that's played up again into the same area, but she's not got hold of it. It's just going to be, oh no, they're coming back for 2. She's got to run quickly. If that was a better throw, that should have been gone. There was a dive by Harmanpreet Kaur, but if they get 2 here, they probably shouldn't have.
Yeah, there was not 2 there. There was a slight stutter from Lamb, but even then, Lauren Bell wasn't really, she wasn't all over it. If that's me, I've run back to the stumps. I'm stood by the stumps. I'm shouting the ball to come back to me. And it just wasn't desperate enough. Do you know what I mean? It reminds me of Marizanne Kapp
out, wouldn't you?
Yeah,
You'd have taken them with you.
Kapp just stands in the middle of the wicket, and she just doesn't care. And it's like, what are you doing? But
it's going to be not out.
I think there could have been a bit more haste from both Lamb and Bell there in that moment.
290 for 4 then, India. Gosh is on 14 off 7 deliveries, so she's made a real impact here so far. As Bell starts her run up, but Gosh wasn't quite ready. Her field here, she's got a deep mid-wicket, long on, a deep extra cover and a deep backward point, which suggests to me wide plan, pace off, full. She's in again, slow, wide, and that's hit over extra cover. Is that going all the way? That's a huge shot by Gosh. Is it too predictable, Catherine? She moves to 20 to score 296 for 4.
That is absolutely the word I would use, predictable, and they're really underestimating Risha Ghosh there. We know she can hit maximums. Bowling a floaty half volley outside off stump, yes, you're bowling the ball to where you've got a fielder there, but you also can hit over that fielder, and there's also a massive gap between long extra and deep backward points, so she's got a lot of room for error as well. So for me, that's not the best plan unless it's a Yorker in the wide hole, so not good.
Bell in again, shorter, and that's played out to deep backward a point. Dunkley's out there on the rope and keeps it to a single. Bit more anger in that one from Bell into the pitch, but this has been an expensive over. 297 for 4.
Yeah, and that's why I say, who do you think is our death bowlers? Because for me,
I don't know who that is, and I don't think anybody's there yet. There's obviously signs, like you said, Lauren Bell, yes, she's got the one out of the back, it's good. She has the capability of bowling a bouncer, she's 6'1", and she can obviously angle that in from wide, so she has the tools.
Slower ball bouncer into the wicket. Dunkley's going to come round at deep backward a point. They're going to come back for a couple, but very, very expensive over that. 299 for 4, and Harmanpreet onto 102.
So we have the tools, but do they have the skill to bowl the ball that they've chosen? But it's not just about bowling one out the back of the hand. You've got to bowl it out the back of the hand on the line you want too, and the length. It's like 3 in 1. It's not easy.
And on a pitch like this, the margin for error is
so small. Yeah, and you can't, like we have 4 out, the men have 5. It's not an easy task, but we've got to. You would be able to, I'd say, every ball say that was off. It seems that we can't really get it. I'd like to be able to commentate where somebody hits a ball off a ball that was meant to be bowled, exactly that, and just say, shot, good shot.
Did you do that much when you bowled, Catherine?
I didn't like to, but yeah, I did.
Lindsay Smith then, and that's sweeped. Square legs inside the boundary rope. And Rika Ghosh just utilises that space. 4 more to her. 300 up for India. 303 for 4, and there's still 11 balls to go. India are on the charge.
Rika Ghosh is 25 off 10 at this point, and playing shots she doesn't normally play. It wasn't a terrible ball from Lindsay, but she doesn't have a deep backward square, and that was angling down the leg side, and Risha just helped it on its way, so change of angle now.
And again, and this time cut through to cover. They're not going to come for a single. Tammy Beaumont inside the circle does well. An interesting field this. You've got a deep extra cover, deep long off, deep long on, and deep mid wicket. So
yeah, they've set the field to her strengths, to Risha's strengths, but like that area is free, and spin that's bowling at the death, which is not a normal occurrence.
Round the wicket, Lindsay Smith gone for a reverse sweep, and that's almost a fabulous catch by Lauren Filer at deep backward point. That was hit hard.
I feel like she's
winded herself.
You know, when you get a bit of whiplash from landing, there's a fair bit of whiplash going on there. Have a little look at this replay. Is the switch hit flat to what would be square leg in the air? She's landed on her back. She's leapt in the air, two-handed catch above her head, but then gone back, landed on her back and whipped her neck right back. She's lucky she didn't smack her head on the floor as well, so she'll be feeling that tomorrow.
Yeah, that's for sure. She's feeling it now, I think. But it was a good effort from Lauren Filer. She almost wrong-footed herself, didn't she? But that was hit hard by Ghosh. But they come through for a single. 304 for 4. Harmanpreet on 100 on strike. Quick in by... And that's a great catch. Nat Sivabrunt, the captain, diving to her left. And Harmanpreet Kaur has to go for a beautiful 102, 83 deliveries. 104 for 5 now, India. But what a special innings we've seen from Harmanpreet.
Yeah, Lindsay relieved to get one in here. I think they're relieved to see the back of Harmanpreet Kaur as well. And I'd say pretty casual catch for Nat there. And she had plenty of time to get to that, but
you're horrible. Yeah.
Still, a catch is a catch, and we've seen not the best fielding today, so it's nice to see.
But also, I'd say I'm going to give her some credit. She read the play there.
Yeah,
she was ahead of it. Come on, give her.
I mean, look, you've got the whole offside up. Let's be honest. She's going to try and hit it over the side.
You're horrible. You are.
I'm not. I'm just what's the word?
Realistic.
No, another one. But yeah, that as well.
Harmanpreet Kaur, 102 from 84 balls, 14 fours. She reached her 100 in 82 balls. That's her quickest ODI 100 and the second quickest by an Indian batter in women's ODIs.
That 170 against Australia, that seemed...
She started slow and
went bang.
Quick.
Radha Yadav then to the crease. Lindsay Smith bowls, angles it into her, and they try to hit through that offside. Nat Sivabrunt diving to her right this time.
Yeah, that was
that
better.
A good stop?
Yeah, because she's missed one of them earlier, and I was furious. But that was well bowled.
Not that you
Lindsay.
remember it or anything. Poor Nat.
Yadav tried to go over the offside there. Lindsay saw that and adjusted, followed her, cramped her up.
It's good bowling. One ball left in the over.
Smith in, quick flat, and that's hit her on the pad. They want a quick single. Amy Jones thinks about throwing at the bowler then, but a dot ball, and a crucial dot ball at this stage. That was a great over from Lindsay Smith. Just 6 runs from it and the wicket. And 305 for 5 India. 6 balls remain. Gosh there, 26 off 13. Probably wanted the strike, didn't she?
Yeah, I feel more importantly she might have kept her on Yadav on strike there, which would be brilliant. So
catch.
Yeah, whatever. She made it look better than it was.
So you're going to buy some mayonnaise later?
Listen, if she gets 100,
then
I'll
she
buy
gets
her
some mayonnaise.
diamond ring.
Okay, we've heard it here first, everyone.
It's a must though, isn't it? You've got a captain's 100 just being performed. You've watched how it was done. You've had 50 overs to look at how this wicket's playing. That you've got to respond with a captain's 100. Got to.
305 for 5. Bell with the final over then in bowls, and that's played into the onside. They should get 2 here. Lindsay Smith has a big throw. They want to, but Yadav and Gosh wants to strike, doesn't she?
My 310 is on, albeit only 4 off the next 5 balls, but
then we might have found a death bowler.
If we get a wicket here, then there might only be 4 left to get. 306 for 5. I'm on. What was did you make a prediction? No.
I missed that.
No,
do you want me to make one now?
Go on then. 330.
No, I'm going to go 315. There's Bell, right arm over to Gosh, and that's hit high in the air.
Catch that.
Emma Lamb's coming round at deep extra cover, and it's 6 runs.
I'm not going to lie. I feel that should have been better than what just occurred. Do we believe that ball just outfoxed Emma Lamb or not? I need a second look. It was a big old strike from Risha Ghosh. Just leant back and gave that full mashings. Emma Lamb came in 5 off. Yeah, in the end she actually had no idea where the ball was. I think it did her it was in the air for a long time.
Yeah, it went high,
it did her a little bit.
Carried a long way. 312 for 5. Lauren Bell in, and this time hit over her head. That's a lovely strike. Fielder comes round, and they come back for a couple. Gosh,
I feel a bit cheated, Emily. I feel like that should have been out, and I would be on here. New batter, 3 runs in the bag.
I've only got 1 run to play with, haven't I?
Absolutely fuming.
3 balls remain. This is impressive hitting from Gosh. 34 off 15 deliveries. She really made an impact for India. Deep extra cover, Emma Lamb's in the game. Bell in again outside the off stump. She's tried to guide that down to third. She's got quirky.
I'll tell you what, Filer, if her trousers weren't blue, they'd be a different colour, because she's in at short third there, and she angled that ball directly at her, and it would have come very quickly. Trying to be too cute, Ghosh misses out.
You can smack it like that. Surely
yeah, why would you? Yeah, don't be cute.
You don't need
Doesn't
to.
suit you.
No. 314 for 5 then. 2 balls were left. So they've opted to bring deep extra cover.
That means it's going to be short.
Deep cover, deep square, deep mid-wicket and long on.
Oh, wait.
She's into the pitch, and that's swatted down the ground. Straight over the top. It's plugged. So they're only come back for a couple. Gosh, on to 36.
I think they felt they could bowl a short ball there without third man or fine leg back because of the lack of the pace in the wicket. So most of the time you'd be like, what are you doing?
That was
crazy,
swat, wasn't it?
Yeah, and then you can tell if somebody swats you a short ball back over your head, then the wicket is not very quick at all.
Final ball then of this Indian innings. Gosh, to face it in, and that's full. That's hit hard over the top. Is that going all the way? They should come back for a couple. They're running hard. You want it at the keeper's end, and they come back for 2. Gosh will move to 38. 318 for 5. Catherine Silverbrunt, what do you make to this total?
It's a big one. I'd like to know how many 300s we've scored
this season, either India or England, I guess. Feels like there's not many.
Well, let me tell you this.
Go
If
on.
England were to chase this total successfully, we'd have a world record here this afternoon with the highest total successfully chased in women's ODIs.
For me, it's on, Phil. It's on. It's not in too distant. We'll see what happens, because India are clever, right? They'll have picked 5 spinners, or 5 people that can spin. Okay, 4 genuine. Harmanpreet Kaur can bowl spin. So it is what it is. They know we hate slow bowling. We've got a slow wicket, which they'll know. They've also got slow seamers. This is going to be a tough one for England. But we know who can score. Nat can score 100. We've seen their one partnership has
Looks a
changed
good
this
pitch
game.
to bat
Yeah.
on, doesn't it? And
Good
it looks
pitch.
hard to get wickets.
Yeah, one partnership has changed this game, and a little cameo from Risha Ghosh. Obviously, we've not fielded very well. There's been some, 2 or 3 LBWs we've missed. So, I mean, we've tried to let them win as much as we possibly can. But this is not out of the. Yes, it will be a world record, but it's not out of reach. And there's some people in this team that really need to prove themselves. ADI wants to make that World Cup team. Emma Lamb wants to make that World Cup team. Tammy Beaumont wants to keep proving. She says every game she plays, she feels like she is fighting for her place in the team. Even Tammy Beaumont, who's like one of our best ODI batswomen of all time, feels like that. So there's a lot of people who want to prove themselves. We'll see how it goes.
318 for 5. Then just quickly run down the scorecard. Raul got 26 off 33 deliveries. Mandana 45 off 54. Diol 45 off 65. Then fantastic innings of Harmanpreet Kaur 102 off 84. Rodrigues helped her well in that big partnership, Catherine, you were on about there, 50 off 45. And Rika Ghosh at the end really making an impact, 38 off 18. The wickets, 1 apiece for all of the bowlers, Lauren Bell, Lauren Filer, Charlie Dean and Sophie Eccleston and Lindsay Smith. But what I will say, if England get close to this 318, we'll be in for a hell of a game. And Henry, I'm going to hand over to you.
Well, that's a risky tactic after all of that, because I'm not sure they're going to be overly praiseworthy or praiseful for England's performance. I'm not sure that was particularly praiseworthy, because bar Sophie Eccleston, some really pretty horrific bowling figures in there. Eccleston was outstanding, 1 for 28, but Phil Long.
Yeah, but India's second highest ever score against England. And here's a statistic that Lauren Bell won't like to hear. She's now bowled 3 of the 4 most expensive ever spells for England women in one-day internationals.
Yes, the 3 for 85 against Australia at the Aegeus Bowl, as was in 2023, remains out in front. But Eccleston's 1 for 28, outstanding. Charlie Dean 1 for 69. Lindsay Smith 1 for 74. Lauren Filer 1 for 64, and Lauren Bell 1 for 82. Mandana's 45 kicked things off. Pratika Rao made 26. Harleen Dill 45. Jemima Rodrigues 50 off 45. Harmanpreet Kaur 102 off 84 deliveries, her 7th ODI ton, the quickest that she's made as well. Brilliant innings from Richa Ghosh at the end, 38 not out from 18, and Rana Yadav 2 not out from 2 deliveries. So that is the state of play there. So as we wait for the resumption of play, which will be in around about 25 minutes from now or so, here at Chester Street, the England openers are heading to the middle, and they have a challenge in front of them, because it is a monster total they're chasing down. It would be a world record. 319 is the target set by India for England to try and win this series. A brilliant 100 from Harmanpreet Kaur, the quickest that she scored in her career, her 7th ODI ton, 3rd against England, 102 off 84 balls. Really offering the firepower for India, whose 3rd 100 of their innings came from just 47 balls. Watching the carnage play out alongside me was Danny Hazel, and World Cup winner in 2017 with England, Ashes winner as well. You know these parts terribly well, being the coach here of Durham's Women, and it is going to be some tall order for England to chase this down.
Yeah, it is. But generally this year we have found that pitches has got better and better. But equally, there's a lot of scoreboard pressure here, and to chase 319, I think it is. That's going to be it's going to be a really good effort if they get themselves close to that. It's going to be a lot of spin turning up in this second innings. So how England start is very important. India didn't go out completely guns blazing. You showed how many you can score in that back end of the game. So giving yourself a platform to get going is really important up here.
Yeah, well, you sense that Tammy Beaumont and Amy Jones have got to start well for England, because it is a batting lineup that, as we saw in the previous match, though, forgive me, in the game before, the first game of the series, when wickets start tumbling, things can get a little bit awkward. And what we did see from India is players got in and made contributions. 45 from Mandana, 45 from Deol, 50 from Rodrigues. Yeah, they didn't go on, but they had Harmanpreet to bat around with 102. And then Rishi Ghosh at the end playing the perfect knock at the back end of an innings, 38, not out from 18 balls. Phil Long enjoyed it, because there was plenty of stats to get stuck into. And we're going to see the young seamer, Kranti Gold, have a bowl from the far end of the ground with just a little bit of a delay. I don't know why. I mean, cricket finds ways of delaying things always, doesn't it? It's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean,
probably somebody's forgot the ball or something.
About half an hour. Right, Kranti Gold is going to move in to bowl. Long sleeves over the wicket, slip in place, and Jones high up on the bat defends into the offside towards Radha Yadav. A backward point, and we're up and running.
It's amazing how often you look up and see it's Harmanpreet having a word with the umpire that's causing the delay, isn't it? Talking about Harmanpreet, or talking about Sophie Eccleston more, at the end of the 34th over, when Eccleston bowled out, India were 167 for 3, which meant that at the end of the remaining 16 overs, India scored 151 for 2, and Danny, you've just pointed out that ball's a no ball.
It is. Good start.
Yeah, reasonably significant one as well, probably 2 or 3 inches, so it'll be a free hit, which is what you always want as an opener when you've got a big total to chase down, a little bit of a freebie to get you going. So Amy Jones takes a step backwards, now marks her guard again and is ready for the free hit. Mid-on and mid-off are up, and Jones whips into the leg side, out towards square leg, might be 4 runs. It's still quite a slow outfield, and the ball won't quite make it to the ropes, but a fumble from Shrey Charani will allow England through for 3. And the score after the first legitimate ball stands at 4 without loss. 319 is the target. Do join the conversation, by the way, on the WhatsApp. You can do so on 0330 123 1826, or text 81111 with listeners in the UK are able to do that at your standard message rate. And you can email tms@bbc.co.uk or the hashtag BBC Cricket on social media. Tammy Beaumont, her 132nd ODI waiting and nudging into the onside, won't find a run there. And the score stands at 4 without loss. So come on then, how are England going to approach this, do you think, Danny? Is it going to be slow and steady at the start, or maximising the power play to get ahead of things?
Well, I think that's a really good point, how quick India scored at the back end. So you can give yourself a platform. Obviously, yes, it is a very high total. We've got to give yourself a chance. Even Harman, give herself a chance to get in. And then once she got in, she was going at nearly 110, 120 strike rate. So another good thing from England is running well. We've seen how big this field is.
2 taken into the leg side from Tammy Beaumont. Nicely just worked away off the pads for her first run. 6 without loss. Yeah, they're going to have to run well. And at the end of the innings, Phil, what did we calculate it was in terms of England fumbles, fails in the field?
I think the one thing to be said, I think in the last 10 overs, the fielding did hold up, didn't it? So we gave it 11. I think someone else gave it 9. I think we're quite harsh up here, aren't we? But yeah, the fielding in the end withstood that barrage from Harmanpreet Kaur.
Fielders in the deep at square leg and deep cover. In comes Kranti Gold. Oh, big appeal for LBW. They love it. Jackie Williams says no. As a sea of fielders ran towards her dressed in blue. They were so confident. And Beaumont, who is an LBW candidate early on, got a little bit stuck in the crease. And Harmanpreet Kaur is going to say no.
Oh, I was having a look at that one, I think. I was having a look. It was a big appeal. You're right, Tammy, looking to keep the ball straight for as long as you can up top.
Well, let's see the replay of this.
Oh, it's dragged back though.
it's going to be tight. I would have thought
I think
umpire's
it's
call
miss.
at worst.
Yeah. Maybe I've got a bit excited there early, first over.
Good ball, though.
It's jagged back a long way.
Beaumont on 2. 6 without loss, the England score. Here comes Crantigard in once again, and Beaumont chases a wide delivery, which goes through to the keeper. Wide signalled. You're going to get this from the young fast bowler. You get one absolutely sublime delivery and one that is a little wayward. Here comes ball tracking, and wickets missing. Good decision.
That's why I was never in charge of that part of it.
Well, to be fair, our angle isn't terrific here at deep third. We went more on the appeal, but that's good captaincy. Crantigard is in, left alone by Beaumont, and it is a dot ball. 7 without loss. England chasing 319, which is a big total. Really is. England looking to try and get a solid start. There's a slip waiting. It's a white car, just goes between the stands in the distance. Oh, Boulder! And there is a beautiful piece of bowling. A young seamer that has the brightest of futures. The India flags are flying around Chester Street as Tammy Beaumont has to go, and it's a wicket in the first over.
I think if you can put any ball down for Tammy, it's just jagged back, middle and off. It's a decent ball, to be fair. You know, Tammy's looked to get forward, but it's just gone between bat and pad. It's a really good start from India's seamers.
She goes 2 from 5. A little rueful look for Beaumont, bowled by Crantigard in the manner that Amy Jones was in the first one day international, one that nips back in quite sharply. And Beaumont, looking up at the big screen, will know it's a good piece of bowling, trapped in the crease and back in the dugouts. England, after the first over, chasing 319, are 7 for 1, and here is what could be a really significant opportunity for Emma Lamb at 3.
Yeah, it's a huge opportunity for Emma Lamb. You know, she's had a really good domestic summer so far. Probably this is a chance now to cement her name even in the squad for the World Cup. Obviously Heather Knight's not far away, but a chance for her to really put her name up there and make sure that they're taking her on that plane.
Well, there's such limited opportunity to try and make a statement, doesn't there? And that's the thing. This is the last England Women's International of the home summer, remarkably. And we're going to see Dipti Sharma having a bowl. Second over, we're going to see the off-spinner, who's a stellar cricketer. Love watching Dipti Sharma, normally because there is chaos that seems to follow her around in some way, shape or form, but wonderfully effective. And she massages the ball, the off-spinner. First ball of the second over is defended by Amy Jones, who herself has had a really fine summer. Phil?
Well, you mentioned chaos following Dipti. A wonderful thing about her today was she came into the game with an average of 100 from her last 10 innings and didn't get a bat.
Here's Dipti Sharma again. And Jones sees one keep a little low, but it comes off the toe end of the bat down the ground for a single towards Crantigard, who is one of the 2 outside the circle during the initial 10 power play overs. 8 for 1 is the England score. Just looking at the replay of that Beaumont dismissal, what the ball would have done without deviation is hit the middle of Beaumont's bat. She played down the wrong line, but it was a line that was understandable to be playing down, if you see what I mean.
Yeah, it's a lovely bit of bowling. The youngsters maybe, you know, a little bit unpredictable with the new ball. When she gets it right, she can nibble the ball both ways. And on this pitch, if you can hold the stumps as long as you can, there's a little bit in it.
Here comes Dipti Sharma again to bowl to Emma Lamb. Very slow delivery, and it's defended by the Lancastrian midway through the second over.
That's maybe a little bit of a learning from the first innings. When England took pace off, it was hard to. The spinners took pace off. It was hard to hit, really.
Mid-on has gone up inside the circle, so 2 on the boundary on the leg side in the deep as Lamb waits and comes forward again defensively. I saw her mouthing the words "kept low" to Amy Jones at the non-striker's end. So there's just a little bit of reading the pitch as they go and trying to find a way in and a route in as Dipti Sharma bowls to Emma Lamb, who defends in the sunshine, and there'll be no run. And I say that largely because spin in the opening overs wasn't what England did, and they're playing an additional spinner, India, and so this hard new ball, trying to judge how it's going to behave on this surface is going to be crucial for England. Forward again defensively is Lamb, who's being cautious, understandably so perhaps. 2 overs gone, 8 for 1. England chasing 319. Phil Long.
Yeah, Emma Lamb's played in all 6 of England's ODIs this year, or this season. Scored 2 from 3 in the opening game against the West Indies. Came in at the back end of a big partnership between Jones and Beaumont. A couple of times she's not got a chance to bat. The 2 times she has had a decent length, about 55 from 45 in the second ODI against the West Indies, and 39 from 50 in the opening game against India. Today she's got a fantastic opportunity to, if not necessarily cement a place on the flight to India, certainly give Lottie something to think about.
Well, the obvious place you look at is Heather Knight's place, and if she's fit she'll play. Former captain Jones, squirming the ball away. Oh, brilliant catch, sensational from Deepti Sharma. She reached for it, did Amy Jones. The catch taken at short third by a flying fielder.
What a brilliant catch it is, Deepti Sharma. I think we highlighted some of England's fielding in the first half, and this could be a match. When they say catches win matches, don't they? And this could be one of them.
It's like Wonder Woman in a wide-brimmed hat. It is brilliant. That is a stunning catch, one-handed, diving to her right. And that really is something else. Amy Jones has to go. England 8 for 2, and they've lost both openers.
Yeah, a huge amount of pressure now. I think it's, India have come out here. They've just looked they've looked tighter in the field. It looks like they're all over the batter. They've been brave enough to get your slips in, get a gully in, be able to have. Yes, they maybe earned the right to kind of have them fielders in at 318 for 5, but you've still got to have them in there, and they've created the opportunity, and the person's in there to hit the catch. So yeah, it's very much an uphill battle now.
I told you things follow Deepti Sharma around.
They do.
And that is brilliant. That is absolutely sensational. Watch that on the highlights tonight, 11 PM or on the red button and iPlayer. And you'll see it as a clip on our text commentary as well shortly. It was brilliant fielding. So we look at the replay now. Jones reaching for it, skewed off the edge of the bat, and look at that for a catch.
It's a screamer.
So the captain to the middle, Nat Sivabrunt. England 8 for 2. Here comes Kranti Gaud, bowls, and Sivabrunt will defend into the onside. There's an energy, isn't there, about India's fielding?
So they just feel like they're closer. They're all over the batters, and to be fair to the bowler, the one to Tammy's nibble back on through the gate, that one just swung away. So there's a huge amount of skill out there. Yes, as a young seamer, there's the odd wide here and there, but there's a huge amount of skill from the bowler.
Now, Russ has been in touch on the WhatsApp, Danny, and I want to know if you think this is fair. In comes Kranti Gaud to bowl to Sivabrunt, defending towards backward point, no run. Russ in Upton. Shocking fielding display from England again in this ODI. Couldn't believe the lack of intensity. Fielders just walking around, chatting, taking forever to bowl, laughing when they misfielded. Maybe because there's not a big crowd, I don't know. Something definitely wrong with the England approach to a deciding ODI with India. I'll let you digest that. Here is Kranti Gaud bowling to Sivabrunt, who drives straight to short extra cover, and Rodrigues no run.
Yeah, I think potentially you can only really judge your own attitude towards it. Externally, I do think that India look like they've brought a lot of energy out there. They do look like they're buzzing around. They look closer, they look tighter, look like they're trying to create something. England weren't great in the field. There's a few fumbles. But again, they were also put under a lot of pressure, and if you can create pressure when you've got that many on the board. And could England have done that from the start? Could they have been a little bit more into the game at the start potentially? But I don't think we can even knock India. They've been excellent in these both series, really.
Well, comes the onside, and there's no run. As Gaud again quickly into her work, will rush in and bowl to Sivabrunt, who drives towards short cover. And again, it is fielded. Was that a wicket maiden, Phil? It was. So Kranti Gaud's bowled 2 overs, 2 for 7. And England are 8 for 2 after the first 3 overs in a run chase that would be a world record. 319 is the target. If you want to see some of England's efforts in the field, well, our live text commentary has a compilation of some of the errors, fumbles and drops. I don't know if it's Fionn Wynne responsible for putting that video together, but she's in charge of the live text commentary. And you can join the conversation using the hashtag BBC Cricket or getting in touch in the usual ways. 3 overs gone. Emma Lamb is none from 4. Sun shining. It's a blue sky overhead now in the northeast. Deepti Sharma bowls. Lamb again defends.
Sun's out. Time to bat. That's
well,
what they say up here. Sun's out.
Indeed. Not a time to bat down at Taunton today.
No, at
lively old time of it. In comes Deepti Sharma. And that's a good looking shot from Emma Lamb, who took a bit of a chance with mid on up, whipping the ball away, a little squarer than that, but over the head of any prospective fielder inside the circle. And the first boundary of the England innings, 12 for 2. Good shot from Lamb.
Yeah, I think, you know, in this you can't lose your intent, because that's when you just go into your own shell. So you got to keep backing your strength, keep taking on the bowlers. Yes, you need to be smart in your decision making, but you've got to keep throwing punches. You can't just sit there and keep taking dot balls.
12 for 2. England chasing 319. You're listening to Test Match Special. Here is Deepti Sharma again. And worked into the onside. Quick single is being taken. Jemima Rodriguez with a throw. Ooh, and it's a throw that is rather painful for Deepti Sharma, because she did the right thing in trying to stand by the stumps in case he was required to whip the bails off, but she might be thinking she examines the bruises on the flight home. But it was not. It was not a position she wanted to be in. She's quite lucky it didn't actually go flush off the knee. It hit the sort of lower outer thigh.
I'd give that the green light, I reckon.
In comes Deepti Sharma, driven firmly towards Kranti Garda mid-on, and the score stands at 13 for 2.
It's beautiful out there now. The day's completely changed, I think.
Oh, it's glorious. Good time to bat. Sharma bowls a quicker ball, which is defended very purposefully by Siva Brunt. As we see plastered on the outfield in very big letters the word Durham, which is going to cause controversy, particularly for Mervyn, who always emails says it's not Durham, it's Chestler Street. In comes Deepti Sharma, swept hard straight to the fielder at short fine leg. Again, the intensity is there as Sneh Rana picks up. And 4 overs gone, 13 for 2 is the England score. There's a smile on the face of Nat Siva Brunt as she punches gloves with Emma Lamb. She's none from 8.
She is none from 8, but Harmanpreet Kaur was none from 10.
And went on to score her fastest ODI 100.
Yeah, 100 off 82 balls.
Well, there we go. Tomorrow morning, by the way, 10:25, coverage underway of the men's test match between England and India. The next instalment of that from Old Trafford, where the forecast is improving all the time. It's been horrible today, but it's looking a little brighter for tomorrow and the rest of the week, which is great news. And we'll be bringing you all of it across BBC Radio and today at the Test on television too, 7 p.m. each evening. So Emma Lamb is on 5. She waits for Kranti Garda, who's accounted for both England openers so far. Jones for 4, Beaumont for 2. And in comes Kranti Garda again, and that keeps a little bit low, and it strikes the pad, and there's an appeal for LBW, which is not perhaps quite as vociferous as the one that was ignored in terms of a review by Harmanpreet Kaur in the first over. And indeed, they're not going to check upstairs with that one either. Good decision not to.
Definitely. I wasn't commenting on that one. It was terrible at the last one.
Gold running it again. Emma Lamb's on 5. Slip in place. She defends very solidly with a big stride forward.
I think she's done a lot of opening the batting domestically, Emma Lamb, and she's no real, she was in the first over anyway, so it's not something she hasn't done before, so an opportunity is to build an innings and to try to take us into the next 10-15 overs and then reassess where England are from there.
Here is County Guard again. Emma Lamb waiting. Down the leg side it goes. That'll be wide. England 14 for 2. I mentioned that Somerset game. Somerset taking on Durham in the county championship. Well, Durham were 43 for 6 after 11.5 overs early on today on a surface that was shared a quality in terms of hue with Shrek.
It looked a bit sporting, shall we say.
Here is County Guard to bowl to Emma Lamb, and that's hit away nicely into the offside, but there's protection at deep backward point. 1 run is taken.
Now we're back to watch our game on Thursday at this rate. Either way.
Well, indeed. Things moving on, rather. And now the matches aren't quite doing it in the same way, but there has been notable contributions in one match in particular I'll draw your attention to as County Guard bowls to Siva Brunt, who's edging, and it goes just short of the fielder. That slip, that was not far away from a 3rd wicket for the young seamer. Well, player that is so exciting, I have to say. Someone that Phil will know very well as a big Leicestershire fan. There's Rayan Ahmed, who scored another 100 today, 115 off 135 balls. He's still only 20. He's a proper batter. 15 for 2. This is played off the back foot by Siva Brunt. Into the offside it goes. And there is no run. Just to leave you, I mentioned Mervyn and Chester Street. Well, Mervyn's been in touch. Any mention of Durham on the ground relates to the club name wherever it is posted anywhere. The club address is Chester Street. I hate to go on about it, says Mervyn. Well, you're free to, Mervyn. It's always good to hear from you. tms@bbc.co.uk. Danny Hazel is going to continue things here in Durham. No, I'm joking. Chester Street. I'm getting out of the way, and Emily Windsor's going to take up commentary. England 15 for 2 after 5, chasing 390.
We have a sponsor on our shirt, don't we, on the sleeve?
Yeah, and yesterday, actually, I watched people hand paint that, genuine, with a paintbrush on the grass. That is dedication. That can stay, I think, Danny, actually.
Vic will be pleased.
See, I don't know if he will, Danny. You know him better than I do, but...
Oh, he's a great guy. Great guy.
I tell you what, when he cuts it, it's going to breed some interesting, like, smudge, I think.
He'll have it all sorted, don't worry.
I'm looking forward to that as Rana into bowl, and that's a play and miss outside the off stump by Emma Lamb. 15 for 2 England. India just right on top here, aren't they?
Yeah, they just feel like I keep saying it, but they feel like they're really close. Like it's really hard to get the ball through the infield.
Rana in again, quicker and flatter off the back foot. Again, no run. It's so unlike us to see Siva Brunt on 0 of 10 deliveries as well.
Yeah, we said before, it is the sort of place where you need to kind of earn the right to then be able to score freely, and there's, she's doing that, and that's, giving herself a platform.
Rana's off spinning again, cuts, but can only find back with a point. Good fielding from India. Lamb just can't pierce that offside field. India playing the 4 spinners today. That must excite you. To see so many spinners in the team.
50 overs a spin, just go for it. See what happens.
I genuinely think in the women's game that could be useful, As Rana in and played to mid-wicket.
I actually think we did that once, a few years ago.
Should we try it?
Well, you might have to be one of them.
Don't want to mention what I bowled in the net yesterday, but...
Yeah, we did. We played a game. We actually played a game here a few years ago, and it was a used pitch. We must have bowled 5 or 6 spinners. It was great fun.
15 for 2 then England here in reply to India's almighty 318, as that's defended again by Lamb. Big stride forward. I think we should. We'll get Holly back in. Holly Armitage, the captain. She can bowl her leggies again.
I just feel like they took the air out of this ball. They just took a lot of pace off the ball. Hard to pierce the offside.
Bowl. Was that bowled? No. Off the keeper's gloves. Onto the stumps. She plays and misses trying to cut. At the end of the over. Yes, it is a maiden over to start from Rana just varying her pace, isn't she? As you said, taking the pace off, and then that quicker and flat one just beat Emma Lamb there. Phil?
Yeah, 6 overs gone.
Oh.
Just 6 scoring strokes for England so far.
Wow.
She's nicked that.
She has. Drop catch, isn't it, from Mika Gosh behind the stumps. Would have been a tough chance. But their chances, they count.
Yeah, spinners are creating opportunity, aren't they? They've had the 2 spinners from this end. There's been opportunities out there.
15 for 2 then. Gord's bowled tidily as well. That nip back is such a threat for her. 2 for 9 in her 3 over spell. So exciting, isn't it, as well, to see the WPL producing these young cricketers for India, and they really are competing now, aren't they, with the best.
It was only going to. It's a huge opportunity. India over the next 2, 3, 4 years have a real chance to push forward.
So that's played into the leg side by Siva Brunt. There's no fielder out at the fine leg boundary, so deep back with a square comes round, and Siva Brunt's off the mark. She's on to 2, and the score's 17 for 2 England.
Yeah, I think WPL obviously is only going to also help the wider game. You see how many overseas players now are getting opportunity to play out there, and it's about playing in pressure moments and being able to deal with them moments and taking your learnings and experiences back to your counties, to your countries.
Gordon again, that's driven back to past her. Mid-on does the fielding. She didn't get hold of it, Siva Brunt. A nice full face of the bat. She's battling here a little with her timing. But she's the one for me that's crucial to this run chase. We all know the capability she has.
Yeah, definitely. These two, the next couple of batters play a huge role, and they've got to take England a long way to this total.
And again, shorter, but doesn't bounce, and only cuts to extra cover. So that shows you how slow the wicket is. She's hitting in front of square.
You're also seeing the different, the different paces of the bowling, the different trajectories, if anything, of the ball. And you've obviously got Filer and Bell, tall seamers, get the ball to bounce. You've got a skiddy seamer now. His ball's just not quite, getting the bounce you'd expect.
She's in again. Siva Brunt advances, but a thick outside edge to Deepti Sharma, who we've seen taking a spectacular catch in this innings.
Very good catch.
She always finds herself in the game somehow, doesn't she? Like, whether that be bat, ball, field.
And that's,
Mancad, dare I mention it?
That's what special play way to get into the game.
In again, and she's pulled that straight back to her. What I call a strapple. 17 for 2. Just 2 runs off the over so far. Required run rate up at 7s. Conversation between the Centurion, Harmanpreet Kaur, the captain, at mid-off, and her young bowler, Gord. She's in again, and she's driven that beautifully, but a fantastic diving stop. That's probably one of the best bit of fielding we've seen so far today, diving at extra cover. Jemima Rodriguez and all her teammates come to her and celebrate like she's got a wicket. 17 for 2, 7 overs gone.
That's, I think, watching these last few games, India's fielding has been a standout, and yeah, England have, taken some criticism for some, below par fielding for their own standards, but India have been really good, and I don't think we should miss the fact that they've been, their fielding has improved dramatically, and credit to them really. They've thrown themselves around, they've got themselves tight, they've wanted to create opportunity, and as a fielding unit, that's all you can do really.
What do you think they would have done to increase their fielding to that level? Do you reckon it's just volume, like obviously the professionalism of all the other tournaments? Rana in, Lamb advances but plays back to the bowler for no run.
Yeah, I think it will be volume, it will be doing it more often, but it's also being around good players. Like you get some of the Aussie girls coming over to the WPL, and they create that environment.
She's in again, defends, does Lamb, pushing forward.
And then every cricketer's competitive. So if you see somebody who's throwing themselves around, you're going to want to do that as well. So you're upping your own standards, and then they come together as a group like this, and they've excelled really.
She bowls and again uses her feet, but fields off her own bowling. Hitting straight is Emma Lamb. Long on is out on the boundary, just in front of us.
You also find somebody to lead it. Like Jemmy loves fielding, so if you can, she can lead the fielding group. It drags everybody else along with them as well.
So that's hit to Jemima Rodrigues at mid-wicket. Did you coach her at Northern Superchargers?
Yeah, Jemmy was at the Northern Diamonds, Yorkshire Diamonds at the KSL before that as well. So, yeah, Jemmy's been in a few sides I've been involved in.
Again, another dot ball. Emma Lamb just struggling here to find that single to rotate the strike. Good character around the dressing room.
Brilliant. And again, always wanted to field, always wanted to do all of that. So, she's just now probably spreading that around her own team, and everybody wants to follow that.
He's certainly chirping there at mid-wicket. Emma Lamb just slowing the pace of the game down. She's in again, quicker, flatter and swept, but can only find Deepti Sharma at 45. So that's a maiden over from Rana, and she's bowled 2 overs and has yet to concede a run. All of those have been at Emma Lamb, but that's got to be rare, isn't it, Phil? 2 overs, no runs scored. I'm sure, World Cup winner Alex Hartley coming in, she must have bowled a few of those in her time.
No.
Yeah, and just 2 overs to go in the power play, and we're only at 17 for 2. As you say, England chasing 319. That run rate already up to 7.2.
Not bowled 2 overs for none? 2 overs for none. I mean, I would have done it age group cricket. I got 5 for 2 off my 6 or 7 overs, whatever it was. 1 wide, 1 no ball.
Oh,
but
be better out there.
I know. But that was like under 13s.
Gould continues, and that's played back to her again. No run. India just being disciplined, aren't they? They're keeping the stumps in play. There's no loose deliveries. In the field, they've been fantastic.
Yeah.
And England just going nowhere at the moment.
Yeah, it's been I think because they had such a fantastic finish to their innings, it's given them even more confidence going into the second innings. England obviously lost 2 early wickets. An amazing catch from Deepti Sharma.
She's in again, and that's played to mid-on. Missed time. She's trying to come at Gould here, but can't time it, and that's 13 dots in a row. If I was out there, Alex, I'd be chirping if I was fielding. Yeah.
Count what you're giving
I'd be bored as a field.
More blocks than Legoland or whatever. More dots than a Dalmatian.
Yeah, that's the one.
What else can you have? I'd just be going, you're boring. What colour's the ball? And it gets easier to bat here as well. But England struggling against the bowling of India.
Again, in past the bowler, shorter and pulls, but again can't time it. And you'd usually see Nat Sivabrunt send that into the stands and the boundary rope, but mistimed. Frustrations building.
22 dots on the last 23 balls.
In the power play. India just been very disciplined. That's Sivabrunt. She looks calm, she looks composed. Shin again, and that's pushed to backward a point. She does time that one, but fielded well on the bounce. Another dot ball.
Well, Sivabrunt is timing the ball, but timing it straight to the fielders on the offside. Obviously that pull shot into the leg side she didn't time very well at all. She's just seen herself get out on the big screen, and now she's seen herself on the telly, so she's going, yeah, hi guys.
What are they saying about me?
Yeah, I struggle when the ball nips back. I know, I'm trying to work on it.
Again, just a slight delay in play, but Sivabrunt faces up, bowls, and that's his cut, but again straight to backward a point. She couldn't be timing it any better, and she is bowling short and wide there.
She is, but that short wide deserves to be punished and hit for 4, doesn't it? Sivabrunt very relaxed. She's got a smile on her face going, I can't believe I've just hit backward point again.
Harmanpreet started her innings very slow, didn't she, Phil?
in this first innings. As Gord in again and defends to extra cover. They get a single. Maybe think about 2. Should settle for 1. They do. They don't get too greedy. But that's the end of the over. 1 run from it. And 18 for 2 England.
Yeah, if you're looking for omens, both Harmanpreet and Nat Sivabunt scored their first run off the 11th ball they faced today.
There we go. There we go.
I always can rely on you for some positivity for us.
Yeah, absolutely. 3 off 22. She'll be 100 off 82 in no time.
She certainly has the capabilities of that.
She absolutely does. Absolutely.
If anyone
does.
can.
Sivabunt can.
Yeah.
It's like a Superman. Superwoman.
Well, we've seen that in our time, haven't we, though? I've seen some...
We've seen her carry this England team on many occasions. I mean, at the minute, India are so on top of this game. England's run rate is diabolical, to say they're chasing 320.
So the final over of the power play. Rana will be bowling to Sivabunt for the first time. Deep mid-wicket and deep backward square in play. She's in and she hits that 2 mid-on. That's just come into the circle, so it will be a dot ball. 18 for 2 England. When you look at the required run rate, though, it's at 7.5, and I know that sounds...
Yeah.
That doesn't sound a lot, and I know it's over 50 over cricket, but it's not out of reach.
No, it's
One
not.
good innings, or more importantly, a good partnership, and that's something Charlotte Edwards as a head coach always hammers on about in 50 over cricket, partnerships. As Rana in off the back foot, just stayed a little low and finds mid-wicket, another dot ball.
She's done well to keep that out as Sivabunt, because that stayed really low from Rana.
She still hasn't conceded a run in 2.2 overs. She's in again, bowls, and that's swept, but finds Deepti Sharma back with a square. That looks like it's hurt. So they've got a square in the ring and out the ring, but that's a great stop by Sharma.
I mean, that has got 4 written all over it every single other day of the week, hasn't it? And Deepti Sharma just throws herself in front of the ball. A metre any other side, it goes for 4.
3 off 25 deliveries, Sivabunt. Rana yet to concede a run in, bowls and defends.
We've got a game between a game. You also, I know Sivabunt is so much calmer than I'm about to make out, but you don't want her going, I need a run here.
In again, tossed up and driven, and that's beaten the cover in a ring, and that will just about, yes, get to the boundary rope before the shackles have been broken. Sivabunt finds that boundary rope. 22 for 2 England.
I think that's got to be some sort of record in the last 5, 6, 7 years of a bowler bowling 2.5 overs and not going for a run. Like, ridiculous from Sneh Rana.
Good control displayed from these Indian bowlers, that's for sure. Final ball of her 3rd over. Off the back foot. I think about a quick single, but Deepti Sharma quick to it, back with a square. That's the end of the over, end of the power play. 22 for 2 England.
A great power play for England. Obviously having lost both their openers, who have been so successful against the West Indies. Had that, was it 200 partnership twice in a row? And then against India they've struggled a little bit more, have Tammy Beaumont and Amy Jones. I think for me it's been Gowd's nip backer. It's been so good. She gets the ball to swing away nicely, and then that one to nip back every now and then has just caused the damage.
Yeah, she's been impressive with the ball, that's for sure. India though, lots of spin in their team today. And we're going to see another spinner come into the attack. Chirani will bowl from the Lumley end.
Number 40, Sri Chirani.
Harmanpreet Kaur just taking her time, setting her field. She's a busy captain, isn't she? There's always something going on.
But what I do like about her is she quite often lets the bowler take control, or she'll let Mandana give her 20p as well.
She's got an action that comes through and round the wicket width.
And a thick outside edge from Emma Lamb. It's not what you want as a bowler starting your spell, but that's a great bit of work in the field, is it? No. It's hit the boundary rope. She got there, but much needed boundary for Emma Lamb. At this stage, England will take them as they come, and the score will move to 26 for 2.
Yeah, it was full, it was wide, it was on the wide line. It was always going to be hit through the covers, and that thick outside edge runs past short third, and Rada Yadav runs round to it. She actually stops the ball, and then it just trickles back onto the boundary sponge. And she can't believe it. She's got her hands on her head going, no, I'm better than that. And that's because she is. She's an unbelievable fielder.
But that shows you, doesn't it, the standards, the expectation these Indian cricketers have on himself. There's Chirani. Comes round and through past the stumps into Lamb, straight to delivery and defended, and they come through for a quick single. Good running from England. Lamb to 11, 27 for 2.
Nat Sivabrunt's 4 at the end of the previous over brought up 4,000 ODI runs for her today. So Harmanpreet Kaur took until her 11th ball to get off the mark, reached 4,000 runs today. So is Nat Sivabrunt.
Just gets better and better, Phil. In again and defends. Was she quicker than Harmanpreet Kaur to the 4,000 runs?
She was, yes. She's the 6th English woman to do so, and in terms of English players, she's the quickest to reach 4,000 runs.
By a long way as well. Tammy Beaumont's... No, Claire Taylor, the second quickest, 124.
As that's played off the back foot. I'm not sure she got bat on it. They hurry through for a quick single. Yes, she did get runs. So Nat Sivabrunt on to 8. 28 for 2, England, requiring another 291 to win. There's Chirani into Lamb, who works that to a vacant mid-wicket for a single. She's on to 12.
Yeah, in terms of reaching 4,000 runs, as we mentioned, Nat Sivabrunt's the quickest in terms of innings, 108th innings today. Tammy Beaumont did in 110. The very quickest, Belinda Clark, just 86 innings.
That's quick. 86 innings, 4,000 runs. What's that average? How many runs a game's that?
Phil's the mathematician, surely.
Well,
he
it's
likes
4,000
numbers.
divided by 86. Is it?
So that's played to long off by Sivabrunt. She picks up a single. She'll move to 9, 30 for 2 England after 11 overs, and I'll leave the maths in the capable hands of Alex Hartley, and you can sum them up with Fresh.
Well, I don't know if my maths was really bad, but I thought the average would be more, but it's 46.5 runs per game. I thought it'd be like 90. But yeah, I don't know, that's my maths
Just
being
go
terrible,
matches,
you know.
Alex. Just go matches and you get your 90.
Yeah, it's terrible from me.
Well, 30 for 2. England jolted early on by the young Kranti Gaur, picking up both the openers, and then a very tight spell from Sneh Rana. She's bowled 3 overs for 4 runs. The first 2 and a bit overs had not yielded a run, and here she is now ready to bowl to Sivabrunt. Here's Rana bowls, and she sweeps it round and gets it fine. That'll run away to the boundary, I think. Don't think Reddy is going to get there. So that's 4 runs. Sweeping fine and getting 4 important runs on her way now. 34 for 2.
First bad ball that Sneh Rana's bowled there, angling down the leg side. Sivabrunt never misses out on those. She's actually not hit it well. She's barely connected with it, but it goes past Chirani before.
They just helped it on its way almost, just making sure it was fine if Sri Charani was fielding it 45 or a short fine. Here's Rana again. Walks to the wicket, bowls, and worked away now nicely towards deep backward square for another single. Next 10 or 15 overs, one just gets the feeling if these two batters can stay together, they will knock it around, get the odd boundary away, and put themselves in a position where they might try and challenge that total. There's Rana bowls down the leg side, will be called wide. It is. Is there a hint of turn there, Alex?
Yeah, a little bit. You don't normally see much turn here at Chesterley Street. Do you like how I said Chesterley Street there and not Durham? All you people listening from here.
Snake bowls, and it's pushed away on the offside, and comfortable run in the end.
But what did throw me off is I got off the train at Durham and then came to Durham County Cricket Club at Chesterley Street.
Just like you say, India playing England in Manchester, not at Old Trafford.
Lancashire.
Could be. Lancashire as well. Yes, absolutely.
Could be anywhere. Be wherever you want it to be.
Well, as long as you enjoy the cricket, all is well. Here's Rana again. Tosses this one up and it's driven up the ground by Siva Brunt for another run. So since that boundary, the runs have started coming, albeit not in a torrent, but a boundary and 3 singles, I think it is, in this over so far.
Well, what's been interesting is post power play.
Defended back to the bowler by Lamb. Post power play.
Post power play, India have spread the field.
That's allowed the runs.
But it's allowed this easy singles. What we saw from England's point of view, yes, they've conceded 320.
Rana bowls, driven, and gets a hand on it, does Sneh Rana, does well. Mopped up by Jim Rodrigues at shot mid-wicket, and that'll be the end of the over. 12 gone, 50 over game, 38 for 2.
Yes, they've conceded 320, but the one bowler who went for 28, Sophie Eccleston, only had one fielder out the whole time she bowled in their 10 overs. That was it, just a deep mid-wicket. Everyone else was on the one. So I would love it if India could just squeeze for slightly longer. They've got so many runs on the board that they have that freedom to almost be able to we can leak a couple of 4s here and there. It's not going to make a massive difference, but can we try and build a little bit more pressure on these 2 out in the middle?
That's attitudinal, isn't it? It depends a lot on the skipper, how she feels, what she thinks is the way to go forward. But yes, the logic of what you say, Alex, is spot on. Because if you can cut away those easy singles, then the big shot's going to come.
At least with your mid-off, there's no point your mid-off being back as a left-arm spinner. Let the batters go over the top.
Here's Sri Charani starting a fresh over. Bowls, fielded by the bowler of stumbling away to the left. It remains 38 for 2. Siva Brunt 15 of 35, Lamb 13 of 29. Understandable rebuilding effort going on. And again, a conversation between skipper and bowler. And Harman wants a change in the field. Now she's bringing in Deepti Sharma into the offside saving single, probably at extra cover. Yeah, that's exactly what's happening. Rodrigues moves to her right on the drive. And of course backed up by a long off and a sweeper cover. That's the offside field for Sri Charani into bowl to Siva Brunt, who drives to Rodrigues, no run. Bright sunshine here at Chesterley Street now, blue skies. Not something that many expected. Certainly I didn't when I saw the weather forecast. Till you told me, Alex. Driven, diving, Rodrigues can't cut it off. There'll be a single down to long off. That one shouldn't believe the forecast very much.
No.
I always thought here it was more often than not fairly accurate.
Just look out the window. It's always right if you look out the window. You can get a feel, you can smell it in the air, can't you, as well sometimes?
Because you live here long enough to be able to do that.
All you need to know is it rains in Manchester a lot.
Quicker ball, worked away on the onside. He'll take the comfortable single, where the square leg umpire might ordinarily be field standing.
Prakash, using your Indian knowledge, are we going to be dodging the showers during the World Cup?
Well, look, I'm worried about the Sri Lanka games. Because that time of the year, the returning monsoon does hit Sri Lanka pretty hard. So games there might have a bigger challenge. One coming back in with the arm, nicely played away off the back foot. Lots of time into the mid-wicket region for a single. Bangalore might get a few as well, but not as bad, I think, as Sri Lanka. That's why I think originally the plan was to have more games up north, including the final at Mulanpur, but I think that stirred up quite a hornet's nest, and things got changed around later by the ICC. Sricharni bowls, and Jones is just tapping it away on the offside. Radha Yadav sprawling, make sure it doesn't go beyond her. One more to the total, 42 for 2.
Not many came off that over. How many came off that over, Phil? 4. So 4 came off that over, but there was an easy one into the covers and an easy one down the ground for 1. Just squeeze. You've absolutely nothing to lose. There's also no mid-wicket on the 1. So actually there's 3 runs there that have come off that over that are so stoppable. And it just puts even more pressure. And I know England needs 7.5 and over, and every single time they don't get 8 and over, that run rate is climbing and climbing. The dot ball percentage for England is so high, it's 72% already in this innings, and I would love that to be even more, because it's such a simple way of just stopping that.
Alex Hartley for coach.
Well, you know,
Wherever.
I do quite like my coaching. The scary thing is...
We only do that in the PSL, isn't it, at the moment?
The scary thing is, Prakash, India got 318 off their 50 overs. 47% of those were still dot balls.
Too many boundary balls, eh?
Think how many they could have got.
Well, change in bowling. Radha Yadav introduced into the attack now. Left arm orthodox. First ball is on the pads. It's worked away for a single. Oh, Sricharni there, who had a shy at the striker's end, but no damage done. That catch by Deepti Sharma was a stunner, wasn't it?
Absolute belter.
Here's,
She's like, fine, I didn't bat. I'll do something in the field.
Radha Yadav bowls. Attempts a sweep. There's a big appeal. And unmoved the umpire.
Going down.
Looked like that, didn't it? From here, even though we are at a bit of an angle. But it certainly...
don't waste it.
It's not very often, Phil, do we go through an innings without a review. And I think that's what happened in India's batting innings, though if England had, might be a very different story.
Oh, they missed 2.
Yeah.
They missed it anyway. Harmanpreet Kaur has gone
Third
upstairs.
umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is not out. I've checked the bowler's feet. It's a fair delivery. Can we go front on, please?
India better be hoping this is clipping, because then
They
they keep
retain.
their review, yeah.
Umpire's call, the famous umpire's call.
Okay, front on.
Go on, Alex.
Well, we see the ball. It does hit Nat Silverbrunt on
ball
the
is
full,
passing
but it's
close
got
to
to be
the bats.
missing leg.
I'll need to check with Ultra Edge, please.
It's got to be. Feels like it is.
Yeah, the angle of delivery, I think, is what does it more than anything else. It would have had to straighten substantially.
Yeah, it's a
Okay,
good
stand by
delivery.
for Ultra Edge.
Going fuller at Silverbrunt, going underneath the bat, little bit flatter, a little bit quicker, getting it on the full. It's a great delivery, but I don't think it's out.
Well, we shall find out, I think, in as long as it takes to load up spin vision or whatever they call it now.
50p in the meter.
Okay, Ultra Edge coming up. Just play that real slow for me, please. Clear gap between bat and ball. Still a gap between bat and ball. Clear gap. All the way through. Still a gap. Satisfied there is no bat involved. We can move to ball tracking, please, when ready.
I think you're right. At best, clipping.
Okay, original decision is not out. Pitching in line, impact in line, wickets are missing.
By some
so we can stay with your not out decision.
Didn't
Rob,
look
signal not out
like.
now.
I think it was Radha Yadav that's convinced Harmanpreet Kaur to go up for that as well, and she looks at the captain and says, sorry about that, but it just didn't look out. You could see off stump, and it's never a good sign.
Yeah, and I think that's where maybe the England bowlers were a little bit guilty, if you might, not pressing their case maybe strongly enough with the skipper, because Silverbrunt has been fielding more or less around the mid-wicket area on most occasions. Here's Radha Yadav tossing this one up and driven past a diving Yadav down towards Deepti Sharma at Long on, who'll limit the scoring to a single, 43 for 2.
Well, there was one LBW in particular that was given not out by Jackie at the far end, and it was hitting halfway down middle stump, and you almost think, how's that been given not out in the first place?
I think DRS has changed the way umpires take decisions. They are rather other bowls again, and this one's driven nicely. A comfortable run down to Deepthi Sharma again.
It's too easy.
44 for 2.
It's too easy. Why are you just giving away easy singles? I know the strike rates are less than 50, but it's just such a simple way. Have everybody up for 2 balls, 3 balls, and then push your fielders out.
Here's Yadav again.
Oh,
now this could be of some interest. It's gone off the pad towards where short third might be. They'll run through for a single. Surely there can't be a review again, but maybe bat involved. Yes, no signal from the umpire.
I think if there was no bat involved, this one's closer. But I think there was bat involved, but there's no interest from India.
Well, certainly the umpire believes bat involved because clearly there was no signal.
Big bat, out the middle of the bat.
Onto the pad.
Turned into her own front pad. Other than that, cannoning into the stumps.
I think that's over.
It is.
You never missed it,
So
Phil.
did we finally have that little incident or period where we thought there was 1 over with the ball short? Did that happen, or is this compensating for that?
This is compensating. Oh, you've got over, Phil.
Now, the scoreboard in front of us still says 13.5 overs. The last ball of the 14th coming up. Here's Radha Yadav in. And this one's been chipped to mid-on, down towards the long-on boundary. It'll be fielded for a single. So, slow cricket, but a tense tussle out there between Sivabrunt and Lamb, looking to rebuild. And at what stage do they then decide, at least one of them has to decide to start getting a little bit of a move on?
One of them's got to get on with it pretty soon, to be honest with you. And for me, it's got to be Emma Lamb, because Sivabrunt is the best all-rounder in the world. I know she's not bowling at the minute, but she's an incredible batter, world number 1, right up there for me. She's got to be the one that has to bat the majority of this innings, and the slower both of them go together, the more pressure that's going to put on both of them. You might see a rash shot from Sivabrunt or Lamb. I would much rather Lamb be the aggressor in this situation.
Well, we shall find out, won't we, as Sri Charani continues from the far end. 2 overs, none for 12 so far. Had a dream debut in the T20s when the series began. Here she is between the umpire and the stumps. Left arm comes in, bowls, and driven nicely off the back foot down towards the covers, where it's fielded by Kranti Gaud for a single. 47 for 2 now.
Mid-on, mid-off up for Emma Lamb. Mid-off goes back for Sivabrunt. I don't necessarily hate that. I would much prefer mid-off to be up inside the ring, but we've got a short, would you call that a short mid-off or a straight extra cover?
Yeah, I prefer straightish extra cover.
Yeah.
Just because it sounds a little bit more funky.
Yeah.
Here's Sri Charani bowls. Reverse sweep attempted and played very well indeed. Played fine. Radha Yadav's a sharp runner. She'll pull it back, but not before the batters will come through for the second. So 2 more runs to Sivabrunt, who's into the 20s now, 21. And the 50 comes up for England as well, 50 for 2 now.
It's well played from Sivabrunt in the end as well. Fetched it right outside leg stump.
There's Sri Charani again. She's up, she bowls. Run drives, but straight to the bowler, no run. So you'd say this is the size of crowd that you would expect for a weekday
in Durham
here at Chesterley Street.
Yeah.
Thank you. This one's worked away off her toes down towards square. They're looking for 2 definitely, but decide to go and stay with the single as the fielder got there very quickly and sent the return in. 51 for 2, 15th over in progress.
Yeah, this stand on our right hand side, they only ever open it if they sell out the other stands, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, makes perfect sense. Just makes it easier to manage and supervise, doesn't it, amongst other things. Slight hold up in play as Emma Lamb has some adjustments to make to her front pad. She's settled now. Bat raised, slightly bent in her stance, and waits for Sri Charani to bowl quicker. Worked away to the left of Deepthi Sharma. Oh! There's a direct hit at the non-striker's end. The ball's ricocheting away towards the boundary. The umpire will look at it, but didn't look like Emma Lamb was in any trouble, at least when I saw it first. It seemed like she was in.
Well, whatever happens, they've run 4, so India best hope this is out. Oh, they ran 3.
Third umpire to director. We have a umpire review for run out at the bowler's end. Can we go with your best first angle, please? Take that back for me, please.
Well, as the third umpire
bat is grounded all the way through.
reviews everything and decides that there is no danger to Emma Lamb. So that's 2 bonus runs actually for the ball ricocheting off the stumps and running down. And the total now moves to 54. Time for me to...
You've got 1 ball, Prakash.
I do. You know, it's Phil who's thrown me off with that previous over.
Phil's fault.
It's always someone else, Alex. Here's Sri Charani in. Bowls. Pushed away for a single. Deepthi will field. And that'll be the end of the over. 55 for 2. Siva Brunt on 22. Lamb also on 22. 15 overs have been bowled. And all set is Henry Moran.
Thank you very much, Prakash Okanka. 15 overs gone, 55 for 2. Drinks are going to be taken. Alex Hartley, before you go, a fair bit of criticism on the old socials. One incident in the first innings where a throw came in from mid-on, missed the stumps, missed Amy Jones, and went for a couple of extra runs, and the camera showed England fielders smiling, joking, laughing.
Oh, I've not seen that.
It's an optics problem, Matt, isn't it?
I mean, the fielding hasn't been great anyway, has it? The fielding hasn't been great. You know, it's definitely an area that they need to improve on. I think a big thing for me is you want your players to be relaxed. You want them to be confident, which they're clearly not. They're not relaxed. They're not confident when they're out there in the middle. So there is a fine balance to be had.
Yeah.
Obviously, if there's fielding mistakes, drop catches, and players are out there laughing at said drop catches, then that is a problem. If it's just maybe an in-house joke between mid-on, mid-off that has just been caught on camera, these things can be taken out of context. But yeah, optics say a lot within themselves. But fielding is definitely something that England know that they need to improve on.
Yeah, very well said. Thank you very much, Alex. So Alex Hartley, World Cup winner, part of the 2017 squad, is taking a little break, and I'm very pleased to say that moving in alongside is Catherine Siva-Brunt, another World Cup winner, Ashes winner, a legend of the game. Drinks being taken, England 55 for 2. Nat Siva-Brunt out there on 23 or 45. Emma Lamb's on 22 or 36. The DLS par score stands at 101. England need 264 further runs to win, and they've got 35 overs to do it. I've just presented you with all of the details, and I want you to tell me what's happening.
Well, I'm trying to work out, Phil, how many runs they need per over once they come back on after drinks. If we could just
7.5.
give us a little hand with that. It's 7.5. Fantastic. Which is, 6 and over from the off was a bit of an ask. World record. 7.5 is obviously certainly a big ask, especially when you're 2 down and feeling the pinch. So obviously this partnership is going to be enormous. They're both in. It would be criminal for someone to get out, obviously, after drinks, after putting such a hard shift in. But yeah, like I said, didn't I, when Harman got her 100, I said that was a proper captain's knock, and I said our captain would have to reciprocate, would have to do the same thing for us to get anywhere near and to double that up with a major partnership. It's on the cards. It's going to be a hell of an ask. It's not out of their reach. We've still got people who can. Sophia Dunkley can, do a Risha Ghosh if she wishes. ADR's a strong batter, can back that up from the other end, but it's going to be a big ask. And against the bowling that they're giving us, I don't see how we can do it. We're certainly not going to be free flowing because what stood out for me while I've been sat down is their level of bowling married to ours. Yes, our spinners are fantastic, but their seamer was just absolutely on the money. And Natalie, how often do you see her 23 or 45 balls? She's having to really, dig in, isn't she? So.
Well, there we are. Drinks have been taken. Radha Yadav is going to have a bowl then. A little left arm tweakers to bowl to Nat Sivabrunt, who's waiting now and comes forward, hits the ball back towards her. I'm going to give you the rest of this over to think about this question. And we know that England aren't happy with the outcome of their fielding. It's not been good enough. They'll be the first to admit that, and indeed are. This keeps a little bit low. It's chopped towards cover. There's no run again. Sivabrunt waits 23 from 47. What about the attitude in the field? I really ask that in comparison to what we've seen from India across the series, across the tour. Here is Radha Yadav round the wicket and nudged into the onside, but straight to Jemima Rodrigues, who's down quickly to pick up, and there is no run. So shadows lengthening here at Chester Street. Blue skies overhead in the main. Radha Yadav walking in once more round the wicket, left arm spin, and a run will be taken out to the left side, and the leg side I should say, and running quickly to her right is Kranti Gaud, the wicket taker for both England's openers at deep mid-wicket, and one run is all it'll be. 56 for 2. Radha Yadav again as Deepti Sharma tucks a towel into her waistband below us. Fielding at long on, Emma Lamb waiting, gets a slower delivery, and there's good variation in pace here from Yadav, who's mixing things up from those little slingy dart-like deliveries to some that just have a little more loop and potential turn on them as well. And she'll conclude an over that has so far seen one from it with one of the quicker balls, and it is signalled as wide. She was looking to spear it in, and that is wide onto the total, and Rishi Ghosh might have just taken a rather painful blow to the finger behind the stumps there, and that does give me a chance to get your thoughts on that question.
I'm just trying to remember the question.
No, sorry.
It's quite a while ago now. Something to do with fielding and attitude.
It's attitude and application and desire and intensity.
Yeah, that's a hard one for me, because when I used to play, everyone would know I'd say I played with a lot of passion.
Yes.
And it would be certainly not on the inside. You would be able to see how I felt most of the time, and I don't know, I put a lot of pride into what I did. Everything was life or death: bowling, fielding, batting, training.
So that's you.
Yeah, did you train the same way as you played?
Yeah, so my attitude to the gym, for instance, I would go to the gym and if I didn't walk out of the gym with a PB in one of my exercises, that's a bad day. Every time I went to the gym, I had to beat the last time I was in the gym, and I PB'd absolutely every single time I went in the gym. So that was my attitude. If I went for a running session, I expected to gain on my last running session. I could say that about everything. I always tried to be better every single day, every single session. So that was my attitude. I don't want to speak for other people, because not everyone's like me. A lot of people go internal. You can't really see how they feel, but there could be an absolute war going on inside. You don't know. So it's hard for me to understand some people sometimes and their attitudes, because to me it looks lazy. It looks like they're not trying. They don't care as much.
Do you see that in this team?
Sometimes, yeah. But is that the actual thought? Are they actually feeling like that? Do you actually not care, or do you actually care a lot, but that's your way of showing it? And I really struggled with things like that, because it's what it came across to me was what we're saying. It's bad attitude, no discipline.
Is that what you're seeing?
Obviously not in everyone. No, definitely not.
But there are
at times, yes.
From some.
But I don't know if that's necessarily. It's. I feel like that's more an internal thing. So when the pressure gets to them, they go internal, and then what comes out is not good cricket, if you know what I mean.
Yep.
So it's almost what's happening is they're being crippled inside, and then suddenly they're not switched on, or they're not wanting the ball. They suddenly don't want the ball because scared to fail or whatever. instead of being more where I would go the opposite way. I would try and overfight, so you'd see aggression rather than me go internal and you lose me altogether.
Radiyada to finish the over then. Tossed right up and drilled towards short cover and fielded again. There's an intensity there. Immediately the ball's hurled back in. End of the over, 57-2 is the England score, chasing a world record 319. We've had 16 overs. So come on, because you say that, and I am really fascinated in this, because not only do you know these characters very well, but also you have a really good understanding of what it takes to be a cricketer and that sort of intensity that's required. And when I asked the question, I'm not trying to get you to dob in anybody, of course, but you look at Australia and you now look at India, who are a world apart from where they were. They will have those internal struggles as well, because they're human beings. So what's the difference?
So I think there's been an influx of sort of like, it's almost like a lot of versions of me have left and a lot of different versions have come in. So for instance, Lottie used to be our captain. She's very much like me, heart on her sleeve,
but
emotion
she did leave
outward.
9 years ago.
Yeah, well.
In comes Deepti Sharma. And first ball of a new over is worked into the onside for a single. Might become 2. It's good running, and it's fielded out there on the boundary on the leg side, but England do get a couple. 59-2.
And then obviously Nat is captain now. She's the polar opposite. She's very quiet, very inside, very patient, like all the things I'm not. We are chalk and cheese.
Yeah.
So you would know how I feel. You'd never know how Nat feels.
But is that a problem for a captain? 59-2 is the score. She's on strike, and I appreciate she is your wife, so this is difficult. As Deepti Sharma is in, and it's hit in the air, dropping just short of mid-on. And it goes through an Indian fielder into the rope. Well, that's been a bit of a rarity during this series, but it does go to the boundary. It's 63-2, and the score heads on forward, and welcome runs for England. I mean, but in all seriousness, do some of the characters need more of a taskmaster?
So I won't say that nobody in this team doesn't want it. They all want it. They all want to do their best.
Of course.
I think there's a lot of timid people. There's not a lot of forward, sort of front foot people willing to do anything.
This is hit down the ground by Siva Brunt off the back foot for one more. She's to 31, 64-2. That's the bare minimum though, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at Olympians, this is how I see it, they suffer to win, right? If they're not suffering, they're not getting better. They've got to be obsessed and they've got to suffer. Unfortunately, that's just the way it is. That's how you get better.
Deepti Sharma again from the far end of the ground, drilled along the floor to long on by Lamb, who goes to 23. England 65-2.
And that comes in different forms, right? So you suffering, you could look like you don't get to see your family much. The training sessions you do make you feel sick and have your hands on knees. You don't even want to turn up to them because they're hard. That's suffering.
Deepti Sharma over the wicket to Nat Siva Brunt, who herself gets a single down the ground to long on.
And then being obsessed, so you want the ball to come to me. Even if Deandra Dottin's facing it, and I know she'll hit it at me like a rocket, it might break my finger. I want you to hit that ball at me. I want to bowl at Smriti in the power play, even though she could hit me for 15, 20 and an over. You've got to want all this stuff. You've got to be a little bit crazy. And I do wonder if that has gone out of it a little bit.
Oh, there's one that slides past the swinging bat of Emma Lamb. There'll be no run there. End of the 17th over, 66-2. The England score in pursuit of 319. Because I would ask the question then, why are they in this side? Because to me, an intense fielding attitude, an intense attitude to all parts of training, if you are part of an international sporting side earning vast sums of money by most people's reckoning, the bare minimum is you put absolutely everything out there and in those private sessions. And is that not happening?
I would tend to agree, Henry, because that's how I feel. I used to, if anybody wasn't pulling their weight, I would feel very upset about it when I used to play. But difficult question that for me.
Of course, I know. Radhi Yadav is bowling a delivery which is lofted down the ground really nicely by Nat Siva Brunt. And she punches gloves with Emma Lamb because that is a fine shot over mid-off for 4.
What I will say is, no, I don't think everybody is doing everything they possibly can. No. And I think the key to that question is why. And I don't think there's any malicious in it. I think it's more of a mental thing.
Rada Yadav bowls and pace taken off it, pushed towards cover, no run.
Things aren't the way they used to be, if you know what I mean. It's hard to describe. It's really hard to explain.
You describe things brilliantly well. Here comes Rada Yadav, driven towards backward point, no run.
Honestly, it's so hard to explain because, for instance, I could earn no money, but Claire Taylor would tell me to go and run 50 laps around the pitch and I would do it for nothing, just because she told me to. And that I would be suffering in that moment, but that was just the kind of discipline which obviously is not appropriate for this day and age, obviously. But it's just the way we used to think. And not that it needs to be done now. I just think we need to be stronger internally and be more outward with our fight.
Yadav tosses it up, driven along the floor for a single towards Arundhati Reddy, who's on the field, and goes up towards long on, 71 for 2. But I find it fascinating because I think
do we protect our girls too much? Do we protect them?
You tell me. In comes Yadav, driven away out towards wide, long off for one more. Lamb to 24, England 72 for 2.
I mean, I could say some of the stuff that happened to me, but it probably wouldn't be appropriate. Like, there's some of the stuff that happened it wasn't right.
No.
But it did make me stronger and more resilient. But it would definitely not be done now.
Mm-hmm. This is drilled away again. Siva Brunt and Lamb dealing in singles down the ground at the moment. And the over comes to an end. 18 gone. England chasing 319 are 72 for 2. So
it's a wild one. It is wild. I think the key to obviously a fantastic squad without any of this discipline or fitness or anything is all-rounders.
Yeah.
We could just look at it from a pure skill perspective. Australia have all-rounders in abundance and they are like gold.
Yeah.
So one of the other reasons Lottie's had such a great franchise career is because she's had great squads.
Mm-hmm.
The Mumbai Indians have won 2 out of 3 years. They've got about 7 world-class all-rounders. They are worth their weight in gold. We have Natalie, but we don't have 6 of Natalie, which would be brilliant if we did.
Dipti Sharma around the wicket. Pulls out of her delivery, and Emma Lamb quickly back in her ground. There's a boo around the ground.
And another thing, though, if you're not a brilliant all-rounder, you must be exceptional at your one skill. You have to be exceptional. If you're a one-skill player, you must be exceptional.
Deepti Sharma bowls to Siva Brunt, who's clipping that away to deep mid-wicket for a single. 74 for 2. Okay, well then I'd ask this question. If you haven't got the luxury of being a brilliant all-rounder, then why are you not absolutely maximising everything fitness and fielding wise? Because those are controllables.
You are right again. Yes, absolutely. There's no excuse for being unfit or putting in extra work at fielding. Some people are naturally blessed at it though.
Nicely timed out towards deep cover for one more for Emma Lamb, who moves to 25. But we've all seen cricketers who maximise whatever has been gifted to them.
Yeah, and I'll give you an example. Sarah Glenn, she's very good at her skill, but she has her fitness and her, her nutrition is exceptional.
Nicely pushed down the ground by Siva Brunt. She's going to get 1 up towards long on, 76.
And you would say she lacked in the fielding area. Well, I'll tell you, she's not natural at fielding whatsoever. No. But I promise you, she puts the yards in. She does more fielding practice than anybody in the squad, because she has to. So that answers that question to some people.
Hit away nicely by Lamb. It's going to be hard work for that fielder at wide long on to pick up, but Harleen Dool does get there with the ball slowing up a touch. 2 runs taken, 78 for 2.
That's not all, so yes, you are still right in that.
But then
that's just
one example of.
Is, yeah.
So can I intimate from that there are some that don't, and you don't.
Well, yeah. You like?
Because I don't know, these are really hard questions, and you can tell me to go away, and I'm going away in a minute. Hit down the ground, that's going to clear the field at mid-off. Again, the ball rather plugged, so it'll just be a couple. It's 80 for 2. But I suppose the question that I'm asking, and that I sense, and I know that fans are asking, and people watching, is you're on 6-figure salaries. You've got all of the nutrition science time, frankly, to be as well. You know, you've got gym access, you've got facilities, everything you could want. Reverse sweep, nicely played, but well fielded by Rada Yadav at short third. End of the over. 19 gone, 80 for 2. And with all those things in place, how possibly can you not be giving it 110%? That, and if that what you're telling me is that doesn't happen, there will be people screaming at their radios saying, how and why is that not happening? And I'm going to leave you with that question, and I'm going to go and hide. And then I'm going to hand over to Emily Windsor, who's standing by.
Well, it's hard because it's not easy. It doesn't come naturally to some people like it does others, I guess. So that area of it would be harder than the other area. There's obviously there's your cricket area, and then there's your off-field stuff. There's your nutrition, there's your fitness. Some areas come easier to people than others, so they've got to work harder in those areas, and it's a constant work on, isn't it? Some people that I've played with in the past would say, look, I just absolutely hate running. I absolutely hate it. I don't want to do it, but I know I have to do it. So it's like, how much do you have to do to be good at your job? So I guess that's where the fine line is are you fit enough to do your job?
And I actually think cricket, I'm going to talk from, I guess, a sports science point of view here, that cricket's quite unique in different roles require different attributes of fitness. As Gord, the seamer, into the attack, a thick outside edge, but lands safely over that kind of point. Can you not make that noise? Sorry.
I just nearly
under 42.
What about ripping Phil's arm off there?
As long as it's grab it. I think cricketers in different sort of roles need different attributes of fitness. And I struggle to believe that any player wearing an England shirt out there is not given 110%. They want to play for England, but I also hear what you're saying. It's like, what are they doing to keep being better? As Gowd in, and that's played to mid-on.
I say it's this weird thing. So if I look at Paula Radcliffe, for instance, just going to pick a really fit person, like her job is to run, so she works on running. We work on batting, bowling, fielding, running, changing direction. You know, there's so many. Gym. Strength, gym. There's so many aspects. We cannot possibly be great at them all. It's not just that simple.
Gowd, Siva Brandt, who pulls that round the corner for a single. She's on to 43.
And some hate the mental side of it. So if I had to see the psych, no thanks. I don't need. How are you going to help me? So that's how I'd be like. That's my look on it. But that's just me. I'm old school. Some people would love it. They actually couldn't probably perform without it. So it's just so different for everyone. Like Anya Trubso, my bowling partner, she will admit she absolutely hated running, but she would run in and bowl 50 overs and bowl well. So she'd be like, you know, do I need to be like Paula Radcliffe, or do I just need to be able to do my job?
Gord to Lauman, that's played past mid wicket. Great diving shot, stopped by Deepti Sharma again. Will be no run.
And I'm not trying to give anybody an excuse. I'm trying to be fair, because actually, at home, I would probably go to town on some people, because that's the way I am. That's the way I used to be. I used to have such high standards. So if they dropped, and like Henry said, I would be spitting feathers.
Into Lamb, who pushes into the offside. Quick single. She manipulates that extra cover fielder. She moves to 30. 84 for 2. I also think it's hard to get better at everything quickly. As again, we talked about so many different things. There's speed, there's strength, there's power, there's so many components to cricket, and you can't get better at all of them at once. Just general fitness. And that's played past mid-wicket. That will go all the way for 4. Yes, it does. That's Siva Brandt at her best. She moves to 47, 88 for 2. And some people are strong in certain areas of fitness and they're not others. But are people trying to get better? I'm not in that England dressing room. You're closer to it than I am. But from a domestic point of view, I see it. People are getting better. People are getting fitter. Surely it's happening there.
Yeah, from the takeover. I mean, even before, there is a strong impetus on it. There is a lot of talk about it, and the people who lack skill in fielding are definitely doing more fielding. Some probably, some of the good fielders are actually starting to lack because they're not doing enough fielding now, because the ones who do are doing way more.
They've got a fielding coach as well. I think I really like that. Like, we practice, don't we, batting and bowling skills, techniques a lot. They've got coaches to make them better fielders specifically, which is happening at an international environment. A Sharma round the wicket in, and that's hit over the top. That's a good shot by Emma Lamb. Mid-offs inside the circle, a couple of bounces, and that will be 4. She's starting to accelerate here, which is what England need. 92 for 2.
Yeah, it's a real difficult subject, because you can't put yourself in that person's head and say why aren't you trying harder in that area, but they're trying so hard in the other areas, and it's just like this ongoing battle. But who can possibly say apart from that person? You know what I mean?
And I think people will be held accountable for Sharma in again, and that's pushed into the offside. But that's going to take time under new management. You can't just go in and set loads of expectations of people and be like, you magically will get fit. And these girls are playing a lot of cricket at times across the whole year as well. Like, to get strong, you need a block, a 4 to 6 weeks absolute minimum.
Yeah, 6 weeks is for what do you call it? Something change.
Yeah, positive adaptation, something like that. But
meaningful change, 6 weeks.
These international cricketers probably get a few of those a year. A Sharma in, and that's played up to mid-on for a single by Siva Brunt.
I was trying to work out how often I've been at home this year, and it's like 8 months out of 12. I was like, what on earth? And it's like, so when you feel like every spare bit of your free time you want to be with family or trying to go for a break, or there was times when I've been on holiday and just done fitness because fitness testing was coming up. I don't want to be doing fitness.
Yeah.
I want to have a pint and sit by the pool with a fantastic book or podcast or whatever, and everybody leave me alone. Not running up and down the
I can't imagine
40
you sat
degree
by a
heat.
Pool reading a book, Catherine.
No, I get quite impatient.
Yeah. I feel like
How did you guess?
sold us.
I can though. I can.
Really?
I can.
We can't now. You got lit.
But I have to have some form of entertainment.
94 for 2. Then a Sharma in from the Lumley end. Reverse sweep by Lamb. She doesn't get hold of it again. And they come through for a quick single. Wild throw. But will just be a 1. 30. She's on to 36. 95 for 2. No, I just think
we digress.
I just think it's an interesting debate that it's not a magic wand, and lots of players in this team in this environment will need different things, will take different length of time. As that's played into the onside by Siva Brunt.
Yeah,
they might think about 2 here. The call is no, and probably the right call that.
We just don't have a massive selection of people to choose from, right? Like Australia do. Sorry, that's the end of the over. 96 for 2. But we are doing the best with what we have, right? So you wouldn't pick a team that has 4 weak fielders in it who can't bat as well, because there you're really on the back foot there. Australia was Wareham come in at 10, and she's properly bat. You're pretty much just going Megan Shutt and Darcy Brown, who can't, but they actually can a bit too. And then they absolutely have gun fielders the whole way through. They might have 1 bad fielder. So it's that, isn't it? It's like we do unfortunately have maybe 4 weaker fielders, and then 3-4 people that can't bat as well. So we're up against it, but it's like, where are they coming from? You look in domestic cricket, you tell me the next best seamer. Are they a gun fielder? And can they bat? I will agree with you there. Maka, she can definitely come in. That's the question, and I think Australia have that in abundance, don't they?
But that's taken time.
Yeah.
And I believe this England team will has gone into the pitch. And that Sciver-Brunt played mid-on, and that will be her half century. She's come off 67 deliveries. She raised the bat to the crowd. Will she raise it to you, Catherine? I don't know, but
She has no idea where I am.
97
I could stick my head out that window, but no. She's got a lot of work to do. 50 is not enough. I wouldn't have even celebrated that.
So mean.
150. She needs 150, mate, if we're to get anywhere near winning this game.
Takes a good catch, you put her down, she gets a 50, you put her down.
This is why good becomes great. Standards.
Gone in, short ball, and that's pulled up to
gold.
mid-on by Lamb.
Love that. Have some of that.
We're about to get Danny Hazel into the box here. I think we need Catherine to come and do a motivational speech
One
to
more
us.
thing, we just saw a minute ago at this point, England and India are the same.
One run,
96 for 2, 97 for 2, 1 run. Fantastic. Game on!
You can't leave now. She's left me. Over and out. That's pulled into the onside. Fielder out there who pats it down and keeps it to a single. Lamb on 36. 98 for 2. There's only one person, Phil, that can get away with just leaving our commentary position like
she's
that.
Gone.
Just bring us some settled calmness, please, Danny.
Right then, where were we?
We won't go backwards, we'll go forwards, I think, now. Let's go out in again into the pitch, pulled nicely by Nat Sciver-Brunt. She's timing it well now, but it will just be a single. She's on to 51, 99 for 2 England.
I think I'm in for the good bit now. It's time for some Natalie hitting.
It was interesting that though, Phil, for me, that there was 1 run in it. Was that correct at the end of the previous over?
Yeah, previous over, 96 for 2, played 97 for 2. You're right, it doesn't feel like it. Shows how hard India went in the second half of their innings.
Scowled in again, short ball into the pitch, and that's given wide. And Lamb just leaves that one alone. 100 up for England, which is the applause.
You always get a nice ripple of applause here. It's like an old-fashioned cricket crowd. Nice ripple of applause for a 2 and a 100 and the 50s.
They love a 2.
They love it. They
I've
do.
worked that out already. They
If
love
you can
a 2.
run 2s here, you're in for the long haul.
And at 3, you're pushing it. People are off their seats. Shin again into the pitch, and that's helped round the corner by Lamb. 3 fielders out on this leg side, so it's just a single. She's to 38.
I do think this is the little button by England. Like India went so hard at the end. England have probably got to go a little bit earlier, and I think this is probably the point in the game where they've just got to get that run rate up to 6s, up to 7s, and try and take a bit of that.
It's in, and that's pulled into the onside again. Fielder has to work hard, but she's not getting that. Nat Sciver-Brunt hits into her famous pocket on that leg side with power. She does it so well. She's on to 55, 105 for 2.
I think we'll be going back to a bit more spin at both ends, I'd imagine. Try to really take some of the air out of the ball, take a little bit of pace off the ball. So really hard, obviously, when you're trying to put pace on it. But yeah, this is the point where England, they have to go that little bit earlier than India did, and I think that will set us up for a pretty exciting end.
Yeah, Danny's right. India scored 120 off the last 10 overs. I don't think England will want to be there, will they?
I think if you get to the point where you maybe need 80 off the last 10, you can go at 8s in the last 10. That probably puts you in a decent position
with wickets in hand.
But I think even if you've got your kind of your 6, 7, 8, if they're still able to go at 8s and over, it's quick scoring when you get going. I've said it from the start, the pitch will keep getting better. The sun's come out, time to bat.
And the key is Rika Ghosh, 38 off 18 deliveries. That was an impressive innings at the back end. Do England have someone in their lower middle order that can match that? Probably Sophia Dunkley still to come. She's in good form. She scores quickly. Alice Davidson-Richards, more of a gritty cricketer, but she does have options.
Sophie Eccleston, when she gets going, she's having a good day as well.
There's Rana into Lamb, who goes for a reverse sweep. A half appeal, but nothing on it. Backward a point, read that really well, and she's quite far behind to try and block that reverse sweep of Lamb. But she, for me here, I don't know your opinion. I want Nat to bat. If Nat bats these next 27.5 overs and she's in, and that's played up to mid-on, England going to be there or thereabouts. But Lamb, for me, needs to push through the gears now.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, Nat's obviously the key. But people around her have to make contributions, and they've got to make, relatively quick contributions. They can't be dawdled around. But Lammy looks like she's getting going now. She looks like she's about to, start to put that foot down.
Rana to Siva Brunt. That swept away behind square. That will race away for 4.
Well, they're doing the right thing. They're trying to build a platform. It's hard, to go at 120, 130 strike rate from the off. So I think it's about building that.
100 partnership as well between these two. It's come off 122 balls. So they are, what was a very slow start, it's getting easier and easier to bat as the partnership builds. Off the back foot from Siva Brunt. Will they get a quick single? No. Rodrigues reads that well.
The only thing you're under here is scoreboard pressure. There is, like when India were batting towards that last 10, there was no real scoreboard pressure. You weren't trying to get to a score. Here you actually have to get to a score.
That's in, and that's played up to mid-on off the front foot by Siva Brunt. She moves to 60. 208 required to win now. 27.1 overs. Good pitch here. Big playing surface, lots of space. The sun is out this evening. She's in again off the back foot by Lamb, so it'll be a dot ball to finish the over. 1-1-1 for 2 after 23 overs.
Had a wander around the ground. It's lovely. Quite busy round there.
All by the food outlets, is it?
Yes, I had to take my 5-year-old to the chip wagon. He was over the moon to go and see that.
Chip over ice cream, is he?
He was chips and sauce over ice cream at the minute.
Tomato ketchup?
Yeah.
Good
Although,
man.
I think his dad might take him to the ice cream on the way out, but thankfully I will be at home, so he can deal with the madness that will incur after all that sugar. But no, he loves his cricket. Keep asking where all the girls are. I said, you can't go and see them. It's not how it works.
Number 1 fan. Is he Durham's number 1 fan?
He knows everybody. He knows all the numbers as well.
Does he? Gets that from you, Danny. I'd have in. That's driven up to mid-off for a single.
That's definitely not me. But people who tell me them numbers.
112 for 2. Siva Brunt, crucially, on 61. Was a captain's innings from the Indian skipper Harmanpreet Kaur. She got a beautiful 100. Siva Brunt knows she needs to match that and more. As Yadav into Lamb, who goes for a reverse sweep. It gets fine. Does that come off bat? Yep, signalled run. So Lamb to 40.
I think that's a good option. That they've got one, behind point on the offside. So it's a shot that Lammy plays quite a lot. It's a really good option for her, even if you just get any bat on it, even just to pad a little start. Start to rotate the strike, start to get the scoreboard moving.
And he's trying to manipulate that field, isn't it? Get that mid-wicket out, give her some space.
Yep. And then all of a sudden, there you go, something changes. Might just be personnel, to be fair. Or it makes it makes the bowler change their line just to try and create a little bit. Put the fielders under pressure and make the bowlers think a little bit more. Sometimes you don't have to hit it very well.
Or not hit it at all.
Not hit it at all.
You've got catching extra cover now for Yadav. And 1 in the ring, just getting the line of her right. She's now not catching. She's dropping back into the circle. Long off, long on, deep mid-wicket and deep backward of square to Siva Brunt. So she bowls slow and driven by Siva Brunt all the way along the floor to long on for a single. 114 for 2. Required run rate at 7.7, so it stayed in the 7s. She floats it in again, hit uppishly by Lamb, safe into space. She's on to 41.
Yeah, I think if England can hold it at 7s for as long as they can, they're going to put themselves in a position where they're going to need, 70, 80 off the last 10, and that's with wickets in hand. Makes it very interesting.
In again, she's tried to work that into the onside. Siva Brunt trying to hit it square, can't get hold of it.
There was one person I don't want to curse right now. It would be Nat out there.
Do you think we'd survive?
Catherine's a little bit close to me.
She grabs me every time I'm commentating, Danny. But she's in, and that's bowled, and that's played to mid-wicket. Lamb thought about coming through for a single, but that's a dot ball to finish the over. 26 overs remain then, 115 for 2 England. Sun beaming down to the people in the stand to our right. They've got their sun cream on.
No need it in the northeast these last few weeks. It's not normally heard of.
I haven't burnt yet, Danny, since I've been up here. Just about got a t-shirt on.
There you go. Look, India ahead of England. This same point. England are, even if the batter seeing that, it just builds a bit of confidence, knowing kind of, at the same point where India were. It does kind of put a different mark on how England go about the game, but I think puts them in a really positive mindset, just seeing kind of where India were in comparison to the same amount of overs.
Prakash, over to you. You take control. You keep these World Cup winners under control for me for a minute.
115 for 2. Yes, it was that acceleration in that partnership that Harman and Jamie Rodrigues had, really, wasn't it? And then the late surge by Richa Ghosh, and that can be, you would think, in modern day cricket, that can be replicated. I think keeping wickets in hand is key right now.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's how England go about it. They might go about it slightly differently. They might feel like they need to go a touch earlier than India potentially did.
Sneh Rana bowls, paddled away nicely by Lamb. There'll be runs here, just the one. Return comes in and stays 116 now for 2. 42 to Lamb, Siva Brunt on 62. You just feel that the skipper's presence there will hold the side together.
Yeah, I think Nat being there just gives a little bit of uncertainty for India. She's that sort of player who can go on and get a big score.
Oh, definitely. Sneh Rana in again, bowls, and this one's played nicely, beautifully timed and wonderfully well placed. It's going to race away to the point boundary for 4.
Yeah, great shot by Nat. I think she's reaping the rewards now of somebody who's got used to this pitch, got her eye in, got used to the pace. I think you saw kind of her first 10 balls. The ball didn't even look like it was bouncing on. To get into her bat looked really slow, but now she's got the hang of it. Now she's pushing towards that 100 strike rate, and once she gets in, she's a hard person to get rid of.
Oh, absolutely. In any format, I think that's the key point, that great players have the ability to adapt. As Rana bowls and worked away for a comfortable run. Rodrigues having to do the running round.
Yeah, reminder, at one stage Nat Siva Brunt was 3 from 26 deliveries.
Not dissimilar to Harmanpreet's innings in many, many ways. The difference, of course, is that the England skipper knows how many to get. Here's Rana again, reverse sweeps, got something on it. It's going to race down below the commentary position here. Thinks she'll drag it in, Sri Charani, but not before the batters cross for 2. Every run.
I think Lamb's gone to that in the last few overs, hasn't she? Maybe she feels like that's where she's getting more of her value at the minute. Them deflections, and then looking when the bowler gets full, trying to hit the ball strong, hard towards the side screen.
Sneh Rana in again, bowls. Swept fine. Might go all the way. In fact, will go all the way to the boundary. This is very, very good by England and by Emma Lamb. The runs are beginning to flow with relative ease. No risks, really. They haven't gone aerial too much at all. So 127 for 2. They're getting themselves into a very good position, one has to say.
And we said at the start it's a very important innings for Emma Lamb, and she's absolutely putting her hand up here. If she can be the one that potentially takes them all the way home, that's a huge feather in her cap, really.
Yes, that's what they say in it. Don't leave it for someone else. If you can, then finish it. Once again, nicely worked away on the onside. Fine. They'll pick up 1, and they will go back for the second comfortably. It's been a very good over then for England. 10 or 11 runs coming off it. Phil?
14 coming off it.
Oh, there we go.
And 50 for Emma Lamb.
And that's Emma Lamb's 4th ODI 50.
Including 4 forwards.
Drinks coming on, are they?
Probably a little bit of a regroup from here for India, I think. Sometimes the drinks break always bring something, don't they? Yeah. So they're either the batters will get themselves into 5th and 6th gear, or there'll be something created.
But that itself is a huge win already mentally for England. I mean, chasing 318 or 19 to win, and then you force the defending team to get into a huddle says a lot.
Yeah. And they've just held on to the required rate all the way through. It's just hovered around 7.5, which is achievable on this pitch, especially with batters that now have put themselves into really good positions. We said from the start it does just keep getting better and better. If you hold yourself in the game, the pitch will keep getting better. You'll earn the right to score runs. You like Nat did and like Harman did as well. They just took a little breath at the beginning, worked it out a little bit, and now reap the rewards of being able to score quite freely, really.
Absolutely, and I think the Indian bowlers will have to maybe look at a slight change in tactic as well. The same Sneh Rana who bowled 14 or 15 balls without conceding a run. Yes, the batters have gotten used to conditions. The pressure of 2 early wickets would have had something to do with the way England approached when they were rebuilding, but now with a 100-run partnership already in the kitty, they will now look to power on from here, and this is where Harmanpreet will have to marshal her resources.
Yeah, I think for me this next 10 overs is a big indicator in the game. If England can keep pushing this next 10 overs, India will start to be a little bit wary, but if you put 2 wickets on this score, and that's a very, very different game. So the game's, it's probably sat in this little holding pattern for the last kind of half an hour. Now somebody has to take a step forward and put their stamp on the game, whether that be a bowler or whether that be a batter. So it'd be interesting to see where this next kind of half an hour goes.
Yeah, very well put, and I think you've summed it up brilliantly. This is exactly where the game is, as the shadows lengthen a little bit. Here at Chesterley Street, blue sky wasn't the case when the game started, and mercifully it looks like we're going to get a full uninterrupted game, which is what everybody wants.
Never in doubt. People say it doesn't rain in the north, it's just cold. People think it's always wet. It's just cold all the time, just cold.
I guess cold has its own share of challenges, but certainly better than being wet. Right then, we're play about to resume. Radha Yadav with the ball. And Siva Brunt will strike. She bowls, and off the back foot, nicely worked away on the onside, down towards just backward of square for a single. And the difference, I think, in these bowling sides, if I may be so bold as to say, India don't seem to, at the moment, have a bowler like Eccleston. I mean, those 28 runs of 10 overs in a otherwise big total just gives you the value of how much that has meant. And while Sneh Rana started well, the next 4 or 5 overs really are going to be very crucial. Here's Radha Yadav bowls and defended by Emma Lamb. Thought about a big hit down the onside, didn't reach it, defended.
Yeah, I wonder if their spinners have maybe just talked a little bit about pace. It looked, when pace came off, it looked might make the batters hit the ball. Looked like it just went a little bit quick when potentially England were coming at them. They maybe looked to bowl a little bit quick. Can they be brave enough now to take a bit of pace off and make England hit them?
Yeah, and I think India need to still realise and accept that there's still a long way to go in this game. It's not as if England are there. And these are little things which, sitting here in the comfort of the commentary box, one can talk about much easier. Worked away fine again by Siva Brunt. They'll take one more.
Well, absolutely. I'm not tossing it up for Nat Siva Brunt to come and run down and smack me off my head, so I don't need to worry about that. But I think when you look at it, you're thinking what has worked well in the game. For both sides, India's spinners did take pace off. They just maybe got dragged back into bowling a little bit quick again, but they've maybe discussed that, and maybe that's what they're going to look to try and do over the next little period.
Once again, Radha Yadav in. And hit in the air, but in space and placed beautifully between the two fielders, the one at mid-wicket and long on, and they'll get 4 runs. Will England move up further putting their foot down just a wee bit on the pedal, and the ball was there to be hit. So very well placed.
Yeah, good use of her feet. She's probably looked to sweep and paddle for the last little period, so that's probably, another foot forward for her.
Looks to reverse sweep this time. Ball was too far in the stumps for her to get the angle she wanted. She was aiming for third or thereabouts.
I suppose when you take pace off, that shot becomes harder, so then kind of your boundary riders can come a bit higher because they have to use their feet, because there's no value in the paddles and no value in that. So it kind of depends what you're thinking. Am I going to drive this ball in so I can have them more behind, or am I going to take pace off where I can set my deeper fielders more in front, because then they're going to keep coming at me. So probably it forces a batter to do something different as well. I think Lami's quite comfortable sweeping, so making her come down the wicket is going to force her into slightly less comfortable than she wants to be.
Indeed. Sneh Rana starts a fresh over. Just about 13 runs at this stage between the two teams. Rana bowls, and it's driven back. Little fumble, but not enough for a single to be had. Stays 136 for 2. Sneh Rana from Hyderabad in the Deccan region of India. Nice easy run up to the wicket bowls, and it's worked away with the turn over the practice area for a comfortable single. They thought about a second, did Sivabrant. Rightly sent back, I think, by Emma Lamb.
This partnership now up to 129. It means it's England's best ever third wicket partnership against India, beaten 127 by Jenny Gunn and Claire Taylor against India at Lords in 2006.
There we go. They have to carry on though. Here's Rana bowls. Reverse sweep attempted. It's gone, I think, ricocheting off the keeper's pads, probably. Wait for the umpire's signal. By signaled. So now the run, nevertheless, to the total. 137 becomes 138 for 2 in the 27th over. This game has the potential to go right down to the wire now. Rana past the umpire, up bowls. A deft touch and played with soft hands. They should get the second here comfortably. Very, very well run and very well played indeed by Nat Siva. You could see that she just played that with very soft hands square of the wicket to get the second run.
And again, the Durham crowd appreciates it too. Always do.
Knowledgeable.
Yeah.
Knowledgeable folks. 140 for 2 in the 27th then. And Sneh Rana will have to find a way to try and curb. Not easy with the field spread out. It bowls again, and this time driven firmly, and it's past the diving fielder at extra cover. Kranti Gaur there might have got a fingertip to it, but this was hit powerfully, and 4 runs wide of extra cover.
Yeah, it's a great shot by Nat. She's earned for herself a couple of singles, a couple of twos, and then Rana gets a little bit full, belts it through the offside for 4.
Beautiful position to play that shot as we watch it on our monitor here. A little bit in the air, but placed so well that the fielder had no chance. Now, how does Sneh Rana respond? What is Harmanpreet going to do? Here's the next delivery, and inevitably just a little bit short, waiting on that back foot, works it away for a comfortable single. Cat and mouse, thinking and outthinking. 144 now for 2 is up to 145.
Yeah, I think India got to. Can they stop a few of them singles? Can they get that rate up to above 8? Can they put England under a little bit of pressure? It might mean, having a fielder in a slightly, can you bring square leg in? Then you can have a deep square leg behind, just to try and create something. Just try and get yourself a dot. That might only be for 2 or 3 balls, but it just forces a batter to play something slightly different, and then in turn could create.
Absolutely. I mean, as the game draws deeper in, then 5 dot balls mean a lot more than they would at the start of the innings. Is Harmanpreet going to be brave enough to try that? Here's Radha Yadav in, starts a fresh over, pushed in with the arm, straight to Jamie Rodrigues at straightish mid-wicket, no run. There's such a serene calmness about Nat Sivabrant at the crease. Looks to play it fine. Wide signalled. And that's what he said a moment ago, that firing it in is rather Yadav. No longer the loop that we were seeing at the start of her bowling spell. So there's no chance of any deception in the air if she stays with that kind of trajectory. There she is again. Swept powerfully and placed well. Good work in the deep there. I think it's Harleen Deol, one of the sharper fielders. She sends the return in but can't stop 2 runs. 148 for 2.
Yeah, and that might be obviously having the offside up. She's maybe worried about dragging it short, one down, getting cut, but I think it's trying to create something, trying to be the one who wants to bowl it.
Down the wicket comes Siva Brunt and drives it out towards long off for a comfortable run. Don't think there's been more than 1 dot ball or so in an over, if that, in the last 3 or 4 overs, and that's just an indication that the 2 England batters now very comfortable with what's coming at them. Swept away beautifully again in the gap. It is terrific effort that from Kranti Gaur. Young legs, throwing herself to her right as she ran across and saved a certain 2 runs. But 2 to the total. 150 has come up for England. It's 151 for 2 now.
And again, that fielding keeps cropping up, doesn't it? India have been really good in the field. Is that going to be a factor towards the back end?
This one's wristedly played now, easier for Kranti Gaur this time. The ball coming more or less to her. But again, a good over for England. 2 or 3 twos already. And a ball to come in the over as well. It was rather in bowls. Swept fine, but they've got Sri Charni there at 45, just inside the ring, and that'll stop the single. A couple of meters here or there, that was 4. 152 for 2, 28 gone now.
Still just holding on to that run rate, England. I think it hasn't moved from needing 7s and a halves. They're also, I quite like using the Duckworth Lewis score as a bit of an indicator where you are in the game. And for me, that England are just behind that. Obviously, wickets changed that dramatically, but I think it just gives you an indicator of where the game is. And at the minute, it's probably England can hold on to that. Does somebody need to throw a punch? Does somebody need to take the game on?
Yeah, England has scored 7, 8 or 9 runs off 9 of the last 12 overs, and another one that went for 14. So, as you say, the run rate has kept roughly the same over that time period.
Yeah, more or less 8 runs and over required now. And Sri Charni, who's bowled 3 overs for 20, now back into the attack. See if she can conjure up a wicket for a skipper. Comes in and bowls. Has this gone down, or was it a bump ball? We will wait and see. But the single's been taken, and as a result of some sloppy work in the field, we were just praising India. There's a second that's available and stolen. Very good running again. 154 for 2. This will tell us. Yes, this was a straight opportunity. Caught hold, and she's let that one go. Never looked like she was going to take it. The way she positioned herself must have hit her on the wrist. So there's a dropped opportunity right there for young Sri Charni. She's in again, bowls. Dabbed away in front on the onside for a comfortable run. This is excellent by me.
But it's a little bit slower, isn't it? It's created something. That little bit change in pace has created an opportunity. As a bowler, yes, you would take responsibility and catch your own, but I think it's created something.
There she is again now. Between the wickets and the bowler, between the stumps and the umpire, I beg your pardon. Worked away on the onside. There'll be a run before Sneha Rana fields at the edge of the circle on the onside.
I think we even talked about it right back at the start. Fielding in this game. Whichever team wins the fielding wins the game for me.
Yeah, well, that could come into play. I think India probably have done better in the field so far than England have. And this time over the outstretched hand of the bowler down towards long off for another run.
Yeah, I'd say India just about definitely on the ground. They've definitely ground fielded better than England at the minute, but when that opportunity comes again, if it comes again, they've got to be ready.
And then also, the pressure as it mounts, that's when the real test comes, doesn't it? There's Sri Charani now in. And swept fine, and that'll go away. Not sure there's a fielder anywhere near. 4 runs, beautifully placed. You could sense even the sound coming off the bat that she got a chunky bit of it. 4 more runs there.
Yeah, great shot again. They've asked her to get across her stumps and sweep hard. Fielder behind, but again the lines, it's inviting the sweep, isn't it? It's kind of down the leg side, inviting the sweep, and that's caught that up and got it past the fielder.
I think you've hit the nail on the head. The pace at which the Indian spinners have bowled in the last 10-12 overs, I think, is just quickened up a bit. It often is a natural reaction, but this is what you expect from top-notch sports people. Worked away on the onside by Nat Siva for a single in front of the umpire. They'll take 1, and this partnership now is assuming alarming proportions from an Indian perspective, because they're doing really well. Haven't had too much of a problem, and it's 162 for 2 at the end of 29 overs. Phil?
Yeah, that 4 brought up the 150 partnership between these two. Came off 160 deliveries.
Alex Hartley's gotten into the seat alongside me, but it's time for me to hand over to Henry Moran after a word from Alex.
Well, how it's changed within an hour. When I was last here, England were in so much trouble. They were ticking along at 2 runs and over. And now England are ahead of where India were. Yes, India had a really good end to their innings to get them to the score that they did. But England, if you go score by score comparison, they're on top.
29 overs gone, 162 for 2. The target 319. Siva Brunt is on 86. And she's going to get runs there as well, out through the leg side towards County Gord at deep mid-wicket. Moves to 87. She's played quite brilliantly, the England skipper.
And not only are England ahead on the comparative, they're also ahead on Duckworth Lewis. So if it was to rain now, which seems incredibly unlikely, England would win.
Well, you're not great with the weather, Phil, are you?
Reverse sweep attempted and nicely played. That's a good shot. And Emma Lamb's going to get runs there. Down towards the boundary it goes. Sri Charani will pick up. And a couple more are added. England's required rate currently stands at 7.5 and over. It is doable, particularly the way they're going.
It's been such a brilliant partnership between these two. Weathered the storm. Still a massive ask from here, though.
Here comes Sneh Rana to bowl to Emma Lamb. Plays it back towards the bowler, and there'll be no run there. Emma Lamb's played well, hasn't she? 64 from 74.
Yeah, really well.
Lamb on 64. Rana in the sunshine is in and bowls. There's a big appeal for LBW. The ball seemed to actually hit the sort of midriff, but she was down low sweeping, was Lamb.
I thought that was out.
I thought it looked a decent shout. Wasn't quite Chris Rogers at Lord's all those years ago, where he missed a full toss and was hitting the tummy LBW, but it wasn't.
Oh, maybe going. No, maybe missing. It hit the stumps. The ball hit the stumps, Henry.
That was what the excitement was. Clipped into the onside. That's going to bring probably a couple if they're quick, and they do run well, these two. And they get 2 runs. 66 for Emma Lamb. England 167 for 2. 1 ball left of the 30th over.
Think about Siraj last week.
Yep.
Bit different because she swept the ball, not defended it, but it's hit a pad. It's rolled back, hit the stumps, nothing.
I'll tell you what. As in comes Sneh Rana again. Nicely angled away into the onside behind square for 1. And it'll just be the single. 67 for Emma Lamb off 78 balls. And England 168 for 2 after 30 overs. They're chasing 319. You see it far more often in white ball matches where you've got the heavier zing bails that they don't come off. And in the Test match cricket,
just a little
tick, and off they come. So this partnership, Phil, is worth what?
They came together at 8 for 2, now 168 for 2, so 160 this partnership.
Goodness me, it's a good effort. It really is. And you have to say, if they could get over the line, it would be some performance from these two.
Yeah, it really would.
151 runs still required, but England are in touch. Could be set for a thriller. Could be set for a thriller in Switzerland as well tonight.
Oh,
Women's
yes.
football, if you want to listen to that. 5 Live Sport getting underway shortly. Here is Sri Charani with the left arm spin in the headband from the far end, and there's a big swing and a miss from Emma Lamb. You sense for India, though, 2 or 3 tight overs, things could get tricky for England.
Absolutely, that run rate will climb, won't it? Especially now with 20 overs left. And also, break this partnership, you never know either. I think India still very much favourites to win this game.
Here is Charani once more, round the wicket, and Lamb will just come forward to meet it and angle into the onside. Just happy to take the single.
We've spoken about the 120 runs that India scored from the last 10 overs, but at the end of the 30 over mark, the comparative mark there, England ahead by 21 runs.
Charani, far end of the ground. Past umpire Williams, a little bit quicker this time, and that's helped on its way by Nat Sivabrunt. Brilliantly fielded at short fine leg, and that prevents anything more than just a single. Good running, good fielding, all round good cricket that. 170 for 2. So midway through the 31st over. And in comes Charani. Oh, boulder! And Emma Lamb has to go. It's been a fine knock and a fine partnership, but as she looked to swing the ball into the leg side, she didn't make contact and heard that awful rattling sound behind her. 170 for 3. Lamb goes. A knock that will all but cement her place in England's World Cup squad, you sense, but not the big score she would have been so desperate to see. And England are 3 down, 170 for 3. Emma Lamb goes. 68 from 81.
It's been a good partnership between Lamb and Sivabrunt, and a brilliant knock, but it's weak dismissal. And you sort of felt like it was going to happen. She tried to play the sweep shot a couple of times, a couple of air shots. She's just clearing that front leg ever so slightly too much, leaving a too big a gap, between bat and pad. She wasn't well balanced as she's played the shot, and it hits the top of middle stump, but she's kept England in this game, that is for sure.
Partnership stands broken at 162, Alex Hartley.
Yeah, brilliant partnership, wasn't it? Very good partnership between the two of them. Just kept England in this game. The run rate hasn't really climbed. It's been 7.4 to 7.7 the whole innings, to be completely honest. Even when England were only going at 2 and over, it never really felt like the run rate was going to get out of hand. So just going to take another decent partnership here and somebody to get quick runs, and England are definitely still in the game. I would say that I feel it is India's, though.
Just feels that England have far less wiggle room to make mistakes to win the game. You know what I mean? It feels as though they could get rocked quite quickly, England, with Dunkley next in, but then you do start getting to what is not so much a long tail, but a less dynamic middle order, I'd argue. Risha Ghosh scored that brilliant 38 not out off 18 balls. I don't know if you necessarily see that from Davison Richards and Charlie Dean. Perhaps I'm wrong, but
you would feel that if England knew they were going to be chasing 320, would you play Alice Capsey instead of Alice Davidson Richards?
Possibly, yeah, quite possibly. So 170 for 3. If you want to see the best of the action, head to the live page on the BBC Sport website and app. And similarly, if you want to watch the game's highlights in their entirety, well, tonight you are able to do so from 11 p.m. on Red Button and BBC iPlayer. Phil Long.
Yeah, final word on that partnership. 162 from 171 deliveries. England's best ever third wicket partnership against India, and their 6th third highest wicket partnership in ODI history.
170 for 3. What a good partnership, though, Alex. That's what we wanted to see. See a bit of fight from this England side, create a game for it, for us all to enjoy. Sophia Dunkley comes to the middle. Dunkley, I've been really impressed with this summer, actually. I think that her game looks a lot more together to me, and technically.
I think she's a good example of, going back to domestic cricket, scoring runs, working on your game, and then seeing the rewards on the international circuit as well.
170 for 3. Charani striking in her 5th over. In comes Charani once more to bowl to the right-handed Dunkley, who's defending from deep in the crease watchfully. And I think that is going to have to be the case for Dunkley early on at least, because that is what laid the foundations for Lamb and Siva Brunt to go big. You look at the comparison of the power play scores. England were 22 for 2 after 10, and so they did take their time before really getting going. In comes Charity once more, and Dunkley gets one down the leg side. What's happened there? Not far from leg stump.
It wasn't far at all. I think it almost just came out of a foot-hole and could have gone anywhere, that ball. But it's a wide.
319 the target. One ball left of the 31st over. You're listening to Test Match Special. As in comes Charity once more. Final ball of her 5th over is played down the track back towards the bowler, who rather scrambles on her knees as if looking for something under the kitchen table to go and get the ball. She gets that. 171 for 3, 31 overs gone, and the required rate nips up towards 8 and over. Win predictor, by the way, has India at 80%, which I think is probably about fair.
Yeah, do you know what? Win predictor, for the first time in my life, I probably agree with you.
Oh, lovely. So, tomorrow morning, 10:25, Test Match Special will be live from Old Trafford for the men's Test match between England and India.
The home of cricket. Although, what's the weather saying, Henry? I know
you're right.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, because it's been wet.
You're going to be hosting an Alex Hartley barbecue this year.
I am indeed. Friday night.
Oh,
you're invited. Anyone else that's around that works for TMS is invited.
Snave runner into start a new over. It's quick and flat and whipped away by Siva Brunt towards leg, deep square leg, and Siva Brunt moves to 89, 172 for 3.
Until Alex said that, I saw those things you see on Facebook back in the day, didn't you?
House
400
party.
people would turn up at someone's party, yeah.
Well, it'd actually be quite hard to get, you're quite high up in a building.
Yeah, I'm not getting that many people in. I reckon I could get 40 in max.
Oh, that'd be quite a squeeze.
Might have to put a few in the bedrooms.
172 for 3. Full delivery. Punched down the ground by Dunkley for her first run up towards Deepti Sharma, wide long off. If you haven't seen the brilliant catch she took earlier, by the way, to get rid of Amy Jones, you can see that on the BBC Sport website and app.
But yeah, there is going to be a TMS barbecue. There's a slight problem this year. We've got a slight hiccup at the Hartley residence.
Oh yeah. Here is Rana, Siva Brunt on 89, driving crisply down the ground for a single. Radha Yadav low to the ground, scoots to her left to pick up from long on. 174 for 3.
And the last 2 years have been really successful, haven't they? They've barbecued well and had lots of people around. There seems to be a lack of barbecue at my house now. I haven't got the oven.
Here is the next delivery, which is turned into the onside mix-up. Could be trouble. Throw comes in at the non-striker's end, and Siva Brunt's home, and in fact wants a run after a fumble, but that might be pushing their luck, I think, a little bit. 174 for 3. It was Harleen Dewell's throw that wasn't great. England suddenly look a little panicked out there, having looked so calm with Lamb and Siva Brunt at the crease. What do you mean there's no barbecue?
Yeah, I don't have a barbecue anymore. It's I illegally had one on the balcony. I got a telling off.
Did you? Dunkley wants a run into the onside that isn't there. Dots being built here by India, pushing that rate up.
Well, for about once a month for 2.5 years, there's been a message in the WhatsApp group that we have from our management company saying, just a reminder, no barbecues on balconies.
Right.
I've ignored it.
Here is Rana. And forward comes Dunkley with a very straight bat to get a single down the ground. End of the over, 32 gone. Dunkley's on 2. Siva Brunt on 90. England chasing a world record 319 or 175 for 3.
And then this time last year, it was the TMS barbecue time. There was a change of wind, wasn't there? And all the smoke was blowing back towards the flats rather than away from the flats.
Yes.
And I made the building incredibly smoky. Again, a message goes in the group, reminder, no barbecues on the balcony.
Do you think you were the only culprit in the building?
Well, I've got rid of my barbecue, not because of the management company scared me. Pigeons were actually laying nests underneath it, so I thought I'll just get rid of it, make it easier. There's been no message on the group chat since. So maybe I might have been the problem.
I think we could possibly clip that little quote and use it at will. Charity bowls, and that'll be worked into the onside by Dunkley. Down towards fine leg. There's a chase on for the fielder who will move round to get it. Deepti Sharma with 2 runs taken. England need 8 and over, 177 for 3.
So day 3.
Okay,
Day 3 evening.
What I would say is, normally when rules like that are in place, it's for a good safety reason. So it's very important we all follow the safety guidelines.
And I am now.
Only because the pigeons were there. You could have grilled the pigeon.
Yeah, I thought about grilled pigeon a couple of times.
Pigeons.
Bit of scrambled egg as well on the side.
Here is Charity, and forward in defence comes Dunkley. Well, pigeons very much a food that people eat.
What is the solution anyway?
The solution is pizza and wine night.
Oh, lovely.
Oh,
So-
for the barbecue.
For the
night.
barbecue. For the barbecue night. So what's going to happen is I'm going to order 25 pizzas and, yeah, or bring your own booze.
Here is Charity, a little bit quicker, and Dunkley's just paddling that round the corner down towards Fine Leg, where Deepti Sharma's called into action again on this warm night in the northeast. 1-7-8 for 3.
It's quite an expensive solution on my part, though, which is the only problem. So I might just say, bring your own food too.
Yeah, it's a sort of bring your own party.
Yeah.
Food, entertainment,
I'll provide the music.
and the venue, in fairness.
And the venue, yeah. And
Oh.
the chairs to sit on.
Lovely.
Got a few of them.
Shrey Charity bowls, and Sibberbrunt nudges into the onside. That'll be 1. Out towards the deep it goes. It won't be a second. England just inevitably, with a new partnership, takes a bit of time for the wheels to get in motion in terms of the partnership working well and smoothly, and they don't really have time for that. The run rate required is already pushed up to 8.1 from around about 7.7 when Lamb and Sibberbrunt were batting together. We're into the final 20 overs.
Well, it's this part of the innings where the run rate will just shoot up.
Yeah, that's what India have got to be looking to try and do, really put the squeeze up. Charity round the wicket, and Dunkley whacking the ball into the leg side will get at least 1. Sibberbrunt's pushing for that second. Throw comes in. Good running from the England skipper. 2 taken. The crowd appreciate that. 1-8-1 for 3. 1 ball left of the 33rd over. If you want to get in touch on the WhatsApp, the number to send the message to is either 81111 on the text messages, normal network rates, or WhatsApp 0330 123 1826.
It's a very complicated number, that really, isn't it? But the beauty of smartphones is you only need to put it in once. And sorry that I'm tapping on your bike. You only need to put it in once and then you're done.
Ooh, England might be 1 short here. No.
Never in doubt.
That's over the line. They're just checking it, but it is okay. Every little helps. So 181 for 3 it will remain. Email tms@bbc.co.uk. Well, having another look at it. That bat's over the line.
I think that is perfect running.
I'd agree. It's economy of running.
Yeah. Just get your bat over the line.
Yeah. I'd say that's pretty good going. 181 for 3. England's target is 319. So 138 still to win. Here comes Charity again from the far end of the ground. Dunkley drives, beats the bowler. Down the ground it goes for 1 more. And the England total after 33 is 18243. So, Alex, we've got your barbecue on Friday.
Yes.
Looking forward to that. The barbecue that isn't a barbecue, where we bring our own food, our own drinks, and our own entertainment.
Yeah.
Looking forward to that enormously. TMS on air tomorrow morning, 10:25. The forecast is looking better all the time, so hopefully it does stay dry. And what a series we've got ahead of us. It was a little bit of
Bargy.
yeah, it was a little bit of conflict. And Shubman Gill talked about the spirit of cricket today, the India captain.
Oh, I saw that.
The niggle between the two sides. This is nicely played into the onside by Dunkley off the bowling of Sneh Rana, the off spinner, who has an approach where she sort of has a little hop and a skip as she walks in, sort of 1, 2, 3, and up and bowls. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and hit. Worked away into the onside, out towards square leg, and Krantigada run round to pick up. Nicely placed by Sibberbrunt. She gets a couple of runs and moves to 93, creeping towards what would be a hugely impressive 100 given the circumstances, and the fact as well that as captain there is sort of the additional thinking that is required that can sometimes have an impact on averages and runs that are being scored. would be her 10th ODI ton. There's going to be a run there, probably just a single. It is just one out towards backward square leg. England 186 for 3.
I mean, she's guaranteed 100 surely, this stage.
Alex.
Surely.
Well, statistically, Andy Zoltzman did the stats in men's test cricket. Statistically, the series of 10 runs that you're least likely to get out in is 90 to 100. Dunkley swinging the ball into the onside for a single. They'll again turn for a second, and again the running is good. So England doing their best to keep up with the rate, albeit not finding the boundary with regularity. They are at least running hard and pushing hard to make sure that they give themselves the opportunity.
I just feel like she's striking the ball so well, and her strike rate in particular was so low earlier. It was about 40 for a long time, and then she's caught up really nicely. She's barely given a chance, if any. I just think it's guaranteed.
Okay. Dunkley on 11, waits for Sneh Rana in the sunshine, and comes forward to meet it, driving down the ground for 1. England 189 for 3. You know, we were discussing left-handing
Yes.
earlier. We had an email in from Charles Leedham Green, right-handed, Emeritus Professor of Pure Mathematics at Queen Mary University of London. I mean, that is a pretty high authority.
What?
Well, give me a minute. Siva Brunt on 94. Looking for a run into the onside that she won't find because there's a fielder at mid-wicket inside the circle. End of the over, 34 gone. I'm going to get out of the way, but I'm going to leave you with this, with the score at 189 for 3 and a target of 319. Charles says there's a positive correlation between being left-handed and being a mathematician. Well, he should know. Something to do with which side of the brain is dominant, which might explain why scorers Zoltz, Phil, left-handed.
Doesn't explain much for me though, does it?
Well, I didn't want to add that, but there we go. Emily Windsor's going to take up commentary, Alex.
What was it? Sorry, just quite quickly. What was his job again?
Emeritus Professor of Pure Mathematics, Queen Mary, University of London.
I mean, even that's too many words for me to compute. But having said that, left-handers love numbers and stats or whatever. I like my stats. I'm just not very. What's the? It's like academic. I can't. The irony is actually ridiculous.
Your numeracy isn't very good?
Yeah, I always liked maths. I nearly did statistics at school.
Am I allowed to ask you what grade you got?
Yeah.
Or is that personal?
Yeah, no, you can. I got a C. I was well happy.
Perfect. Middle of the road.
And I dropped out of stats because it was well hard.
Oh, well hard. Did you drop out of English as well?
I got a B in English.
Oh, go on. Deepti Sharma in then to Dunkley, who works into the onside, running the first one hard. They think about 2. Dunkley says no. She's on to 13. 190 for 3. 129 needed. 15.5 overs to do it.
Describing something as well is such a northern thing, isn't it? I often say well good or well hard or
like. That's a northern thing.
Yeah.
Can he like?
Yeah, that's up here though. That's
north of north.
Yeah, that's north.
Do you count yourself as north?
This is basically Scotland. I'm north, yeah, but this is north.
Sharma in, and that's an attempted sweep appeal, wide given. 191 for 3 England. 128 to win. Siva Brunt on 94. There's Deepti Sharma. The Lumley end again plays to mid-wicket. Siva Brunt. There's a hush, isn't there? What's to come?
The evening hush could be a big last 10 overs.
I'm excited.
Me
If
too.
this gets close, it's going to be a belter of a game. As Sharma in, and that's worked to mid-wicket again. Another dot ball. She's right in the game.
Get to that point in the game where I'm like, what's the schedule? Am I due back on? Might miss the climax, but I might be able to actually go watch it in the stands.
Sharma in, and that's swept away by Siva Brunt behind square. There is a fielder there, but she can't stop that. Siva Brunt to 98. She looks focused. She's got a smile on her face. 100. and 95 for 3, 124 to win.
A little bit of relief there from Siva Brunt, who just goes a big out breath. She finally gets the ball to miss a fielder, to beat that fielder. Sneh Rana just having a little bit of a moment out there in the deep as she's just hobbling back to where she's fielding from. She's going off. She's actually decided that she's hurt herself and she's swapped off and someone else is having to come on for her. She's hobbling around and holding a knee.
Knee and turf job?
Yeah, it's never easy. Never hurts that.
I'm not sure how I feel about a camera in my face right now. Oh, straight to the ice as well. That's a classic physio move. That's
well,
what
it used to
you.
be you did tell me to put some ice on. I told everybody about my injury.
Well, we
Life
can't see
threatening.
it actually.
Sore injury.
195 for 3 then. There's Deepti Sharma into Siva Brunt, who's there's an appeal for LBW. She tried to work it square. Will be a dot ball.
I have got a slight problem though, Winnie. How long shouldn't I run for? Because
Are we now doing a consultation on air?
Yeah,
That
because
feels
I've
like
got
a
a bet with a friend that if I ran twice a week till the end of September, they would buy me a new pair of trainers.
We shouldn't be running twice a week. Currently, you can't walk, Alex. Depends on the pace you're running, of course.
Slow.
But we can't walk.
Yeah, it's true.
The Sharma into Siva Brunt, and that's a hit. As she hit that, Deepti Sharma's appealing. She wants to review. It's caught by the keeper. Surely not. They're going to review it. It's going upstairs. And Alex Hartley, I heard what you said before I come on here. She's on 98.
Well, I think this is out. Nat Siva Brunt is walking off. She's actually walking off.
Director, we have a player review for caught behind. On-field decision is not out. I've checked the bowler's feet. It's a fair delivery. Can we start front on, please?
Sue Redfern, TV umpire.
Okay, let's have a look front on.
Deepti Sharma just in the big moments.
Oh, the ball angling down the leg side as well. It's come off the back of the
play
bat.
all the way through, please. Just play that all the way through.
It's come off the back
Keep
of the bat.
playing for me. Okay, the ball is in hand. I now need to check if there is contact with bat or glove. So we will check with ultra edge, please.
I mean, Siva Brunt's off the field.
Ultra edge coming up. Okay, stand by.
Oh no!
Play it through. Gap between bats. Play through.
Loved
pause
it.
there for me, please. Yeah,
98.
Contact with the glove holding the bat. So we'll go back to Jackie on field, please. Jackie, can you change your decision to out signal now? Thank you.
Massive wicket that. Siva Brunt has to go for 98 of 104 deliveries. Felt she was crucial to this run chase. She's gutted. And Alex Hartley.
Oh, you feel for her, don't you? Feel for the ball. That's never getting her out in a month of Sundays. You know, the ball, and I'll take the blame. The ball angling down the leg side. She plays the sweep shot so well. And she's just gone through the shot too early, punched it, and a good catch by the keeper behind the stumps. A fantastic knock from Siva Brunt, and she was nailed on for 100. And I will take the blame. Not that it's actually not my fault, but you feel now it's India's.
I agree. 124 15 overs. Siva Brunt was there. You felt like England had some form of hope, but the pressure now falls to Sophia Dunkley for me. She can play aggressively, quickly. They need 8.3 and over. But Alice Davidson-Richards has a smart about her, but a good opportunity for her. Phil?
Well, it almost felt too good, didn't it? Both captains, both taking 11 balls to get off the mark. Both captains passing 4,000 ODI runs for the day. Both captains making 100. Didn't happen.
Radha Yadav in bowls, full toss, and that's a thick outside edge by Sophia Dunkley. The ball's racing down to the third boundary. I don't think it's going to get there.
Oh,
it stopped painfully just inside, but they come back for 3. Good running by Alice Davidson-Richards, and a full toss that Radha Yadav's got away with. Dunkley's to 16, 121 to win.
Just looking back at that Siva Brunt dismissal, I don't know how it wasn't given out on field. It's another shocking decision.
Agreed. What else is that hit? Her pad's out the way.
It's not come off anything else, has it?
Radha Yadav in again, slow left arm spin, played up to long off. Deepti Sharma does the fielding. She's a game changer for me, Deepti Sharma. As much as people, I guess, criticise her because of some of the things that have happened, she's always in the game. A spectacular catch, massive moment in the game, picking up the wicket of the England captain, Nat Sivabrant. Quicker, flatter, played off the back foot. Brilliant bit of work off her fielding, off her bowling, diving to her left.
Yeah, she's a match winner, isn't she? She's somebody that you want in your team. She's a competitor. She's always in the battle. She always wants to win.
Yadav in again, advances Dunkley up to Deepti Sharma at long off. She picks up a single. She'll move to 17. 200 up front then for England. 119 to win. Just feels a lot, and will we go back at the end of the game and talk about how quickly India scored at the back end of their innings? She's in again. Davidson Richards plays up to long off for a single.
And the power play for England going at 2.2 and over for 10 overs as well could be a difference. But going back to Deepti, everybody needs a character like her in a team. Everyone needs, I need the right word.
I feel like we may have heard that. If anyone heard the explicit, I can only apologise, as that's played to mid-wicket, will be no run.
Well, there you go, I've said it now. Everyone needs one of those in the team.
Did you hear that, Phil?
A character.
A character, thank you. Yeah, but a bad character.
But she's not necessarily bad.
No, but what she does on the pitch is.
36 overs
I'm
gone,
getting out of here.
ball.
Catherine's here.
She's somebody that you always want on
your team.
side, and when she plays for the other side, she's the player you dislike the most.
Yes, yeah.
Thanks, Alex. Phil, keeping these girls under wraps today. I don't know. Out goes one, in comes the next trouble.
No, look who
Catherine
sat down now,
Sivabrant.
I don't want to talk to you.
Wealth of knowledge.
I'm fuming.
At me?
No, at the world.
Okay.
It's just cricket, innit? It's one of them where you're like, cricket's rubbish. How dare she get out to a ball that would have been wide?
But
You know
also,
what I mean? It's just classic.
9 times out of 10, that's 4 runs for Nat Sivabrant.
She could not have asked that for any better. She'd be like, thank you so much for not bowling on my stumps, or bowling a bouncer that I hook straight out to your 3 fielders out on the leg side or whatever.
Rowell in, and that's played up to long on. Will just be a single, I think. Yes, Davidson Richards for 3. 117 needed off 13.5 overs.
It's one of them, but can't take away from the fact that it was a fantastic captain's knock, which I said 100 for 100. It had to be done.
You actually wanted 150 at
I
one
did,
point
but I did
that.
say before that when Harry got her 100, I said Nat needs to get 100.
Yep.
And she got it, so now we'll see what the rest are made of.
In to Dunkley, who can't get hold of it. It's back to her for no run. But one thing that I would say we've seen throughout the game, probably other than Rika Ghosh at the end of the innings, people have struggled to get going quickly from the start of their innings. And England need players to do that in this situation. As Dunkley plays into the onside, they might come back for 2 here. Dunkley's going to have to hurry. She does. Good running from these two. The Durham crowd here loves a 2. 204 for 4. And Dunkley on 19.
I feel like that comes from, though, them not being... So you know when sometimes you go in, you start your innings and your coach will say, you look lazy, your feet aren't moving. Well, that's what I've seen, is that we're not. We're actually looking for the ones. We're looking to drop and run and keep it rotating.
Rowell in again, and that's played into another pocket. Alice Davidson Richards going to have to run hard again. Yes, she's going to come back for 2. Great running between these two.
Yeah, there's 2s everywhere. The ground here at Durham is always big. They're playing in the centre wicket, centre of the field, and naturally there should be some big pockets. And when they're rope hugging, that makes it even easier. So there's plenty of 2s being done, and they should continue to do as well. The leg side is quite open.
And again, quick into the onside. That's pulled between a deep backward square and deep mid-wicket. She's got hold of that, and that's 4 runs to Dunkley. Good over this for England. 109 to win.
Yeah, it's good to see that she's come in, she's not poking the ball. The one thing you do not want to do when you come in on a slow wicket is start poking and prodding the ball. So the 1s, the 2s have got to be done with distinction, and whenever you get a loose ball from anybody, you put it away, and she certainly just did that.
Dunkley's on 25 then, off 23. Crucial to this England run chase. There's Rowell in for a final ball of her over, and that's played. 2 extra cover. Will be a dot ball to finish the over, but a good one for England. 9 runs from it. 210 for 4. And interestingly, that was Rowell's first over of the game.
Yep. Is that the first over of her Indian career? I don't know. No? Indian international career. Obviously, I played in the IPL, but can't say I've ever seen a bowl before. But we are quickly looking up that stat.
When we say
good old Phil.
We're not.
No, I'm not. I'm not the statter. I'm very far behind.
She bowled a solitary over in the opening game at Southampton, 1 over for 7 runs.
That went over my head. Oops.
Yadav to Davidson Richards, who just pushes up to long off for a single.
What do you think about that, Em? Easy single up the... When the pace of the wicket's not quite there, she's only on 3. You know, the pressure is massively on England.
And for me, you still need to get wickets in a run chase. If these 2 are there, I'm not saying they're going to do it, but they're going to be very close as Dunkley again just pushes that up off the ground. I'd want to be putting Alice Davidson Richards, who's only at that point faced 3 deliveries under pressure.
Yep.
My extra cover would at least be tighter to try and not give her that easy one.
Yeah.
In again, Sweat over. Fine. They're probably going to get 2 here. Good running again from these 2. Davidson Richards to 6. 105 to win for England.
Yeah, I would certainly have. You've got point, cover, extra, all on the ring.
As a batter, I think, thank you very much.
Yeah, they're almost thinking about boundary, but if this was Australia, mid-off would be up, and they'd be saying, you've got to hit me over the top first.
In again, swept by Davidson Richards. She's hit that one hard, but straight to the sweeper, so it will just be a single. And it's also, you're giving her the low risk option. You want to play with a straight bat when you come in. You want to hit down the ground. And actually, you can utilise your over, can't you? But get a few dots, then drop them back. Protect the over.
Well, you can, on a slow wicket, they'll be pushing that on the up. You want extra in. Again, push to that vacant mid-off area. Deepti Sharma at long off does the fielding. Single to Dunkley. Yeah, it's silly, really. The Adaf's one of their out-and-out off-spinners, and it's almost like saying I can't possibly bowl the ball I want without being hit over easily. Again, in quicker, flatter, off the back foot, chipped up to long on. It was a rank half cracker, but it was so slow and kept so low she couldn't do much with it. It never came. No, end of the over. 217 for 4, 38 overs gone. This is getting spicy, isn't it now? 102 needed off 12 overs, 6 wickets in hand. Sophie's looking nervous. We've just got a shot over to Sophie Eccleston on the balcony. This could quite easily come down to her to do a Risha Ghosh at the end, 25 off 12 or whatever it will be required. But
you know, cold out there,
you know when you're smiley and laughing, but actually inside you're pooing your pants. That's what's happening. Yeah, it's getting a bit nippy. So about decent 17 degrees. Let me check my the weather. Oh, it's 20. It's boiling. It's nice temperature this. Yeah, sun beginning to set. Floodlights aren't on at this stage, but just got a little bit darker. It's Deepti Sharma in the game again, bowls, and that's played again into the onside. Will be a single. That's one thing Davidson Richards has done well, is she started this innings, she's not had any dot balls, she's getting the scoreboard moving. Yeah, she's done what they've allowed her to do. They've had a vacant leg side, a vacant mid-off. They've almost said, here you go, take the easy option, take the pressure off you, get yourselves in.
Sharma in, Dunkley advances, lovely straight drive up to long off, will be a single.
Yeah, it's very defensive, isn't it? And not necessary, because they're in a position of power, really, with so many runs on the board. It very much is pressure on us, on England, not them.
100 needed to win, swept by Davidson Richards out to deep backward. A square will just be a single. Good option for Davidson Richards, that's her strength. She's on to 10.
Yeah, I'm excited for this finish. If it's the finish that we should be treated to, obviously an England win, it would mean that some of our girls who are trying to step up here have really done so.
Sharma in, just varying her pace there. She bowled that slower, trying to draw Dunkley in. Never bowler, Deepti.
Yeah, she's got long on, long off, but sometimes Sophia will be still looking to hit that over the sight screen. So it's a good cat and mouse right now.
Sharma in again, advances, plays back to her. Sharma, feisty, he's going to pretend to throw it back.
Will we see a man cat? Gets tight.
Especially if Charlie Dean's
I'm
batting.
praying no.
We can't see round 2, can we?
Please no, please. It will be Charlie. I can see it now.
Sharma in, and that's played to mid-wicket. That's the end of the over. 39 overs gone, so 11 overs remain. 99 exactly needed to win for England. 11 overs to do it. More thoughts from Catherine Sivabrunt and Rakesh to see us home.
99 required. Going at a steady 5.6, but still required is 9, so it's...
Need a couple of big overs, don't they?
Yeah, it's a big ask, especially when you've just lost Natalie. I think it's more the mental side of it than the actual situation. 4 down is fine. If you're on a flat wicket, you've got 10 overs left. The people coming in after you are actually made for this role. But I think it's the mental side of losing such a big figure like that. It's almost like, oh, can we do it now? Of course you can. You just, sometimes I think they need to believe a bit more in each other, that they are capable of going at 9s in a 50 over.
Absolutely, and I think that it's easy for us to say India were 220, but England are 220 ahead of where India were. This one's first ball of fresh over down towards mid-on for a single, but I think this was just before India lost. Who was it? I think it was Jemmy who got out, and then Richa Ghosh's innings I think really propelled the score. That might well be the difference if indeed India get over the line, but these two can draw inspiration.
Shot.
Well prepared, lovely reverse sweep, waited on it for an eternity and then placed it perfectly for 4 runs. That's a great shot early in the over.
Yeah, Sophia Dunkley's been working on that a lot and actually brought it into her game this year. Not so much seeing it that much before, but her reverse sweep has come on leaps and bounds. I think she's not. It's like natural to her, so I'm surprised she hasn't played it more before now.
Well, again, that also is a lot to do with the freedom and the confidence of being able to play it, be willing to play it. This time uses her feet and pushes the ball up the ground, will pick up a run.
Yeah, I love that.
As long as they keep their heads, I think the odd ball is going to come along, which they can put away to the boundary. They just need to keep the scoreboard ticking over. Anything can happen in the last 5 overs, wickets in hand.
Yeah, especially if, like you say, wickets in hand, people can just let loose.
Rather, the bowls driven on the offside, there'll be runs here again. The person running in from the boundary is going to cut that off, but runs 27 for 4, 2 balls of the 40th over remain, and this could go all the way down to the wire. And that would be a fitting finish, irrespective of who wins, but to the series, which I think has really come out well. Off the back foot, this time won't beat the fielder.
If I remember, Phil, is this numbers 2 and 3 in the world? Yeah, so it would be fitting. If England could win this series, 1 series each, and obviously some dramatic games in there, really great finish to the series, it would just be quite fitting, wouldn't it?
Certainly would be. Oh, beautifully placed again. Won't get 4 for it, but she waited on that again, and just to the last minute was able to wristily play it away wide of the fielder at mid-on. She'll get 1 end of the over. 40 gone now. 2:28.
And if England were to chase this successfully, we've already said it'd be a world record. If they were just to get close, they would go into the World Cup with a lot more confidence, wouldn't they?
Absolutely, yes.
That's not how we want to think, though.
we want everybody confident because we want a great World Cup at the end of the day, don't we? We want loads of runs, some dramatic hits. England at this point 30 ahead of India, but like you said, Risha Ghosh's innings was so critical. Looking back now at this stage, that was a critical innings, and somebody's going to have to mirror that for this game to be won by England.
Nat sort of mirrored Harman's innings. You now need someone to do that.
Emma Lamb mirrored Jemima Rodriguez's innings.
Yep, very much so.
And then it's going to take that for sure. But they've got to take it deep. We've got to take this all the way.
Yep, Deepti Sharma to continue. She's up, she bowls, and she's a canny customer. Deepti.
She is.
Really is. Varies her pace, varies her line.
She'll very much be thinking T20 now. Last 10 overs, she will, and it won't surprise me if she comes round and starts hitting the heel at some point.
Here she is again, bowls to Dunkley, very slow in the air, and there could be trouble here. Yes, unfortunately for England, that's a horrible mix-up. The ball was played to the edge of the circle. Dunkley charged down, and there was a little bit of a response from Davidson Richards, but not all the way, and as a result Dunkley struggled to get back in the end, falling short of her ground. That's the last thing England wanted, and that is happened.
We've seen this before from Sophia Dunkley. It can happen to her. It's one of those things that you do, not under 11s, but you know what I mean, at underage cricket, where you hit and run. You've hit it through the middle of the bat, so automatically you think, oh, there must be a run. And when you're in that mode, it's dangerous. She has either run herself out or someone else in this situation before, and it's one of those where she was looking good, and it was something like that would need to get her out. And the more that keeps happening, the harder this situation gets. And now you would probably think we're getting into the, I don't like to say tail end, because we can all bat. Charlie Dean can definitely bat, but she's come in to a situation where from the off she needs 9.5 and over, and we've already seen how hard it is to come in and
get the runs quickly. Which is where again Richa Ghosha's innings was a real surprise, because she struck the ball very cleanly. Here's Deepti Sharma to Charlie Dean, worked away on the onside and fought for runs.
She just played with absolute freedom. It was like, this is the situation, I've got wickets in hand, what's the worst that can happen? Get out. What's the best that can happen? 30 or 15.
Drilled up the ground for a single to get off the mark for Charlie Dean.
And she could play with that freedom because Deepti Sharma was the next batter in, so the batting was still there.
But also, I mean, this girl really hits a long ball. She's supremely confident in herself. Oftentimes gets a lot of flack in the press. This one's again bowled ever so slowly.
There's not many people in the world batting female where they see the fielders out on the boundary and they don't care. I'm just going to clear you. Healy comes to mind. Sophie Devine comes to mind.
The balls again, and
so slow. That must be 41 miles per hour, if that. Let's have a little look. The radar. Not going to get a look. But she's only 1 for 40 off 8. She's doing her job, and she's doing it well. She knows she's done this countless times. She's
pro,
so much.
An absolute pro. I think her batting has been a revelation in recent times as well.
Absolutely.
I think they've left themselves maybe just a little bit too much now. Another 40-50 runs and then this situation would have been that much simpler. Now maybe, unless there's a miraculous knock by one of these two, and then of course Sophie Eccleston. I always think she can come in and do almost anything.
Yeah, the run out in that over, and also just the one run off that over. So yeah, that's put the tightener on. But you're right about Sophie Eccleston. I think from England's point of view, the closer they can get, Sophie Eccleston can do a Risha Ghosh, can't she? But they need to get them close.
And I think she does it better when she has to do it. When Sophie has time, danger. 4-ball ducks when she has time. When she don't have time, she knows the situation. And Risha, actually, she scores big and quick. So, yeah, we can't.
it's almost like I don't want them to knock this about and start to get in again, get Charlie in. There's no time to get Charlie in. They've just got to strike now. I'd rather them all be out in the next 10 runs trying.
See, that's an aggressive captain talking, because you're absolutely right. I mean, margin of defeat is the least important thing. It's margin of victory, which is also not important. It's victory or defeat.
Yeah, it's like, what can
Give
we do?
yourself
Can we
a chance.
chase 15s in the last 5? Let's be honest, not really. Not with the last 2 batters.
A play held up because there's some repairs required for the stumps, the microphone, or something of that nature. And this is a technical timeout, if there ever was one.
I wonder if Risha Ghosh was a little bit too heavy-handed with the run out.
Actually destroyed them, making sure.
Well, 2 of the stumps are going back, replacement stumps in, and I think we're all set for play to resume. Sri Charani to bowl her 7th over, the 42nd of the innings. 319 looking quite distant at the moment, but that can change quickly with a couple of big overs here, and that can certainly change the nature of the game. Here's Sri Charani in, and this one's driven up on the offside. There will be a single. That's all they'll get. That's not going to be good enough. They're going to have to push for the 2s, place the ball, look at the big hit every now and then. They need a boundary at least every over.
Oh, definitely.
And a few singles.
early on in the
Early
over,
on, that's
absolutely.
exactly right.
Need to start throwing the first punch rather than waiting for the bad ball.
Here's Sri Charani in. She's not leaving the stumps at the moment. The back foot driven straight to her lead, no run.
Fantastic stalking by the Indian cover fielders, isn't there? If you just watch them each ball now.
Here's Sri Charani again. In they come. And this one goes straight to point where Harman does the fielding.
Yeah, Alice Davidson-Richards getting caught up on the leg side, on the offside here. She's hit the ball strongly, but to the field both times, and you would think someone in her position like a Danny Wyatt-Hodge would be actually trying to go over, not rather than through.
Sri Charani bowls again flat, again driven through along the carpet. They will get one. They might look at the second. Should. There's a slight fumble from Radha Yadav allowing the second run, and they do scamper home for the second as well. So 2:32 now for 5.
2 balls left in the over.
Couple of big hits required here.
We need a couple of big hits, don't we? Because obviously the previous over went for 1. Pressure's on. Yeah, we're definitely looking for a boundary this ball, if not both of these deliveries that are left.
Davidson-Richards going to have to find a gap somewhere. Yeah, Sri Charani bowls, drags it back. This will be wide, I think. Oh, there's an appeal from Richa Ghosh, diving away to the leg side, gathering the ball. The umpire will obviously wait for the timer to run down before he chooses to declare a wide, which it has to be if it hasn't taken anything on its way. Oh, there's a review. She's gone up, has Harmanpreet.
It's almost like Harman was waiting for the last second to make it dramatic.
Here's a question for you, Catherine. Do you
Third
think
umpire to director,
with
we
the-
have a player review for caught behind. On-field decision is not out.
with
I'll check
DRS,
the bowler's
umpires
course.
have changed
Fair
the way they
delivery. Can we
operate?
go
We'll
front
get you in
on,
after
please?
we've heard this review through. iPad, I think.
Yeah, ball is passing close to body, bat and gloves, so we'll check with ultra edge, please.
Yeah, you can forgive her if there was something,
There's no significant deviation.
because it is close to the gloves. So
Copy that.
I think the sound that Richa Ghosh heard would have been the iPad problem.
Stand by for ultra edge.
The players have all moved out. They've seen it on the big screen.
Okay,
The
ultra edge
umpire
coming
has
up.
to go through the motion.
Just play that through. Gap between bat and ball at the moment. All the way through. Clear gap between glove and ball. All the way through, please, director. Want to play more, please? All the way through.
not
All
even
the
a
way
thigh
through.
pad.
All the
So
way
a terrible
through.
review.
Yeah, there is no contact with anything, Rob. Go back on field, please, and I'd like you to signal not out. Signal not out now, please.
Oh, then why wasn't that a wide? There we are.
Hey, he forgot temporarily. 2 balls still left.
Yes, and a run at it. 233 for 5 it is.
And no reviews for India remaining.
That's correct. Here's Sricharni again. Flatter and quicker, driven up towards long off, but not able to get underneath it.
I think there was no, for me, body language wise, there was no, she was not trying to hit the ball for a boundary at all. No, that was not the thought process there, but hopefully it is in Charlie Dean's mind.
It's almost like you want to make some room there on the offside and slash.
Absolutely. Even you mishit it, you go hard enough.
It's going to carry over the infield for sure. Here's Sricharni in. Oh, beautifully struck. Along the ground, reverse swept, square of the wicket, and that was a really powerful shot. 4 runs she'll get to the point region just for the doctor order. 238 for 5.
Yeah, it's a great shot from Charlie Dean because the bowler did notice a change in movement and in fact she fired it in, and I think down leg a little bit as well. She made this as hard as she could for Charlie, but she adjusted well. Got the hockey wrists out and just smacked that in front of point for 4. Lovely shot. Very, very needed boundary.
That was, as you described it, that was exactly the top of the D. Reverse stick, top of the net. 238 for 5. And it is going to obviously be Deepti.
I really hope they don't see her off, you know. They've got to make the most of these last 2 overs.
The time for seeing off is, I think, over. Ever so slow again. Swept for a single. Sricharni does the fielding.
Yeah, we don't have England don't have the pleasure of being able to just see off their best bowler or the bowler that's, you know, the most T20 style. They've absolutely got to even take her for 10s at this point.
Well, I mean, the required run rate is 11 now almost, isn't it? So they've got to go for broke, as they would say. And if it comes off, it won't take long for the pressure to shift back onto the fielding side. Right then, 4 men in the ring on the offside. 4 fielders, I beg your pardon again. Worked away nicely, soft hands. They're going to look for 2 and should get them comfortably as long as both run together. Again, there's some hesitation, but the throw is wayward and they will complete the 2 runs, but there was a yes, no, maybe again.
See, I mean, ADR is not the quickest runner, but as you can see, there's still 2 there. And the reason she made it was because she committed to it. There was no stutter. The stutter was actually from Dean, but it wasn't her end that was the danger end. So, yeah, absolutely everywhere. It feels like there's a 2 every ball.
And look, I mean, there's acres of space. So if you play it softly enough, and there you go. You talked about Deepti coming round the wicket. She's
gaps on the offside. This ball will be a yorker into the heel. It could even be a full toss or 5 wides down the leg side.
Here she is in bowls. She's connected all right, but not all of it, and they'll get 2 again, I think. This is a big ground, so if you play square of the wicket, there's always the chance of 2. And
she conned me a bit there, Deepti. She conned me.
Probably knew you were here.
Yeah, she went pace off instead, but when she comes round, that yorker into the heel is so good. She bowls it so well. Somewhat risky, but it pays off for her.
And she's again in bowls and down the wicket.
There it is.
Played away softly again. There was that ball. There are 2 runs here for the taking. And the return at the bowler's end. I think she's in.
I would have liked to dive, I'm not going to lie at this point. We need to be throwing ourselves about.
Well, the umpire will go up just to reconfirm, as they inevitably do. I think
third umpire to director. We have an umpire review for run-outs at the bowler's end. Can we go with your first angle, please?
I would say not out. Alice looks okay. Sometimes you start walking off if you think you're guilty.
Yeah, I thought she was in. Yep.
Yeah, batter has made their ground. I am ready to make my decision, please.
That will come up as not out, and 2 more runs to England and to Charlie Dean.
Well, England still can win them in 2s.
There you are.
And that'll test their fitness.
Every ball, is it? Or, yeah.
Well, almost, wouldn't it? Yeah. Here's Deepti bowls, and this one's swept in front of square. They will take 1, and this time will not attempt the second.
The 2's gone out now. Still on? Still more time.
Real time. Davidson Richards 16, Dean 13, 246 for 5. in the 43rd, the last ball of the 43rd coming up. So 43 balls in which to get the balance runs. 4 fielders in the circle on the offside, 1 on the onside, the others all on the boundary. This one again, that full Yorker worked away, soft hands. They will take one. Harleen Deol, I think it is, who came charging in to make sure that they kept it to a single. Good work in the field. 247 for 5, 43 gone.
Can you guess my problem with that last ball there?
Tell me. No intent?
No intent to hit a boundary. Intent, every ball they are. Intent for a boundary, no. I'm just wondering what the thought is.
When
there.
are they going to go for that?
Because it's almost a free hit. Because the person facing the ball the next over is the person that's in. So it's not, do you know what I mean? It's the last ball's the over. It's a free hit.
72 from 42. That's the equation. Looks a tall order, but as Catherine just mentioned, they need boundaries. The singles are not going to do it. The twos will help a little if they're buffeted again along the carpet. They'll take one and will go for the second. They are going to get it comfortably. As Kranti Gaud running around from mid-wicket can't prevent the second run.
Gaud. That's how you say it. Gaud.
Gaud.
Bowled well, hasn't she?
Yes.
That opening spell. That could be obviously Harmanpreet, but that's a real standout performance.
Yes, comes from Hyderabad. You know where Hyderabad is, so comes from a place close to Hyderabad. Here's Sri Charni in again, this time making a little bit of room, but again bowling full, not allowing the batter to get underneath it. The batter not making an effort either.
There's definitely more intent in that one, and I think if she'd given the length, would have gone over extra, but good from Tarani.
250 comes up, and Charni waits. Dean settles. Big shot has to come. This was a full toss, but low, and all she can do is hit it up the ground for another single.
They could get quite obsessed here, couldn't they, with the offside? And she'll just keep firing it into. It's almost like take a little bit of a bluff and go across, because there's still acres of space on the leg side also.
Yeah, and well, essentially backward of square, it's all open. Again, fired in. A bit of room, but no attempt at maybe the slice, do something different, but singles are not going to do it. So I'm not sure what the two batters will achieve unless they can take the risk and try and play some big shots in the air but over the infield, which could potentially get them 4, and if they hit it really well, even 6. Here's Charni bowls. Again, reverse swept beautifully. Lovely shot that from Charlie Dean again. The second time she's played that with great authority.
Yeah, Charlie Dean again, reverse sweep. She's hitting that, connecting really powerfully actually.
Striking at 180,
Yeah, unfortunately for England, she's finding the gap every time, which is obviously the key when everybody's up in the ring. So, yeah, really effective for Dean. I think is it halfway through the over? 2 or 3 deliveries left?
2,
certainly need at least another boundary.
No, just
There's
the last
one ball left.
Just
definitely a boundary needed again off this ball.
Can she do it? Here's Sri Charni into Dean, down the wicket, whipped away on the onside. They'll get one. They won't take on Radha Yadav's arm, and so there will just be a single. 256 now. It's 44 overs complete, 36 balls left, and 319 looks maybe just a bridge a little too far, but stranger things have happened to take it through to the end. It's going to run, but in the company of Danny, who is going to give you her sense of can England pull this off.
Well, this is getting exciting, isn't it? Yeah, I think you can go at 10s for the last 6 overs. It's going to keep it, if you can get yourself in a position where you need 20, 22 off the last 2, I think it's really exciting to be out there. India probably 1-2 wickets away from really closing out this game.
Well, Dipti Sharma to Charlie Dean is a battle that we've discussed many times in light of the history between the two of them, as a single is taken down the ground from Dean to move to 20, 258 for 5.
Yeah, a battle in a close ODI between India and England. The last match of the series.
Hit the winning runs. Here is The next delivery, swept and swept hard. It goes flying behind square. Fielder runs round. Rada Yadav almost does the split as she stops it, but England will get 2. And the crowd just possibly beginning to sense that there might be something brewing here, Danny.
Well, we love a game of cricket up here. I think, you know, we love a 2 as well. I keep saying it. We love a 2, but I think, yeah, it's getting real close now. And I think, you know, again, these are the moments that you want to be in. These are the pressure moments in big games, in World Cup semi-finals, World Cup finals. If you've already been there, you know what the feeling is.
Round the wicket to Davison-Richards comes the off spin of Deepti Sharma, drilled down the ground for a single. Davison-Richards going at a runner ball and saunters on through for that single. It was never going to be more than that. 261 for 5. The required rate for England is 10.6. And they'll be looking back to that extraordinary final 10 overs that India really put the hammer down as being so decisive. Reverse sweep is attempted, missed by Charlie Dean, and alert work from Alice Davison-Richards to steal a bye.
But again, England have done it their way, haven't they? They've done, you know, they've had to. They know that they couldn't, you know, maybe go at that kind of rate towards the back last 10 overs, but they've done it. They're doing it their way. I think they're still. I don't know if quote me if I'm wrong, but I think they're still ahead of maybe where India were at this point.
Moving
not
in,
far off.
Deepti Sharma. Swept well, behind square it goes, but there's a fielder waiting, Rada Yadav. Every boundary that England can get between now and over 47-48 is going to be so important. They can't really afford an over without one.
No, you definitely have to minimum 2 boundaries and over. Pick up steal a few singles, steal a few 2s here and there, but you're a minimum 2 boundaries and over now.
A little bit of a hush around the ground, just that little bit of a sense that everything is coming together. Into the leg side it goes from the bat of Charlie Dean to deep mid wicket, fielded out there on the boundary. Just the one taken. How many from the over so far, Phil?
8, 7 off the bat and a bye.
There we go, end of the over. 264 for 5. The required rate now exactly 11. And there's plenty of smiles in the England dressing room. None from the captain, Nat Zimmer-Brunt, who knows that if England were to lose this game, series defeats across the white ball series, both of them against India, would not necessarily be a sort of terribly good report card. It would be okay, the England summer, but it wouldn't be as good as it perhaps should have, could have been.
Yeah, I mean, have England found out about a few more players and positions ready for the World Cup? But again, a series is a series, and you want to win every single time you turn up against the team. But I think it's maybe, you know, shone a light in a few players just to give a little bit of direction towards that World Cup. But again, it's about winning games of cricket for England. It's about winning series as well.
Only thing I would say is, from the evolution of the side's perspective, there is something to be said for the fact that had they played, say, Pakistan or Sri Lanka, who they would have expected to beat quite comfortably, and gone through the summer with unbeaten as they did last year, and then got a rude awakening when they were tested in the winter. Kranti Gaul back into the attack, and this is moosed in the air, down the ground, could be a chance of a catch. Oh, that's really good. Jemima Rodrigues running in from long on, gets a big hug from Rada Yadav, squeezed as tightly.
That's another great catch, isn't it? We talked again right back at the start about the fielding, and that's an excellent catch from Jemmy. Threw herself full length dive, looked like catching it all the way, didn't she?
And that's a crucial blow, it really is. 21 from 15 for Charlie Dean is a useful knock, but she needed to go on, you sense. However, it does bring Sophie Eccleston to the middle, and that is potentially where the boundaries come from for England lower down the order. 55 needed from 29 balls. Dean goes 21 off 15, and England 264 for 6.
Maybe that's a little bit of England's thinking. You know, Sophie being able to have an impact right at the back end. She's, as sometimes as a tail ender, when you know, she's very, very capable batter, but you kind of only got one, you know, it's only one job in hand here, and it's about knocking off them runs. It's making sure that there's nothing else to think about. She needs a minimum of 2, nearly even 3 boundaries and over now. How is she going to do that? She stick to her strengths, and the game is as simple as that for her, really. It's not about knocking it round anymore. It's about getting that ball to the boundary.
I'm going to predict here that Sophie Eccleston is either going to hit her boundary or be bowled as full. County Gold, who has got 3 for 29, got the first 2 wickets to fall, and she's now looking to see if she can make another big breakthrough. Eccleston waits. It's driven, and it's a dot ball. That wasn't on my bingo card. Stopped at mid-off. England need 55 off 28.
Probably intended it though, I'll give her that.
She did.
She wasn't just blocking it.
Field spread on the leg side, long on, deep mid-wicket, and deep backward square out, and up comes fine leg inside the circle, and Smriti Mandana's being pushed out to long off. So that is the state of play as the floodlights beam down, and Lumley Castle over to our right. Here is Kranti Gaur bowling to Eccleston, nicely driven towards Deepti Sharma at cover. Another dot ball, so we've gone wicket, dot, dot. And that is problematic for England, who now need 12.2 and over and 55 from 27.
It's been a really good over as she's held the stumps, changed her pace really well. She's really clear on the plan that she's trying to execute.
Kranti Gaur into Eccleston, who works us off the pads nicely, but it is only going to be a single out towards backward square leg. Fielded by Harleen Dewell out there on the boundary. I think India's report card from the series, 2 series have been played, not quite A+. But it's not far from it.
No. Fielding wouldn't be far off. I think, arguably a tough chance back to the ball today, but all in all, a really good performance.
Chip down the ground. It could be another chance of a catch. No, drops probably 5 yards short of Jemima Rodrigues, and Davison Richards continues at her rate of a run a ball.
Another one, the key, get Jemmy in the hot spots. Yeah. This is where the game's got. Get your best fielders out of long on, out at deep mid wicket. They're 2 of India's strongest fielders. Get them where they want the ball to be going.
Eccleston waiting. Final ball of the over, and Eccleston will push the ball rather delicately towards backward point. Oh, throw comes in, and she'd set off and almost caused herself some problems, but in the end is safely home, and the over comes to an end. An over that saw just 2 runs from it and the wicket. Could be the decisive over. 53 from 24 all of a sudden feels a mountain a little high for England, to me.
Exactly, and I think this is where India kicked on, didn't they? Had a really big last little block. I know what they got in the last 4, but it felt quite brutal, and that's probably going to be the big difference in the game. India's last 4 overs, and India's fielding.
Yeah, India scored 46 from their last 4.
So I think when you're trying to kind of set the game up to need 10s in the last 5 overs, that's exactly what India did. England just let that now creep up to 13s, and now you're looking for something really, really special. Now you're looking for probably a Nat Sivabrunt to still be in to have any sort of impact on the scoreboard.
Well, it's only the last 2 overs England have fallen behind where India were, which really does show the acceleration. Here is Sri Charani to bowl her 9th over, 1 for 59 so far. Davison Richards waits and comes forward looking to try and find the boundary. In the end, plinks it out towards mid-wicket. Throw comes in on the bounce, and it'll just be the 1 run. Phil, when was the last boundary? 53, by the way. 52 needed from 23.
Charlie Dean, which was 14 balls ago. ADR yet to hit a boundary.
She's been going at a decent rate, just not able to find the ropes. Charity to bowl to Eccleston, who's 1 from 4. Left arm spin for the far end of the ground, and Eccleston meets it on the full. It's been launched down the ground. Fielder running round. There's the catch. Jemima Rodrigues again with the safe hands at long on, running to her left. Eccleston could have launched it out of Chestler Street. Didn't get all of it, and has to go. And England's big hitter lower down the order departs for just 1 from 5, and India can start thinking about the celebrations of a series victory. England 2, 6, 7 for 7.
But again, that's, Jemmy Rodrigues has gone from long on to long on. They've got their best fielders running the full length of the pitch because they know, if they get them where they need to be, it gives them a huge chance of taking them sorts of special catches. So you know, 50 over cricket can be quite, you know, it's hard work on the body sometimes, but she's got the miles, she's up and down, she's running full length of Durham's pitch, which is a long way at the best of times.
Yep.
But to make sure that they get their hot fielders in the hot spots, and that's, you know, in tight games, that can make a huge difference.
Well, this is the thing, isn't it? And you sometimes wonder why captains will make minute decisions and might just pause the delivery and say, hold on a minute, we're going to swap you and you. And it can sometimes be a bit frustrating. You think, well, what's this about? But actually, it can be those decisions that make all the difference. And Jemima Rodrigues has taken a couple of really good catches out in the deep. Lindsay Smith, then, that rarest of things in an England lineup, a left-hander. Waits and gets a full delivery, which is dug out into the offside. It goes towards deep cover. One run will be taken. England require 51 from 21. They're 268 for 7.
It's just drifting away now, isn't it? But you've got to give credit to India, even, you know, from their batting innings as well. This was the huge difference, and we potentially said it a good few hours ago now, but it's, you know, it's starting to show light now.
268 for 7. Clattered away through the offside. There is a boundary for Davison Richards. That's a good shot. She moves to 31. England's requirement dips down to 47. Probably too little too late, but that'll feel good off the middle of that bat.
Yeah, it's a great shot. Rock back, smacked it through the offside. She's, you know, she's not. This probably is what, 3 or 4 overs short, really. To be, she has got the ability to hit boundaries. It's just kind of getting into that gear a little bit faster, give England as much of an opportunity as they could maybe 3 or 4 overs ago.
Charity to Davison Richards on 31. And she goes into the leg side this time, to deep mid-wicket, where there's a fielder waiting in front of the scoreboard. It's Pratika Rao, the opener. He made 26 today. 273 for 7, 46 needed from 19 balls.
You mentioned the lesser spotted England left-hander.
Yeah.
Lindsay Smith's first bat in ODIs for England.
Ah. She's on strike now, 1 from 1. Over the wicket comes the left-arm spin of Charity. And Smith is coming forward and clipping the ball in the air towards long on. Probably just a single. Oh, it's a fumble. And they will get back for 2, the England duo. 44 needed from the final 3 overs, and Arundhati Reddy it is out there in the distance, who is on the field and not part of the original 11, but is on the field and makes that little bit of a fumble in the distance. So England find themselves staring at defeat, Danny Hazel. And what are the positives they can take from this series? Let's start there, perhaps.
Well, I think you've got Sophie Eccleston back into the fray. You know, if you're going to a World Cup, you need her at her best with the ball. She leads an attack. They got a Nat Siver in some good form. Siver Brunt, sorry, it's a good form to make sure that, you know, she plays a huge part in moving forward. You got some overs into Lindsay Smith as well, going to India. You know, if you.
Anti-Gowd bowls. Oh, that's a nice shot. Little ramp from right almost on the base of the stumps, but it's very well played from Davison Richards, and she gets 4. That's good batting. England need 40 from 17.
So yeah, I think you've maybe cemented some of the thoughts you had about some players. You've Emma Lamb's put a hand up. You know, if all being well, Heather Knight comes back into the side when she's fit. But I think, you know, a bit of confidence for Emma Lamb's put a hand up. She can do it in, you know, in a pressure scenario. So I think you've kind of got your ideas for a few more people. Your biggest question is maybe around the seamers. Obviously going to India, who's your best seamers? Which seamers are you taking? And if Nat Siver-Brunt can bowl, I think that's a huge difference for England in the World Cup.
Well, it completely transforms the options of the team and the selection. Kranti Gowd into Davison Richards, who's launched that out towards where we are. In the deep it goes. That is goal for 6. England needs 34 from 16, and Davison Richards is not giving this up. Smacked away over wide long on.
That's a great shot. That was a long hit as well. Is all not lost yet?
Well, post-mortem for the series. Might need to stop the press.
May have peaked a bit early. Might need a few more of them though.
Signalled 6 by Rob White. They had to check it, but it was right near us and we could see it. Cleared Rodriguez and went over the ropes. Davis and Richards on 42.
That's well balled.
That's well balled. Run the block hole. Nothing you can do other than...
Get your best fielders in the best positions.
Throw comes in. Lindsay Smith is a whippet. And that's good running. The crowd believe. 32 needed from 15. England believe.
We always believe in the North East. All is not lost.
Well, could we see something spectacular? It's great running from Lindsay Smith.
Lindsay Smith is rapid between the wickets. Absolutely rapid.
Cranty God to Davidson Richards, moving around in the crease and looking to work the ball into the leg side. It's gone probably all of 1 foot.
She's bowled brilliantly. Absolutely brilliantly. She's just, she's missed her length slightly and got hit down here, but barring that, she took wickets, got down the block hole. I mean, and these are big pressure moments for for young players.
21 years old, just her 4th ODI.
Yeah. And she's bowling probably 2 of the toughest overs she's ever going to bowl.
2 balls left of it. 32 needed from 14. Walloped into the leg side. Feel the running round. Takes the catch. Radha Yadav. And India, their catching in the deep today has been outstanding. Davidson Richards goes 44 from 33.
I don't want to bowl myself, but again, top fielders, big positions. When you need people under pressure, they're the ones you want out there taking catches. India have been, there's been a couple of little bits in the field, but all in all, they've been really, really good.
287 for 8, 32 from 13. Does not feel like an equation that'll go for England, I'm afraid. It's a good effort from Davis and Richards, and there have been players in this game who can leave with real credit. I think Sophie Eccleston was outstanding with the ball, taking 1 for 28 when all around her were being hit right over County Durham. And with the bat, Natsiva Brunt's 98, Emma Lamb 68, Davis and Richards 44. It's a good strike rate over 100 as well, so it's not all doom and gloom for England.
Your question is, Alice Davis Richards, she can hit a long cricket ball. Could that just be a touch earlier?
Cranty goal, bowling to Lauren Filer is bowled! England 9 down. And it's a fifer. She's going to be an absolute superstar. Cranty Gold is some bowler. 21 years old, full straight out. She got England's top 2. And she is demolishing the tail. It's as good a Yorker as you will see. You're not keeping that out.
It's been brilliant, hasn't she? Up top with the new ball. Has now had to come on and bowl, for them tough overs, under pressure, series on the line. Excellent. From a young player, and have India unearthed another young superstar.
Absolutely outstanding. Filer goes, first ball. And it will not be a hat-trick ball immediately, because it's the final ball of the over. Lauren Bell comes to the middle, shares a smile with Lindsay Smith. England still require 32 runs, but they are 9 down with Smith and Bell together. And as the big screen says 5-wicket haul, some generous applause from those that support England, that recognise they've seen a spell of outstanding bowling. Smith on 3. Comes forward, chips the ball down the ground. It's a nice looking shot, but it is going to drop short of Arundhati Reddy. They'll push for a second run. That's bold. They get that second run, however. It was Lauren Bell who called it and made it through. 289 for 9. The target is 390. Next delivery from Radha Yadav is clipped into the leg side. It'll go out towards the deep. 2 fielders come together, but they can't stop it. Possibly some miscommunication there, because I don't think that should have necessarily made it to the ropes for 4. But Lindsay Smith hits her first boundary in ODI cricket.
Slight blip out there, slight breakdown in communication. Good bit of spin on it though.
Oh, yeah, Yeah, Harleen Doyle and Crouchy God are two good fielders. But straight out. Brutal from the captain. Mandana says, God, you're coming in here. I'm sending out a senior pro. Radha Yadav. Round the wicket with the left arm spin. Bowling to Lindsay Smith. Chipping down the ground for probably a couple. And indeed, if they are quick, they will get them, and they do. England require...
Anything can happen in the last over.
24 from 9.
Anything.
All I would say is, if they weren't 9 down, you might think this is very much on.
Yeah.
24 from 9. Smith is on 11. Gives herself some room and drives towards cover, no run. I think 24 from 6 would feel a bit tall, but it's now 24 from 8.
2 boundaries.
Radha Yadav with the shirt untucked, long sleeves, left arm spin round the wicket, and smacked into the leg side as have it, somebody shouts in the crowd. It'll just be the 1 run, so Lauren Bell will face. And I think it's a free hit, isn't it? They are 9 down, yes, but
yeah, this has to be a boundary. Arguably it has to be a 6, but it has to be a boundary to have any form of hope. Ever the optimist.
Bell, first ball. As Yadav just has a little pause, looks around. Well, indeed. 296 for 9. In comes Radha Yadav. And, well, she tried to launch it for 6.
Big offer.
And it's a dot ball, goes through to the keeper. It was not a shot of immense beauty, that, I wouldn't say. 296 for 9. England required 23 off the final over. And I think we're going to see the hat-trick ball, which is good news.
Do you know, I think England, throughout the second innings, have put themselves in a position to chase this down. It's just, Nat Surabrunt getting out, unluckily, really. But they've put themselves in positions to win this and to chase this down, which would have been, an incredible chase. So I think some bits will look back and think small moments of just potential, or some little small moments.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think there was the potential, wasn't there? Right, crowd are told. This is a hat-trick ball. It is indeed. And it's going to be faced by Lindsay Smith. Round the wicket. Crouchy God has got 5 for already. And she runs in now on a hat-trick. Full driven out towards short third. They'll run through for 1. That's well bowled though, right in the block hole. That's actually pretty well played by Lindsay Smith. 22 needed from 5.
I think India, when all the seamers are back fit, they might have their own selection issues. Some good seamers coming through.
Well, you think about the Arundhati Reddy is not selected today, and then you got Renuka Singh Thakur as well as another fine bowler. So, looking for a 6th wicket. Lauren Bell on strike, England's final batter. 22 needed from 5, 1 wicket for India. And Bell has got a big chunk of that. Down the ground it goes, probably just for 1. It will be a single only. And now we are in the territory where 6s are required. 21 from 4. In fact, we were in that position previously, weren't we?
Yeah.
Yes. But very much so now.
Very much
with
so
a
now.
with a bit of added emphasis, bit of an underline.
A few 6s and a little bit of carnage.
4 balls left of the Women's International Summer. Drilled down the ground by Lindsay Smith, who's done her batting reputation no harm. She moves to 14 from 9. England require 20 from 3, and barring any mishaps, wides, no balls, etc., mathematically, India have won this game and won the series.
Well deserved, I would say.
Agree with you. Here is Crouchy God into bowl to Lauren Bell, and she smacked it away into the leg side. She might have got 6, and she has!
I don't know who's more surprised.
I think she cannot believe it. Her arms are outstretched. Is it 6? Have I just done that? Huge smile on the face, and she can't believe it. England's number 11 has swung across the line, and she's got 6 to the longest part of the ground.
She's right out the screws. It's a big hit, that.
And now is the moment where, after the shock and the surprise,
We've got to do it again.
you mark your card and you say, don't bowl there, young'un.
As a classic number 11, though, I'm going to try and do it again.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Stumps out the ground. See you later. 14 needed from 2. I mean, you see that, you're thinking that shot far away. It's been a high-scoring day. Here comes Kranti Gold. And she does go hard at that. It's in the air, though. And the catch is taken by Harmanpreet Kaur. And how fitting that it's India's captain with the final action of this ODI series, won by her side by 2 matches to 1. And Kranti Gold gets a huge hug. 6 wickets. India win by 13 runs. And they win the series. A brilliant 100 from Harmanpreet. The senior pro doing it with the bat. The young tearaway with the ball. And India, all credit to them, conclude this tour winning both series, the T20s, the ODIs, and they will head into their World Cup on home soil with renewed and ever-increasing belief. For England, well, there's questions, lots of them. They've not played badly at times, and today they've come within, well, not too far away from a world record run chase. They've fallen short, however, and over the course of this series and the pair of series against India, they've fallen short in certain areas of the game more than others. And at the end of all that, India celebrate out in the middle and can celebrate a 2-1 series win. Danny Hazel.
Yeah, I think hats off to India. Really, they've come over here and they've put some really good performances. They'll go back, obviously, now heading towards the World Cup with a huge amount of confidence. I think they've learnt about a few more players, obviously a few more seamers, the batters, that we obviously see a lot of, have, continued with that belief and that kind of drive to want to get better. But all in all, I think India have been excellent, and some learnings for England over the next few months.
Righto, I'm going to get out of the way. I'm going to go and see if I can grab a word with the England coach and captain. Prakash Wakankar is standing by to take up the conversation alongside you, Danny Hazel, and in a moment you'll be joined as well by Alex Hartley.
Thank you, Henry. Yes, it's been a game that actually went to the wire in many ways. While it did look a very tall ask as the game progressed, England should take heart from the fact that they got where they did. Alongside me, Alex Hartley and Danny Hazel, to talk about what might have been, could have been, and where might both sides look at changes or improvements as we head to the World Cup in a few months' time. But really, first to you, Alex.
I think for me, you've got to look at the power play for England. Obviously, there's 2 parts for me. There's the death bowling where England were expensive, and then there's also the power play where England were 22 for 2 after 10 overs. And when you're losing from such a small margin of loss, 13 runs, all you needed to do was 6 or 7 more runs in that power play, and that game is so much closer. And then you go, okay, actually we've had a couple of people get starts. We just need one more person to get in. We need one more boundary. After that, we win the game. So, yeah, frustrating for England, because to get 305 and still lose by 13 runs, I think they'll be really disappointed, because it's a game they could have and should have won.
Indeed. And this ground, the number of 2s we saw, Danny, here. Was there something in the fielding at the end of the day which really did make a difference, you reckon?
Yeah, I thought India fielded really well. I think England did push them. They ran pretty well, to be honest, but you saw towards the back end they got their key fielders in key positions, and that makes a huge difference.
It certainly did. And a word now on Kranti Gaur.
Outstanding. Firstly, I think that there's a huge difference between the standard of fielding between the 2 teams at the minute. I think India have overtaken England when it comes to standard of fielding. England have the capabilities to be as good as India, if not better than India, to be honest. They're just lacking so much confidence with the field, or in the field, so many mistakes cost so many runs today, and India very, very rarely make mistakes.
Yeah, Kranti Gaur 6 for 52. It's the first Indian to take 6 for against England. The 4th woman ever to do it. Dipti Sharma's done it twice.
There we go. 21 years old. bright future beckons.
Really bright future, and she could get quicker as well. When you look at her action, you look how slight and petite she is. She just needs to get a little bit stronger, and she will get quicker. She's obviously got that skiddy action as well, but to be able to get the ball to move both ways, you can almost forgive her when she's bowling wides outside the off stump and the ball's swinging, because you know she's going to get that one that comes straight back in towards you. She's had Amy Jones with it. She's had Tammy Beaumont with it
more than once,
and she's bowled so well.
Absolutely, and I think that you mentioned the power play as well, Danny. To you, the fact that the 2 wickets that I thought towards the end really made the difference. Of course, obviously, Nat Sivabrant getting that glove and a good catch in the end by Richa Ghosh diving forward. But what about that run out? How crucial was that? Because even with Sophia Dunkley there, it looked like England was still within striking distance, weren't they?
Yeah, bit of an error, really, isn't it? I think, a bit of a lack of communication, but again, that comes in pressure moments. It comes when kind of a breakdown in how we want to go about this. Do we want to get the ball out there, run twos hard? Do we want to hit boundaries? I mean, run outs like that happen in cricket. They always seem to happen when you least want them to happen, but it's sometimes just them small margins, isn't it?
And champion batters, I mean, come the occasion, the person who really matters stands up. Harmanpreet Kaur, real drought of runs for such a long time. 19 innings, I think it was, Phil, you said, when she hadn't crossed 50, and then a big 100 in a dominating manner as well.
Yeah, class is permanent, isn't it? And she's been a world-class player for such a long period of time. She's had ups and downs in her career. She either scores mountains of runs or no runs, and it always seems to be like that with Harman. But it felt like there were runs around the corner, and I'll eat my hat this morning. I said on air that she'll probably retire after the World Cup. I still think she might, but today will give her so much more confidence going into that World Cup.
Well, certainly. I mean, that'll be an occasion to celebrate if indeed India get over the line. Recent memories of domestic World Cups aren't that great, but who knows what can happen in a different tournament. Phil, you have some numbers or stats to tell us about.
Well, in the end, England made 305. It's the first time they've ever passed 300 batting second in an ODI, so they'll take some confidence from that. It's only the 5th time any team has scored 300 batting second, and across the game, that was the 8th highest aggregate of any women's ODI in history.
Well, there you go. I mean, quick last words from both of you in terms of where England will go from here. Of course, the return of Heather Knight, if she's fit, will add a lot to this team, won't it? And of course, with the bowling problems, probably the biggest that they have to sort out. Craig Cross not playing today. Is that going to be one of the big debates?
I think so. I think there's going to be a lot of talk on the bowlers in and around the World Cup. The batters pretty much pick themselves for me. Heather Knight comes straight back into the side. Emma Lamb's done herself massive favours scoring runs in this series, especially when she's batted down the order as well. So could she actually slot in at 6 and bat for England and face the spin in the subcontinent and let Heather go 3? I mean, there are some headaches, but I think for me, before that 50 over World Cup, there's so much more England need to sort out, whether or not it's their starting 11 or not. There's bigger problems.
Absolutely. Danny, last word.
Yeah, I think again a lot of learnings from the situation. Heather is a massive loss for England. Equally with that, you can't buy experience, especially going to World Cups. She's been to World Cups before, and Nat Sivabrant bowling balances the side unbelievably. And again, it is probably, you've got your primary spinners, it's probably where you want to go and how you balance the side with your seamers.
Well, so both teams have some thinking to do. India, of course, coming out on tops here in this game at Chesterley Street. India winning this match by 13 runs to win the ODI Series 2-1.